sitting round the fire and listening to a skilled storyteller run through the tale of Takavach and the mermaid's virtue, or something equally well-worn. When the tale was done, with Marnak safely back across the river and into barracks before dawn, when their laughter had soaked away once again, the clan master nodded and told another Hjelteth story from his own stock. How a noted imperial knight had once come home to find the young Egar in bed with his wives, all four of them at once. And you know, more than anything, that seemed to be what he was so pissed off about, standing there yelling at me with that fucking stupid court sword in his fist. Apparently the revelation says yes, you can have up to 6 wives, but it absolutely forbids you doing it with more than one of them at a time. Egar let drop the reins, spread his hands wide. Well, how was I supposed to know that? More laughter. Another tale. And so eventually they came to Erkan's grave. They quietened and looked at each other. For a while they'd been able to forget where they were going, but that was over now. Egar dismounted. Thanks for the company. Yeah. Marnak cast glances around. A slight rise, a single stooped and gnarled tree with the ball of the declining sun tangled in its leafless branches. It was a bleak place, not made for the living. I'll be fine. He was a good man in life. He isn't going to hurt me now. Marnak grimaced. It wasn't the received wisdom among the Majak that good men made good ghosts. A spirit must be placated, regardless of its origins. Rituals must be honored. So said the shaman. No one ever explained exactly why, but the implication was that if you didn't get that stuff right, there'd be a heavy price for you and your people. Go on, get moving. You ride hard, you'll make it back not much after full dark. He watched the other man wheel his horse about. Oh, yeah. And if Sula asks, you left me half a league out doing the last stretch on foot, right? Marnak grinned back over his shoulder. Right. He clucked and heeled his horse into a gathering trot, canter, finally a full gallop back the way they'd come. Egar watched him go until horse and rider were a single dot that faded slowly into the gloom. Then he sighed and turned to his father's grave. It wasn't much to look at. Steppe soils made for hard digging at this time of year, and the grave was shallow, piled over with rocks it took them the whole day to gather. They'd built the traditional cairn-end pile at the buried man's feet, warded it about with daubed symbols in the Skaranak colours, and iron talismans hung off the stones on buffalo-hide thongs. They shredded tundra rose and crocus petals over the stones, and set a dwarf oak sapling in the ground at Erkan's head, so in a couple of years' time he'd have shade when summer swung around. Now the clan colours were bleached with age, and the branches of the grown tree were naked and skeletal overhead. Only the shaped iron ornaments remained, though. Egar squinted suspiciously. It looked as if even one or two of those might have been stolen from the grave over the past year. Motherfucking Voronak tinks, he muttered. Yeah, this far south and west it's just as likely Skaranak renegades, or even some bunch of fuckwit explorers from the south. He'd seen Skaranak grave wards in more than one imperial museum over the years, had never quite been able to drive home to anyone the rage it aroused in him. In Hjelteth, in the city itself at least, they tolerated a variety of beliefs well enough, but behind that there was always the base assumption of a civilized superiority in the revelation, which never failed to piss him off. In the end, the Imperials didn't much care whose sensibilities they trampled on. Let's stick to the task in hand, shall we? He left his horse to crop the grass a short distance off, unstoppered the rice wine flask he'd brought with him, held it lowered in clasped hands, and stood a moment looking down at the grave. "Hey, Dad," he said loudly. "Brought you something special this time." The quiet wind keened. There was no other reply for him. "It's good stuff. Used to drink it in the south all the time. This place down by the harbour had it, not far from Imrana's place. I think you would have liked it in there, Dad. Noisy, full of these tough guys off the docks. You could see the sea from the front door." He paused, stared down at the cairn. "I would have liked to show you the sea, Dad." He blinked hard a couple of times, cleared his throat. Can't believe they're selling this stuff in Itchen these days. Bringing it all the way up here. Costs me a ball and an eye, of course, but hey, I'm the fucking clam master these days, right? Got to relax, Egg. Loosen off. You've got a full night out here and the sun isn't even down yet. He lifted the flask and tipped it, poured slowly and steadily, working little circles into the action. The rice wine splattered and darkened the stones, ticked and dripped in the dark places between. When the flask was empty, he upended it and shook out the last drops, then placed it carefully against the base of the cairn. His fingers lingered on it a while, kept him bent there, face turned slightly away, listening to wind. Then, abruptly, he straightened up. A grimace chased across his face, whether from the brief, flaring pain of holding the posture too long or something else, he couldn't say. He cleared his throat again. So, I guess we're going to build this vigil fire. He unsaddled the horse, set out his weapons, blankets, and provisions with drilled soldier's neatness, unbundled the firewood and put the fire together on the scorched and balding patch of grass that marked the previous vigils. The sun dropped free of the tree branches, hung increasingly low at the horizon. He shivered a little, gave it the occasional glance as he worked. He went about collecting a few storm-torn branches he'd noticed lying in the grass earlier, dragged them over and stamped them into manageable lengths, stripped the biggest of the twigs from them and piled it all up beside the waiting fire. He reckoned the bundle he'd brought with him should last until dawn, but the extra couldn't hurt. More importantly, the work had shaken some of the shiver from his bones. He knelt by the unlit fire. Like most Majak, he carried kindling grass and flint in a dry pouch under his shirt. Now he dug them out, struck sparks into a wiry fistful of the kindling until it caught, and then poked it carefully into the hollow heart of the fire pile. He tipped his head sideways, almost to the ground, and peered in. Smoke and tiny flames licked upward at the underside of the wood. The smaller pieces began to catch, smouldering and then popping alight. A cheery yellow light spilled out. The warmth of it washed his eyes and face, felt a little like tears. He hauled himself quickly upright again, back into the gathering gloom and chill of the air around him. He stowed the kindling pouch, brushed off his hands, glanced back at the gnarled marker tree and the declining sun. "Well, Dad, A figure stood there. It was a hammer blow to his heart, an icy clutch of fear that dropped his right hand reflexively to the hilt of the knife at his hip. It was not his father. At least, not in any form that made sense. He saw a drab, full-length, patched leather cloak of the sort favoured by League sea captains, a soft-brimmed hat tilted forward to shade the face, though the sun was behind and in any case almost gone. Erkan, colourful, boisterous, a Majak to the bone, had never owned anything remotely resembling either item. No, wouldn't have been seen dead wearing them either. Agar felt the corner of his mouth quirk. The humour pushed out the shock, brought in a shrewd skirmisher's calculation instead. The cloaked figure looked to be alone. No visible companions or weapons, no horse nearby. Agar sidled a glance across to where his own mount stood, still placidly cropping the grass and apparently unaware of the newcomer. Staff, lance, and axe both well out of reach. He could not believe he'd allowed himself to be ambushed this easily. He kept his hand loose on the hilt of his knife. "I'm not here to harm you, Dragonbane." The voice came across the distance between them, as if from much further away, as if carried on the wind. Agar blinked at the effect. "You know me?" "After a fashion, yes. May I approach?" "Are you armed?" "No. I have no real need for such accoutrements." Agar set his mouth in a thin line. "You're a shaman." Abruptly the cloaked figure loomed a scant 2 feet in front of him. It happened so fast Agar would have sworn he never saw the newcomer move at all. A hand clamped brutally on his wrist, held it down so he could not have drawn his knife if his life depended on it. The face beneath the brim of the hat loomed, gaunt and hard-eyed. A gust of acrid chemical burning swirled in the wind, something like the smells that sometimes blew off the Kiriath brewing stacks south of Anmonal. "There is not much time," the voice admonished, no less distant-sounding than before. "Your brothers are coming to murder you." And gone. Egar jumped and nearly fell down with a sudden release of the pressure on his arm. He cleared his knife from its sheath belatedly, whirled about. The figure was nowhere to be seen. It was gone, into the chill of the air and the long grass, like memory of the voice into the wind, like the acrid chemical tang into the sweeter smell of wood smoke from the fire, like the fading pressure on his wrist. He wheeled about once more, breathing tightly, knife balanced on his palm. Quiet and thickening grey gloom across the steppe. The band, like a hoop of blood. His father's cairn, the emptied flask laid beside it, the blackening silhouette of the tree. "My brothers are in Ishlinitchen," he told the silence. "Getting drunk." He jerked his head westward, roughly the direction you'd take, threw a glance out to the setting sun. Saw silhouetted riders there, approaching. Chapter 19. Ringil tried, just the once, on fading hope, for the outrage of imperial nobility. "Just what is the meaning of this? You intend to rob me like common criminals? My father will have you—" Terip Hale shook his head. "Let it go, friend. I don't imagine that accent is any more real than the rest of this charade, so drop it, why don't you? This is going to be painful enough for you as it is. Now, like I asked you before, who the fuck are you? What are you doing here asking after barren marsh dwellers?" "Ah. All right," Ringil said, because he guessed he had perhaps another half-minute at most before Hale did the obvious thing and had them all disarmed. Yeah, and after that it's down to whatever disciplinary facilities Hale keeps around here for recalcitrant slaves, where we'll be put to the question repeatedly, until Hale gets what he wants to hear from us, and then, if we're lucky, they might put us out of our scorched and mutilated misery with a quick slit throat. Nice going, Gil. Ringil measured the possibilities. Errol and Gersh had both frozen when the trap was sprung, arms well out from their bodies so as not to invite a crossbow bolt for twitching a hand the wrong way, faces taut with concentrated tension. They looked like men wading belly-high across an icy river, like adults caught out mid-step in a children's game of closer, closer statue. They would have already assessed the odds. Now they watched for Ringil's lead. There were 3 crossbows levelled at them as far as he could see. The rest was hand-to-hand cutlery. "All right, what?" grated Hale. "All right, you win. I'm not Larinithal of Shenshanath, and I'm not an Imperial. My name's Ringil Eskiath." Hale blinked. "The Ringil Eskiath? Yeah, right." But Ringil had seen how that same taken-aback flinch ran round the armed men in the alcoves. He felt the way their casual thug focus gave way to curious stares. He saw a couple of them mutter to each other. The siege of Trelane was 8 years in the past, the triumph at Gallows Gap a year older than that. The war itself had been over now for more than half a decade, but the stories lingered on, attenuated maybe, but still there in the city's consciousness. "Eskiath died at Enishmin," someone sneered, "fighting Imperials." Ringil forced a calm he didn't feel. "Heard that one before a couple of times," he said lightly, "and it's almost true. Still got the scars. But it takes more than 3 Yelteth sneak assassins to put me away." Another of the men voiced a faint cheer. His companion elbowed him savagely to shut up. Ringil pushed as hard as it would go. He raised a cautious thumb well out from his body so it wouldn't be misinterpreted, gesturing up at his left shoulder. "This is the Raven's friend," he said loudly. "Kiriath steel. Forged at Anmonal for the clan Indamaninamal, gifted to me by Grashgal the Wanderer. Rinsed in lizard blood at Rajal Beach and Gallows Gap and the siege of Trelane. I am Ringil of the Glades House Esciath. Another voice from one of the alcoves. He does look kind of... Yeah? Terrip Hale wasn't having this. Well, you know what I heard? I heard Ringil Esciath was a fucking queer. That true as well? Ringil bent him a smile. Would I have come to you looking for slave girls if it were? I don't know why you're here. Hale nodded at the muscle with the flail. But we are going to find out. Varied... The big man moved across to Ringil, stepped in close enough to block any attempt to bring the Raven's friend out of its scabbard, far enough off to beat a grapple move. It was done with sober professional care. No grin like the doorman's, no jeering, just a custom-hardened watchfulness in the eyes. Chances were that Varid had been a soldier once. He nodded at the sword pommel. Unstrap that. Make it slow. A tiny breeze got in from somewhere and made the lantern flames flicker behind their metal mesh. Shadows danced and shivered across the floor. Ringil dropped the dragon knife from his sleeve. He took one rapid step left. The Majak had made them in the last years of the war, once the tide had turned. Mostly they were ceremonial, a statement of the victory to come, not ideal for fighting, even close in. Egar had given him his in a drunken fit of affection one campfire night on the Anash plain. "Fucking useless thing," he'd mumbled, looking away. "You might as well have it." It was basically an infant dragon fang, triangular in section, serrated up the two back edges, razor-sharp and smooth at the front. The artist, whoever he was, had carved a serviceable hilt into the base, weave-patterned it on both sides for grip. The whole thing was barely 9 inches long, small enough to conceal, long enough to prick the life out of a man's heart. It shone a dirty amber in the lantern light as it came clear. Ringil pivoted from the hip, rammed the knife home under Varid's chin. "No!" Someone bellowing with hysterical fury. It certainly wasn't Varid. His tongue was nailed to his palate on the fang. His mouth was jammed shut. The best he could manage was a strangling, agonized grunt, and his eyes were already turning up in their sockets as the rest of the dragon knife ripped his brain in half from below. Blood burst through his locked teeth in a gurgling crimson spray. Ringil held him up, stayed close into his bulk, blinking the blood from his eyes, made the yell for Hales. No one else could have seen quite what was going on yet. Probably no one else would be giving orders. "Shoot! Fucking shoot, will you!" What Ringil had hoped for happened. He heard the flesh-cringing twang-clatter as the crossbows went off at close range. All three, skirmish-schooled, he counted them off and knew. Varid jolted with the impact. A quarrel head tore through the big man's shoulder and nearly clipped Ringil's nose off. The other two went somewhere else. Ringil couldn't tell where. Crossbows. Now there's a fucking useless weapon for you. He grinned. Quick, pulse-jumping relief. Sensed rather than saw Hale's men come storming out of their alcoves. Bolts shot, the advantage thrown away. Now it was down to the steel. He shoved Varid's corpse away, left the dragon knife where it was, gained a scant few necessary feet of space as they rushed him. The combat moments seemed to float loose of each other, spun out and unreal. Freed hands both rising for the pommel now, so natural, so smooth. It was like Kiriath machinery, as if he were machinery, a cunningly crafted clockwork Kiriath mannequin, built to complement the steel. He felt the accustomed kiss of the grip on his palms, felt the grin on his face turn into a snarl, cold chime, as the scabbard gave up its embrace, and the Raven's friend came out. "You want to know how it ends, Gil?" Grashgal, cryptic and rambling and more than a little drunk one evening at Anmonal, holding up the newly forged Raven's friend in scarred black hands and squinting critically down the runnel. Fire glow from the big room's hearth seemed to drip molten off the edges of the steel. The carved beam-end gargoyles leered down from the gloom in the roof space above. "I've seen how it ends. Some day in a city where the people rise through the air with no more effort than it takes to breathe, where they give their blood to strangers as a gift instead of stealing it with edged iron and rage the way we do. Some day, in a place like that, this motherfucker is going to hang up behind glass for small children to stare at." Grashkal hefted the raven's friend one-handed, made a couple of idle strokes through the air, and the sword whispered to itself in the fire-lit gloom. "I've seen it, Gil. They look at this thing through the glass it's kept behind. They put their noses up so close to that glass their breath fogs it, and you can see the small, slow-fading print of their hands in the condensation after they've run off to look at something else. And it doesn't mean a thing to them. You want to know why that is?" Ringil gestured amenably from the depths of the armchair he was sprawled in. He wasn't hugely sober himself. "No. I mean, yeah. Can't guess, I mean. You tell me." "No one in that city understands, Gil, because it doesn't matter to them anymore. They've never learned to fear the steel and the men who carry it, and none of them ever will because they don't have to. Because in this place I've seen, men like that don't exist anymore. We don't exist anymore." "Sounds like a beautiful fucking place. How do I get there?" Ringil grinned fiercely up at the Kiriath clan captain. "Oh, wait. You're going to tell me the rents are sky high, right? And how am I going to earn a living if they keep their swords in a museum?" Grashkal looked back down at him for what seemed like a long time. Finally he smiled. "You don't get to go, I'm afraid, Gil. Too far off, and the quick paths are too twisted for humans to follow. And on the straight road you and I will be dust and half-remembered tales before they even start to build that city. But it will come, and when it does, this sword will still be there to see it. Kiriath steel, built to harm, built to last. When all the damage is done and the grief it's caused has been forgotten even by the gods, when the Kiriath themselves have passed into discredited myth, this murderous fucking thing will hang unused and harmless and gaped at by children. That's how it ends, Gil, with no one to remember or care or understand what this thing could do when you set it free." Ringil met the first of Hale's men in a blur of eager motion and the blue sweeping arc of the blade. The man was hacked down with a hand-axe, and Ringil already had the raven's friend at high guard. He blocked, two-handed, hard, angled not for the hatchet but the arm that held it up. The Kiriath blade took the man's hand off cleanly at the wrist. Blood gouted from the stump, rained on him, and something savage in Ringil's heart shrilled with joy. The arm completed its downward arc, still spurting, painting them both, and the hatchet hit the ground with a thud. Its owner gaped dumbly at his own hand still gripping the haft. The yell dried up in his throat. Ringil shot down at the juncture of shoulder and neck, severed artery and sinew, finished it. The next man was close behind, short sword in one hand, mace in the other. Ringil feinted high and right, let his opponent raise both weapons to the misdirection, dropped the raven's friend low and almost horizontal, swung in for the belly. No broadsword made of human steel would have allowed the abrupt shift of vector. The Kiriath alloy not only allowed it, it sang. The stroke opened the other man up from side to side and carved a notch off the base of his spine before the blade tugged clear. Fuck. Sudden, cold sweat. It was sloppy blade work, and against better men it might have got him killed. He'd been off the battlefield too long. But these were not better men, and the edge on the Kiriath steel was forgiving of such errors. Ringil got clear, stepped past. The gutted man wallowed in his wake, not yet fully aware of what had been done to him, tried muzzily to turn and follow as his attacker slipped away, and then his intestines and the contents of his bisected stomach fell out on the rug, and he tangled in it all and went down screaming like a child. Ringil's third attacker flinched back, hampered by his gutted comrade. He had an axe and a club, but didn't seem to know quite what to do with either. He was young, no older than 17 or 18, and he looked sick with a sudden fear of combat. Ringil darted forward, boot on the dying man's chest to close the gap, put a straight thrust into the youth's throat, and watched his face contort as he tried to cope with the pain. The blood rushed out, drenched his clothes dark from neck to waist. Then, as if the weight of all that soaking cloth was pulling him down, he sank gracefully to the floor. He was still clutching the weapons he had never got around to using. His gaze clawed upward after Ringil's face. His mouth worked for words. Ringil was already turning away. It was the breathing space, the first moment he'd had to assess the field. Taste of the blood he'd spilled metallic warm on his tongue, the paint of it on his face, discordant yelling all around, the fight in its various splintered, snapping pieces. He saw Errol backed to a wall, a knife in each hand, fending off 2 attackers with kicks and slashes. A third lay bleeding on the floor at his feet. A short distance away, Gersh was down, a crossbow bolt through the thigh. A bulky figure stood above him, sword raised. Gersh rolled away as the blade came down, slammed his mace backhand into his opponent's shin. The man howled and staggered, wagged his sword about ineffectually. Gersh belted the blade aside, propped himself up on an elbow and chopped sideways into his attacker's knee. The swordsman collapsed in a heap beside him, still howling. Gersh rolled again, came up on top and started smashing in his attacker's face and forehead with the mace. Peripheral flicker from the right. Ringil swung and saw Terip Hale stabbing at him with what looked like a fucking fruit knife, for Hiron's sake. Bad angle, no time. He jerked aside, let go of the Raven's friend with his left hand, and fended off the blow with a Hjelteth empty-hand chop. He hit Hale in the face with the pommel of the Raven's friend at the same time. The slaver yelped and fell down. Ringil left him there, turned back just in time to block a looping mace attack from Janish the doorman. He caught the mace on the edge of his blade, turned the attack crossways on its own momentum, and kicked Janish's feet out from under him as he swayed. The doorman hit the floor, rolling desperately to get away. Ringil followed impatiently, hacked down, and severed his spine. He looked back to see how Gersh was doing, saw instead 2 more of the joyous Longshank crew rushing him at once. He bared his teeth and yelled in their faces, grabbed the momentary gap it gave him to dance sideways across the chamber towards Gersh, and drag the fight's centre of gravity with him. The 2 men came around, squared up to him again, but you could see in their faces they'd lost a lot of their initial bloodlust to that one feral snarl. "Come on, then," Ringil spat. "Don't you want to know what Kiriath steel feels like in your vitals? Have I got to bring it to you, you fucking pansies?" They came on then, flushed and angry at the insult, but far too late. The momentary flash of fear had already tripped them, sapped their commitment to killing this blood-spattered, sneering maybe hero with a blurring blue Kiriath blade in his hands. They came in clumsy and shaken, brandishing their weapons without strategy, and Ringil took them apart. One sweeping circular block sent the man on the left stumbling into his comrade's path. Ringil followed through on the spin, slammed into the man hip and shoulder, sent him sprawling. It put the other fighter almost in front of him with his back turned, and by the time the man worked out where Ringil had gone, Ringil had the Raven's friend up and through his neck in a shallow, angled slash from the side. The man tried to turn, as if to find out what the fuck had happened that hurt so much, and his head flopped almost off with emotion. He was dead before he hit the floor. Ringil cast about, found the first man gamely getting back to his feet. He kicked him in the face with the instep of his boot, then again with the toe. Solid crunch of the jaw breaking on the second blow. There wasn't time for more. A couple of feet away, Gersh was about to get brained by some giant with a spiked club. Ringil stepped closer, hacked low and hamstrung the man, watched as he fell. And abruptly, before he could consciously register it, the fight was done. Ringil stared around as his senses caught up. It really was over. Errol was off the wall, driving back a single opponent. On the ground, Gersh was killing the hamstrung giant with his mace. The rest was blood-painted carnage and crawling forms and moans. Between them, they'd accounted for 12 men at least. He became vaguely aware that he was panting. Right. He strode heavily up behind Errol's opponent, swung tiredly at the man's sword arm, and stopped the fight. The man screamed, dropped his weapon, and spun about, mouth gaping wide in shock and betrayal. Then Errol stepped in like a dance partner, hooked him with one arm, and buried his long knife upward under the sternum. The man gagged and thrashed, and Errol hugged him close, twisting and gouging with the knife, finishing it. Over the dying man's shoulder, teeth gritted, half his attention still on the killing, He nodded at Ringil. "Thanks, man. Thought I'd never get a fucking opening with this one." Ringil waved it off and went to take care of Gish. The crossbow bolt had gone in through the fleshy part of the thigh at a downward angle and stuck there. It showed a clear 2 inches of blood-streaked shaft behind the blunt octagon of the quarrel, where it protruded out the other side. To Ringil's battle-schooled eye, it suggested either the weapon had misfired or the owner hadn't racked up the tension enough. At that range it should by rights have gone straight through an unarmoured limb, ripped a hole the width of the brutal iron fletching on the thing. Instead, the damage seemed to be quite limited. The entry and exit wounds were messy, sopping and treacly with blood, but there was none of the telltale heavy-duty welling up that would have signified major blood vessels torn apart. "Looks like you got lucky."
"Yeah,"
gritted Gersh.
"Fucking feels like it."
Ringil went and retrieved his dragon knife from Varid's chin, a glutinous, messy business in itself, and set about using the serrated edges to cut cloth from the dead man's shirt for a tourniquet. Errol went upstairs to the door into the courtyard and listened for signs that the fight had been heard by anyone who cared to do anything about it. He came back, looking satisfied.
"All quiet up there. Looks like we got the lot of them. I guess that joyous Longshank number means all hands to the killing chamber. Cute."
Ringil grunted, preoccupied with knotting the tourniquet tight on Gersh's thigh. The Marsh Brotherhood man bit back a groan. Errol came over to watch.
"We need to get that out of his leg," he said soberly. "If there's rust on it."
"I know. But if we pull it back as it is, we're going to rip up the wound and maybe open a major blood vessel. We need something to cut the quarrel off." Errol nodded.
"Okay, then. It's a slave house. They've got to have ironwork tools around here somewhere. Manacle cutters, something like that." "I can walk,"
Gersh rasped, attempting to push himself upright and prove it. He turned white with what it cost him, sagged back to the horizontal again. "Not far, you can't," Ringil told him. He sat back on his heels and looked around, thought about time remaining and what they'd come here to do. Despite the subsiding pulse in his veins, the relative quiet of the aftermath, they were not even close to done with Hale and his household. He wasn't much looking forward to the next part. He stifled the waking qualm like an infant in the crib. "All right," he said finally. "Errol, you take care of the wounded. I'm going to see if we can't get some answers out of our gracious host over there." Gish grinned savagely, biting down on his pain.
"Yeah, now that I'm going to fucking enjoy."
"You stay put," Ringil warned him. "I don't want you moving that bolt about any more than you have to, and I don't need the help. This isn't going to be difficult." Right, Gil. Hardened Etikal people trafficker, lifetime criminal success before he got legal. Should be a pushover. While Errol went round checking bodies and slitting the throats of the injured, Ringil heaved Hale's semi-conscious form off the floor and into a sitting position against the curve of the chamber's back wall. The slaver was bleeding from where the Raven's friend's pommel had smashed into his face earlier, and his right eye was already swelling shut. Blood had splashed down onto his silk robe and into the hair on his chest where it was exposed. Ringil cut a piece out of the garment with his dragon knife, cleaned Hale's face up, and then started slapping him methodically back to wakefulness. Across the room someone squalled weakly as Errol pulled back their head by the hair, ready for the knife. It was Janesh, the doorman, flopping snap-spined and desperate between the Marsh Brotherhood soldiers' booted feet. "You did that, Gil?" some perpetually unsoiled, disbelieving part of him whispered. "That was you." "Hold it!" Errol paused, looked up at him expectantly. "Just give me a minute here." He peered closely at Terep Hale as the slaver started to come round, slapped him a couple of times more to speed the process up. "Figure we could maybe use the leverage."
"Got it."
Errol lowered Janesh's head almost gently back to the floor. He settled into a patient crouch above the injured man. Janesh barely moved beyond a couple of twitches in one arm. He'd maybe passed out from the pain of his wound, or just into the realm of quiet delirium. Terep Hale, meanwhile, woke to a vision of carnage strewn across the joyous Longshank chamber, and a small fixed smile on Ringil Eskiath's face. Welcome back. Remember me?" To his credit, Hale snarled, made fists, and came almost off the wall with rage. There was a lifetime of street fighter venom in the twisted lines of his face. His legs flailed free of the robe's silken folds. But he wasn't a young man any more. Ringil shoved him back with a palm heel in the chest. "You just sit there and behave."
"Fuck you!"
"No, thank you. But I have got some questions I want answered. It'd really be in your best interests to tell me what I want to know."
"Yeah, well, fuck your questions."
Hale's voice drawled slower, contemptuous. He gathered his mutilated robe back around him, covered the parts of his body the disarray had exposed.
"And fuck you too, you fucking queer."
Ringil glanced around at the bodies and the blood. "I think you're missing the specifics of who won here."
"You think you're going to get away with this?"
Ringil tilted his head, put a cupped hand to his ear. "You hear that? On the stairs? That's the sound of no one coming to stop us, Terip. It is over. You pulled the joyous Longshank girls on us, and it didn't work." He nodded at Errol, who yanked Janish's head back up. The doorman shrieked as he realized what was happening, woke maybe from a dreamed escape to something better. Errol's knife dipped in, did its severing and opening. Dark crimson gush of blood, and Janish's face went suddenly idiot-soft and pale. Errol let go of his head, and it hit the floor with an audible bump. Ringil masked himself in what felt like stone. "You want to live?" he asked Hale quietly. Hardened or not, the slave trader had gone almost as pale as his murdered minion. Respectability, or perhaps just age, seemed to have sapped some of his edge. His mouth twitched over words he didn't appear to know how to voice. "I'm sorry. You'll have to speak up."
"The Cabal,"
Hale licked his lips.
"They won't let this stand."
"The Cabal," Ringil nodded. "Okay. Why don't you scare me with some names? Who are they? Who do they represent?"
"Oh, I think you'll find that out soon enough."
"I'm not a patient man, Terip." The slave trader scraped together an awful, lopsided grin.
"It doesn't matter what you do to me. If you kill me here or not, they'll find out about this either way."
Ringil, out of nowhere, some combination of twanging battle-come-down nerves, general weariness, who knew what besides, took a blind leap. "Going to stick your head on a tree trunk, are they?" He saw the jolt go through Terip Hale, almost as if the slaver had been struck by one of his own men's crossbow bolts. He saw the fear in the one unswollen eye.
"You—"
"Yeah. Grab the advantage. Run with it. I know all about it. That's why they sent me. See, Terip, I used to kill lizards for a living. One time in Demlarashan I helped take down a whole fucking dragon. Me and just one other guy. So I got no problem putting away your pet Dwender if he gets in my way. Now you tell me. What's so fucking special about Sherin Helirig Mernas that you've got to try and kill me when I ask after her?"
"Who?"
"You heard."
"I don't know that name."
"No?" Ringil produced the dragon knife and held it up in front of Hale's good eye. He breathed deep. "You remember well enough that she's barren, that she comes from marsh-dweller stock, but you don't know her name? That's lizard shit. Now where the fuck is she?" And something seemed to break in Hale. Maybe the talk of sorcery, maybe Janish's murder, or maybe he just wasn't as tough as he used to be. He flinched back from the tip of the fang.
"Don't! Wait, listen to me! I can't—"
Ringil tapped his eyelid with the knife. "Yeah, you can."
"I don't fucking know, all right?"
Hale seemed to see an opening, to grab at it. The desperation in his voice scaled down a little.
"Look, this marsh bitch you're looking for, how long ago was she sold?"
"About a month."
"A month?"
A harsh, high-pitched laugh. The slaver's bravado was seeping back in.
A fucking month? Are you insane? You got any idea how much cunt comes through this place every month? You think I got nothing better to stuff my head with than their fucking names? Forget it. Give it up, man.
Ringil slammed his palm against Hale's forehead for purchase, dragged the dragon knife tip down the man's cheek, and tore the skin open to the bone. Blood spritzed everywhere. Hale shrieked and flailed. Ringil let him go as if he were hot to the touch. He felt his own face twitch, felt a deep pounding start somewhere in his chest. The moment was an unbroken Hjelteth horse, bucking under him, taking him away, body and soul. With shaking hands he fumbled in his pocket, found the charcoal sketch of Sherin and rolled it open in both hands, still holding the dragon knife at the top edge of the parchment like some ornate scroll end. He tried to get his breathing back. "You are going to tell me," he said tightly, "one way or the other. Now, let's try again. This girl. You bought her, right?" Hale cupped a hand at his wounded cheek, staring. "You know she's barren!" Ringil was shouting now, somehow couldn't stop himself. Could barely stop himself, in fact, from going back to work on Hale with a knife right now. "You know she's got dweller blood. You give her to me, or so help me Hoyer, and I'll take your guts out hand over hand right here and now." "It's not her." Ringil seized him by the throat. The sketch of Sherin fluttered away. "You fucking piece of shit! That's it! No, no!" Babbling, working weakly at Ringil's grip with both hands, voice gone almost sleepy with terror. Don't! It's not her!" "What's not her?" "It's not... I didn't think you... Not one girl. It's all of them. Fucking all of them he wants. He takes them all." Something portcullis heavy seemed to clank down behind Ringil's eyes. Abruptly the rage drained out of him, and he felt the shiver of an apprehension he couldn't name in its place. He let go of Hale's throat. "He? You're talking about the Dwender?" Hale nodded brokenly, still trying to edge away from Ringil along the curve of the wall. Ringil took a handful of silk robe and dragged him back. He leaned close. "Talk to me." Voice trembling from the sudden collapse of the fury, blood singing in the depths of his hearing like the sea. "You want to live? You talk to me. You tell me about this Dwender." "They'll kill me if I do." "And I will kill you if you don't, right here and now. Make a choice, Terip. The Dwender, what's he doing here?" "I don't know." The slave trader made a peculiarly morose gesture. "He talks to the Cabal, not me. Word came down. Any marsh cunt, anything looks like it might have the blood, make sure the warlocks check it out. If it can't breed, you set it aside. Count it as a tithe." "Right. And anyone comes asking after a woman like that, you show them the joyous Longshank girls, right?" Hale stared downward, would not meet Ringil's eye. The silence stretched. Blood dripped off the slaver's face and into his soiled silk lap. Errol came over and crouched at Ringil's side. "We're done here," he murmured. "No one breathing left. You want me to do him too?" Ringil shook his head. "Get me that mace over there. We need a messenger. I don't want to leave Findrich and the rest in any doubt about what happened here." He raised his voice. "You hear that, Terip?" The slave trader twitched at the sound of his name. He would not look up. Ringil leaned in and took Hale's skull firmly in his two cupped hands. He tilted it with a lover's care until the slaver was forced to meet his eyes. "You pay attention," he said quietly. "You tell this to Findrich, or Snarl, or whoever it is you report to in this idiot cabal of yours. You tell them Ringil Eskiath wants his cousin Sherin back, soon and unhurt. It's not negotiable. If I don't get what I want, I'm coming back to Etekal to ask again. Believe me, they don't want that. And nor do you." Hale jerked his head out of Ringil's hands. Outrage at the intimacy seemed to kindle a new fire in him. "Fucking touch me," he muttered. "Piece of shit queer." Silently, Errol handed Ringil the mace. Ringil smiled faintly, beat it very gently in the cup of his palm. "You're missing the point, Hale.
And you're fucking insane." The slave trader managed a shaky laugh. "You do know that, don't you, Eskiath? Coming here talking like some relic out of the pre-war, some gang tough from Harbour End. Don't you get it? Things aren't like that anymore. We're legal now. You can't come around here acting like this. You can't touch us."
Ringil nodded. "Go on telling yourself that if it helps. Meantime, tell the others I want my cousin back. Sherin Helderig Mernas. There'll be records, and I'll leave you the sketch. You make sure they get the message. Because if I do have to come back to Etakal and ask again, I promise you it'll make what happened tonight look like minor toothache. I'll kill you and your whole fucking family, and I'll burn this place to the ground around the corpses. Then I'll move on to Findrich and Snarl and anyone else who gets in my way. I'll torch the whole fucking neighborhood if I have to. You think things changed after the war, fuckhead?" He reached out and chucked the slave trader hard under the chin. He hefted the mace. "Got news for you. Things just changed back." Chapter 20. Gerard let them go home not long after midnight. He appeared to have satisfied himself that everything possible was being done, and, perhaps more importantly, that his grip on his advisers was no less secure than it had been before the Kungset pot boiled over. He nodded them out with a minimum of ceremony. Phile Rakan disappeared into the bowels of the palace without a word beyond the necessary honorifics, and Arketh walked out to the front gates with Mahmal Shanta.
"Seemed to go well enough,"
the naval engineer said when they got outside. She couldn't tell if there was an edge of irony on his words or not. Crinsance was good for a lot of things, but it was not a subtle drug. The finer points of human interaction tended to go out the window. She shrugged and yawned, checked the immediate vicinity for nosy minions, habitual caution so ingrained it was reflex.
"Gerald's not stupid," she said. "He knows we've got to nip this in the bud. If word gets out the Empire can't protect its ports, we're going to have a southern trade crisis on our hands." "Which our competitive little city-state friends in the north will be only too pleased to exploit. Wouldn't you?" Shanta did his own reflexive sweep of the surroundings. "What I would do, my lady, is not fit conversation for environs such as these. Perhaps some other time over coffee aboard my barge." "Perhaps." "Did you mean what you said about the helmsmen? Will they view this as a war context?"
"How the fuck would I know?" Wearily now, despite a residual wakefulness. Her eyes felt gritty and smeared open. "The one down in Dry Dock I was trying to debrief a couple of days back talks about as much as a Demlarashan mystic in mid-fast. Makes about as much fucking sense as well." They reached the gates and had to wait in the slightly chilly air while slaves brought Arketh's horse from the stables, and a carriage was summoned for Shanta. She pulled on her gauntlets and shook off a tiny shiver. Winter was creeping in early this year. It'd be good to get home, peel off her travel-stained clothes and stand barefoot on heated floors in the cosy warmth of her apartments. Let the last of the Kryn burn away, give in to sleep. Along the shallow zigzags of the Kiriath-paved approach causeway, pale lamps studded a seductive path down through the darkness the palace mound was sunk in, and into Yelteth's carpet of lights at the bottom. The firefly clustering of the city's illumination spread wide in all directions, split down the centre by the dark arm of the estuary. Closer in, Arketh picked out the boulevard of the ineffable divine, lit in bright double rows and straight as a sword blade laid across the more haphazard patterning of the other streets. It seemed almost close enough to touch. Shanta was watching her keenly.
"They say the ones that stayed are angry," he murmured. "The helmsmen, I mean. They feel abandoned, resentful that the Kiriath would not take them."
She looked at the lights.
"Yeah, they say that." "That's got to affect their attitude to the Empire as well, I'd imagine. Got to put pressure on any kind of loyalty they might have."
"Oh, look, they got Idrashan out already." Arketh nodded to where a slave was leading her horse out of the stable block. "So that's me, then.
Good night, Mahmal. Hope your carriage doesn't take too long. Thanks for coming along."
The engineer smiled gently at her. "My pleasure. It has certainly been instructive." She left him there and went to meet the slave halfway, mounted up, waved a final wordless farewell to Shanta, and urged her horse out the gate. On the first sloping downturn of the causeway she stood in the stirrups and looked back. The naval engineer was an indistinct figure through the railed iron of the gates above, backlit into silhouette by bright-burning torches behind him on the palace walls. But she knew beyond doubt that he was still watching her. So fucking what? As she left the palace behind and let the horse find its own way home through the stew of streets on the south side, Shanta's no fucking different to the rest of the old guard, holed up in their positions of privilege and moaning in their little cabal corners about how much better it was when Akal was still around. Well, wasn't it? Akal was still around when we smashed the rebels at Van Beer. Let's not forget that inconvenient little blemish on the face of prior glory. He was on his sickbed by then. He still gave the fucking order. Yes, and you obeyed it. She passed a sleeping figure curled into the angle of a darkened smithy's yard, ragged cloak and hook. Emblazoned on its folds she recognized the sable-on-white horse insignia of an imperial cavalryman. Hard to know if you could take that at face value or not. The city was full of demobbed and damaged soldiery sleeping in the streets, but military garb elicited more pity when you were begging, whoever you might actually be, so it was well worth the risk of stealing it if you got the chance. It could get you fed, even taken in on winter nights if the cold bit hard enough or it rained. Arketh knew a brothel near the harbour whose madam prided herself on letting derelict veterans sleep in her laundry shack. She'd even been known to send out girls from the more raddled end of her stable to provide free hand jobs on feast days. You found patriotism in the strangest places. She slowed the horse to a halt and peered hard at the cloak-wrapped form, trying to decide. Something about the posture rang true, the laconic efficiency in the way cloak and hood were used, but without waking the man up. She shrugged, dipped in her purse and found a 5 elemental piece, leaned over and tossed the coin so it clipped one wall in the corner and hit the paved floor with a loud chink. The figure grunted and moved, and a right hand groped out from under the cloak until it found the money. Ring and little finger gone, along with most of that half of the hand. Arketh grimaced. It was a common enough injury among the horse regiments. Hjelteth cavalry swords were notoriously badly provided with protection for the hand. One powerful, well-judged slice down the blade from a skilled opponent, and you were a cavalryman no longer. She tossed another 5 elementals down onto the drape of the cloak, and clucked Idrashan onward. A couple of streets later, and nearly home, she passed through a small leafy square once called Angel's Wing Place, but now renamed for the victory at Gallows Gap. It was a place she'd walk to sometimes when she needed to get out of the house, both before and after the war, though she'd preferred it before. Then it had hosted a bustling fruit market. Now they'd built a self-important little 3-sided stone memorial in the centre, grandiose bas-relief images of exclusively imperial soldiers standing on piles of reptile dead, a central column designed to look vaguely like a sword thrusting skyward. There were stone benches built into the structure and lettered homages in rhyme to "Our glorious imperial commander, our sons of the city inspired." Arketh had read the compositions enough times to have them, unwillingly, by heart, had even once at a court ball been briefly introduced to the poet who'd penned them. Of course one was not actually there at the battle, this smirking minor noble had told her, and sighed manfully. However much one might have desired it. But I did visit Gallows Gap last year, and one's muse can always be relied upon in such cases to catch the echoes of the event in the melancholy quiet that remains. Indeed. But there must have been something in her face despite her best efforts, because the smirk slipped a little, and the poet's tone turned anxious. You were not there yourself, my lady, at the battle?" "Oh, no," she managed urbanely.
But my father died on the expeditionary retreat, and 2 of my outlander friends led the final Gallows Gap charge."
He left her alone after that. Home, in the courtyard, she handed Idrashan over to the night watchman and let herself in through a side entrance. The house was lit with lamps turned low, and it was quiet. She kept servant numbers to a minimum, and manumitted the slaves she occasionally bought as soon as custom and city regulations would permit. Kefanin, she guessed, would be dozing in his cubicle by the front door, waiting for her return. She saw no reason to wake him and went directly upstairs to her chambers. In the dressing-room she hung up her knives, wrestled her boots off one after another and tossed them into a corner, shucked the rest of her clothes like an old skin and stood there a minute, luxuriating in the feel of the warm air on her skin. Then, as she bent to scratch an itch on her calf, her own smell mugged her. She wrinkled her nose, glanced at the tapestried bell-pull by the wall.
"Ah, come on. Fucking scaled folk campaign veteran. You bathed under a waterfall in the Upper Trail winter of 51. That so long ago?"
It was 10 years, truth be told, time that had crept up on her somehow. But the fading edge of the crin was a blessing, a twitching impatience under her skin, and she let that carry her. She left the bell unrung and went through to the bathing chamber, not relishing the thought of a cold-water scrub, but unwilling to go through the rigmarole of calling down to the basement, getting the slaves to stoke up the furnace, fill the boiling pans, waiting the time it took while the water heated and they carried it upstairs, and the water in the big alabaster bathing jugs was not cold. She blinked, stirred a hand loosely through the water in one of the jugs again to make sure. No question. It was still lukewarm. Kefanin, proving himself once more worth his weight in precious gems, she supposed. She grinned and went through her ablutions with a small measure of relief, scrubbed the worst offending portions of her body and rinsed herself off. She took a towel from the rack, wrapped herself in it, and wandered through to the bedchamber. There was someone in her bed. As she slammed to a halt in the doorway, the scent on the towel she wore caught up with her. She knew it from somewhere, but it was not her own.
"Hi!" she snapped. "You're supposed to be in the guest with—"
But it was not Elith. It took her a moment to place the candle-wax-coloured hair and the pale features, blurry with sleep as the woman propped herself up in the bed. It was the scent that triggered the recall, the tight, wet grip of Girard's hand on her jaw 5 days ago, the salt-smelling damp of the slave girl's juices dying on his fingers. Arketh felt her nostrils flare slightly at the memory, and abruptly she didn't trust herself to say anything else.
The girl was clearly terrified. She pushed herself upright in the bed, slipping on the silk sheets, babbling in Naomic. "I was commanded, milady. The Emperor himself. It was not my doing. I would not wish—" And now she remembered Girard's smug face when she showed up in the throne room.
"I understand you had to go home before coming to see us. Did you find everything there to your satisfaction?"
His prurient, conspiratorial intimacy in the Chamber of Confidences 5 days earlier.
"She's new. What do you think? Would you like me to send her to your bedchamber when I'm finished with her?"
And then the throwaway decision, the whim.
"Come, I shall send the girl to you as soon as you return."
It didn't do to underestimate Girard's whims. They were all still learning that, up at the palace and across the city below. 2 years on, you'd think the lesson would have sunk in, but it seemed even for Arketh Indamaninamal, most shrewd and pragmatic of imperial advisers, that it hadn't. Arketh had a moment of retrospective sympathy for Kefanin. She recalled the Mayor Domo's face when she handed Elith over, his single, swiftly overridden attempt at a warning. "Milady, there is already an unexpected guest in your house. An unexpected young female slave awaiting your approval and command." Tiny, trickling tingle in her belly at that particular thought. Stop that! An unexpected and gracious gift of the Emperor, delivered and imposed with no possibility of demurral. It explained what the girl was doing in her bedchamber. Giral liked his commands to be carried out to the letter, and didn't mind detailing what would happen if they were not. The imperial messenger who brought the girl would have instructed Kefanin minutely, she supposed, and Kefanin, outlander by birth and slave from age 5 up, summarily castrated at 15, less than 4 years of manumission and citizenship to his name, mare domo or not, would have sprung to obey. Arketh cleared her throat, mumbled. "All right, fine, I see. You can—" But the girl threw back the covers and came out of the bed anyway, naked, curve of hip and pale bisected arse soft, heavy swing of breasts, and crawled on her hands and knees across the rug to Arketh's feet and knelt there. Arketh gritted her teeth.
"I was told to please you, milady."
Accent thick and intoxicatingly exotic, as it softened and slithered on the Tathan syllables. Her hair fell over her face.
"In any way you see fit."
It had been so long, so very, very long. She let one hand fall towards the girl's bowed head.
"She's a slave, Arketh."
Snatched it back. Her heart felt abruptly like a panicked bird in a cage. She closed her eyes with the force of it. The blood thumped through her veins at jolting, crin-notched speed.
"You are not human, Arkiri."
Tears in Grashgal's eyes as he stood on the fireship's gangway at the Anmonal dock.
"Never think, because we cannot take you with us, that you are human. You are Arketh, daughter of Flaradnam, of the Kiryath clan Indaman in Armal. Remember it in adversity. You are one of us. You always will be. You are not like them."
And then, of course, it was easy. She swallowed and opened her eyes, summoned a dry, self-possessed irony into her voice.
"The Emperor is generous beyond all bounds. It's truly fortunate he is not here, for I am unsure what words I would find to thank him."
She tucked the towel a little tighter around her. Self-possession or not, she did not trust herself to have the girl rise and stand facing her.
"I will, no doubt, be able to find work for you in my household, but for now I can think of nothing obvious. You should sleep until morning, and then we will talk. What is your name?" "Ishkrim."
It was barely a murmur.
"Good. Then go back to bed, Ishkrim. It's late. I will summon you tomorrow."
Then she turned and headed rapidly back into the dressing-room, so she would not have to watch all that long-limbed, full-breasted flesh get up off the floor and move away from her. She flung on the dressing-gown, stabbed her feet into slippers, faced herself in the mirror with a scowl, and then went loudly down the staircase. It woke Kefanin up and brought him hurrying out of the cubicle by the door.
"Oh, milady, you are already—" "Yeah, already home, already seen what's in my bed. The Emperor is most pressing in his generosity, is he not?"
Kefanin inclined his head.
"Just so, milady. I would have preferred—" "Yeah, me too. Did our other guest settle in okay?" "I believe so. She ate shortly after sunset and then retired."
"Good." She yawned.
"I'm going to the East Wing study. Can you bring me a decent bottle of wine from the cellar and something to eat?" "Immediately, milady." "Are the lamps lit there?" "No, milady, but I have a lantern here, which—" "Good enough."
She swiped up the lantern from its rack by the door, tinkered with it until the flame brightened.
"Oh, yeah, and get me some Crinsants while you're at it, would you? There's a bottle of tincture on top of the right-hand cabinet in the larder. The blue one."
Kefanin scrutinized her face in the glow from the lantern.
"Is that wise, milady?" "No, it's not. Your point is?"
A grave, deeply made bow, the sort she only got out of Kefanin when he disapproved mightily of a decision she'd made. She grunted, set off along the hall to the east wing, got there in a couple of minutes, a little out of breath. She worked the bolts, and a faint, musty chill puffed out at her as she hauled the door open. It had been a while since anyone was in here. Shadows capered on the walls while she moved about, lighting lamps from the wick of the lantern with a paper spill. A warm yellow glow spread over the untidy piles of books and less easily defined junk that owned the floor. The study emerged by increments from the gloom. Her desk in the centre, stacked with papers and more books, the curtained window, paintings of Anne Monal on the walls, a map etched on Kiriath glass. The helmsman.
"Hello there, Aketh Indamanin Armal."
"Hello, Angfal." She cleared off one side of the desk so she could put her feet up, pulled out the chair and sat down. "Been a while, hasn't it?"
"You should not concern yourself on my part."
The helmsman's voice was deep and melodious, warmly avuncular, and at the same time very slightly unnerving at the edges, as if at any moment it might suddenly scale upward into an inhuman scream.
"You know time doesn't have the significance for me that it does for humans."
Aketh grinned at the calculated insult. It wasn't the first time. She cocked one ankle over the other on the corner of the desk and stared through the angle between her feet at the thing she shared the study with. "Good to see you again, anyway." It took up most of the space near the wall, a span of nearly 20 feet and a height of at least 10. Mostly it looked like guts, riotous loops and coils of dark iron intestine all across the pale plasterwork and trailing down onto the floor, seemingly at random. But there were other parts, too, segments that hung fatly off the wall like lungs or tumours, and the whole thing was speckled with a series of weak green or yellowish lights behind what appeared to be thick glass optics, each no larger than a thumbprint. Near the centre and high up, 2 symmetrical sets of angled ribbing gripped the wall and ceiling, braced outward from a swollen oval the width of a man's arms at full stretch. Not for the first time, Aketh thought that the arrangement was uncomfortably arachnoid. It gave the impression that some giant spider out of a child's nightmare was somehow oozing through the wall prior to springing down on whoever happened to occupy the study at the time. Or, perhaps, that the same monstrous creature had simply been embedded there in the plaster like some grotesque hunting trophy. It didn't help that there were clusters of the little green and yellow lights gathered at the lower end of the oval like eyes. She knew, because the Kiriath engineers who ripped Angfal out of a derelict fireship's hull and installed it here had told her that the helmsman's consciousness existed within the whole organic-looking mess at once. But that didn't help much. Like it or not, she found herself habitually, instinctively addressing herself to this hanging, half-spider central structure, focusing on it whenever... She was doing it now.
"So what do you want?" it asked her.
"Why should I want anything from you?" She unfixed her gaze from the clustered lights, made a point of gazing off towards the window instead. "Apart from a bit of light conversation, that is."
"Really?"
Angfal's voice didn't change all that much, but Aketh thought there was now an accent of cruelty in the inquiring tone.
"Come to reminisce, then, have we? Talk about all those good old times when your father and Grashgal were still alive, and the world was a finer, nobler place?"
She held down the hurt, the old familiar ache.
"Far as I know," she said tonelessly, "Grashgal's still alive. Far as you know as well, I'd have thought, given that when they cut you out of the wreckage, they left most of your sense organs behind in the hull."
A tiny beat of silence.
"Aketh, daughter of Flaradnam, you come to me with elevated pulse, dilated pupils, swelling of blood in breasts and labia, though that's ebbing now, and a fractionally unsteady vocal range, all clear symptoms of mingled sexual arousal and Crinzant's abuse, a combination which is incidentally not ideally suited to your physiology, or indeed any physiology beyond the very youthful. And you're staring out of a window that has a curtain drawn across it. So you see, as we both already know, my sense organs were not all left in the wreckage, and you did not come here for light conversation."
The quiet seeped in again. She thought maybe one or two of the lights in Angval's coils had shifted colour, or maybe just brightened.
"I'm 207 years old," she said. "That is youthful in Kiriath terms."
"Yes, but not for a half-breed."
Her temper snapped across, shiny steel rage at the break.
"Hey, fuck you! Grashgal's alive and laughing somewhere better than this."
"Grashgal is dead," the helmsman said patiently. "They all are. The Kiriath barely survived the voyage through the quick paths on their way here, and then their strength was at full flow, their science honed, and their minds undamaged. The forces they encountered undid all of that. They did not choose to come here, Arketh, despite anything the chronicles might claim to the contrary. They were shipwrecked here, and if they stayed 4,000 years, it wasn't because they liked the scenery. It was because they were afraid that the return would break them."
Her rage failed her. She found herself looking at the bright, jagged edge of it with weary disenchantment. This wasn't the way to get what she wanted.
"Some say the passage opened their minds," she offered, "gave them the gift of a new vision, an insight across time. They say it didn't corrupt, it enhanced."
"Yes, that's right," Angval jeered. "So much so that the most enhanced among them, those most gifted, as you put it, went off into the desert to contemplate their insight and apparently forgot to eat."
"Not all of them."
"Most of them."
"You're talking about the extreme cases. As a race, we learned to cope."
We? We as a race?
Figure of speech. The Kiriath as a race adapted, and in the end their adaptation made them stronger, better able to resist the effects of a return voyage."
"Oh, is that a thesis you're developing? I'd be very interested to see your evidence."
"I'm sorry they left you behind, Angval."
It broke the rapid parry-riposte pattern of the exchange better than if she'd screamed. A longer silence this time. The lack of motion in the helmsman's frozen iron coils and bulges seemed suddenly wrong, ridiculous, some impossible constriction of a natural emotional order and its responses. She looked for a shift in the lights, but they held their colour. They burned steadily back at her.
"The helmsmen are not human, Arkady,"
her father had told her once, when she was still quite a small child. He spoke high Kyr, and the word he used for human was one the Kiriath used about themselves.
"They aren't like you or me or your mother at all, not even like the spirit of one of us in a bottle or a box. They are something other. You must remember that in your dealings with them. They are not human, for all that they might sometimes do a good impression of one."
At the time, it sounded to her awed child's ears like a warning about demons.
"They left you too," said the helmsman finally.
"Yes, they did."
More silence. Memories swarmed through her in the space it left, adding their weight to the Crimsant's crash. She stared at the fleck-lit, dismembered iron monster on the wall, the way it bulked and coiled there, and she tried to find a similar stillness in herself.
"Well, then,"
Angval's voice broke smoothly back into the quiet, to all appearances as if none of the previous conversation had happened.
"what can I do for you, Arketh Indamanenarmal? What is it you wanted to talk to me about?"
Chapter 21. They smashed both of Terep Hale's legs below the knee with the mace, got the whereabouts of the tool shop out of him fairly quickly thereafter, and then let him sink into semi-consciousness where he lay. They got Girsch settled as comfortably as possible against the opposite wall, put a freshly cranked and loaded crossbow in his lap, and went to fetch the manacle cutters.
"Is it true, then?"
Errol asked him as they loped rapidly down a darkened corridor on the other side of the courtyard.
"That stuff about you killing the dragon?"
"Pretty much. Why?"
But they don't call you Dragonbane?"
"No." Short pause. The other man not wanting to leave it alone, not knowing how to press the point without offence.
"Never seen a dragon?"
he said finally. "Yeah, well, believe me, that's the way you want to keep it." More quiet. They reached the end of the corridor, found stairs downward.
He kept calling you a queer."
"Yeah."
"Well,
With an audible sigh, Errol gave it up.
Fucking scumbag, right?"
"Indeed." At the bottom of the stair, as they'd been told, there was a door sporting a modest padlock. Errol kicked it in with a poise and economy of motion that looked extensively practised. A couple of shattering blows at the latch with his heel, the door sprang inward on its hinges, and they found themselves in a long underground chamber lined along one wall with cage-fronted cells. Band glow seeped in from windows set up near the heavy beamed roof, much the same construction as the joyous Longshank chamber, and the same effect. There was just enough pale silver light to make out figures huddled to the back of each cell on the floor. Mostly young women. One or two more androgynous forms that might have been boys. The difference, shrouded in any case beneath each clutched-up, moth-eaten grey blanket, tended to drown out in the low light. Hollow, terrified eyes and curled defensive postures created an unsexed uniformity. Each captive cringed visibly as the booted feet went past their cell, clung harder to the blanket as if it might be torn away from them. One or two start to make a tight, ratcheted keening, but you couldn't really tell which of them it was. The sound crept out past the bars and filled the whole chamber like the relentless drip of water. It put Ringil's teeth instantly on edge. He hadn't heard anything like it since the war.
"Good thing Gersh isn't here to see this,"
Errol murmured.
"He'd probably want to let them all out."
"Yeah." They found the tool section at the end of the row, a long alcove set with 3 workbenches broad enough to take a human body and lined along the back wall with hanging racks for the tools. Ringil scanned the racks, spotted a couple of delicately finished branding irons, some other suggestively shaped implements whose applications he didn't want to think about, and then his eyes fastened thankfully on what they'd come for. 4 identical, long-handled manacle cutters dangling side by side. He lifted one off its hook and flexed the scissor motion a couple of times.
"Should do the trick. Right, let's get out of here."
Ringil hesitated. He tossed the cutters across the chamber to Errol, who fielded them one-handed with knife-fighter precision. "You go, I'll catch you up."
"What?"
Errol looked from the cutters in his hand to Ringil, and then, with dawning realization, down the long line of cells.
"Oh, come on! We haven't got time for
"I said you go. I won't be long." For a moment it looked as if Errol might argue. He held Ringil's eye, face unreadable, hefted the cutters a couple of times. Finally he shrugged.
"You're cool, but Gersh is in no state to hang about. Soon as I get that bolt out of his leg, we're leaving. Don't miss the boat."
"I won't." Errol nodded, turned, and headed back up the line of cells to the door. He didn't look at any of them, didn't turn his head at all. Admirable focus. Yeah. What are we doing here, then? Ringil took another pair of manacle cutters from the rack and went to the first cell in the line. The lock was a simple affair, 2 bolts and a cowled fastener. It took him less than a minute to mangle it apart with the cutters. He opened the cage door and stepped hesitantly into the space behind. Instantly the girl on the floor recoiled into one back corner of the cell, as hard and as fast as the walls would let her. It was almost as if she'd been thrown there by some external force he was radiating. He saw, even in the low wash of bandlight from the windows, that she was trembling violently. "You're free to go," he said, feeling foolish. She just stared back up at him, eyes and knuckles and the blanket edge. The awkward way she'd sprawled in the corner revealed one thigh to the hip, a small triangular glimpse of buttock and waist beyond, pale naked flesh and the small weave-patterned discoloration of a brand on the hip bone. The blanket was her only clothing. Fuck. He left her, went mechanically along the row of cells, wrenching the locks apart with a rising fury that made him clumsier each time, made the cutters slip and turn as he used them, as if they had a mind of their own. His teeth gritted tighter, his breath came harder, the locks buckled and tore, hung off each door like mangled body parts, or else they slipped and clanked on the floor at his feet. And he knew, all the time, even as he was doing it, that he was wasting his time. What are they going to do, Gil? Weary, reasonable voice in his head. They're naked, traumatized, trapped in the middle of Etakal. They aren't going to make it 100 yards down the street outside before some bunch of fucking urchins blows the whistle on them. Shut up. And even if they do make it to Tervinala or the river, even if they can find some way back to the homes they came from, even if they don't get raped and murdered or abducted all over again by whatever scum they'll find prowling the streets at this time of night, uniformed or not, I said shut up. Even if their families haven't also been sold or thrown into the street or hounded out of the city by their creditors, even if they are still clinging on somehow, who's to say they'll want or be able to take them back? Shut up. Shut up! Thing is, Gil, they've been legally sold. Times have changed, remember? Everybody says so. Hale, even your old saddle-mate Grace. It's a brave new age. They go back to their families. The debt re-engages. The watch comes for them all over again. Back to the Chancellery. Back up for auction all over again, with compensation demanded, no doubt, by the brokers, and paid for out of the skins of the family. I said, yeah, all told, it should make for some really beautiful family reunions, Gil, if any of them ever make it that far in the first place. Shut the fuck up! The words jumped him out of his head, and suddenly echoing off the walls of the chamber as he yelled. Metallic clang. He'd wrenched the last lock apart and hurled the cutters back down the row. The slaves flinched and moaned and huddled in the cells. None of them had ventured even as far as the broken open doors. See, you're up against the system here, Gil. The reasonable voice again. It could almost have been Arketh, back in Enishmen, talking him out of putting his dagger through the throat of an imperial commander. It's pretty much an endless supply of enemies, something you'll never finish as long as you live. You burn Hale, you've got to pretty much burn down the whole of Etakal. And these scumfucks are legal now. You burn down Etakal, you've got to take on the Chancellery, the Watch, and Card's fucking committee, probably most of the upriver clans as well. Hell, Gil, in the end, you'll probably have to burn the whole of Trelane into the fucking marshes. For one fleeting moment it was what he wanted to do. All he wanted to do. He could taste it, like old iron in the back of his mouth. He could smell the smoke. "You all stay here," he heard himself say. "I'm going to find clothes for you." He retreated from the cells, up the stairs and along the corridor, no clear idea how he was going to do this. The voice in his head jeering at him now. And crossing the courtyard, he heard Gersh scream. Terror and pain, loud enough to carry up out of the joyous Longshank chamber, eldritch enough to raise the small hairs at the back of his neck. Not the sound of Errol's make-haste surgery in progress. Not anything remotely so prosaic. Plans, considerations, the complications he faced, all evaporated like river mist before the morning sun. His acceptance wiped every other consideration away. It was like seeing an old friend, like picking up an old, much-loved weapon. It was easy. Simplicity itself, the old, clean steel call to death, or something very like. His hands rose and unslung the raven's friend from his back once more. He paced across what remained of the courtyard space. He found he was grinning in the cold. Errol met him on the stairs. The Marsh Brotherhood enforcer came flying up the steps, face contorted with panic in a way Ringil would not have believed possible a few minutes ago. He saw Ringil and brandished his knife like a madman. "It's got him!" he shouted. "It took Gish!" Chilly tingle along Ringil's spine. "What did?" he asked. "He's a wraith, a marsh demon, Errol's eyes were staring with what he'd seen. He tried to push past. "It came right out of the fucking wall, man! Gish shot it with a crossbow, the bolt went through! Fucking let me go!" Ringil put a hand on Errol's chest and slammed him hard against the wall. His gaze cut sideways and nailed the enforcer where he was. "You stand," he hissed. "Running isn't going to fucking help now. You stand there, you get a fucking grip and tell me what happened." But he already knew what had happened. Knew what it had to be. Duenda. He thought he heard laughter ghost upward from the chamber below. Errol swallowed hard, trembling, mastered himself. "Listen, we've got to get out of here,"
he said shakily. "You can't fight this. It's fucking sorcery, man. The bolt went right through, didn't stop it, didn't even touch it. It's glowing fucking blue."
"What makes you think this thing is going to let us run?" The laughter again, unmistakable this time, echoing from the bottom of the stairs. Errol shuddered.
"That's it," he hissed. "That's the noise it made."
Ringil eyed the confines of the stairwell. It was knife-fighting ground at best, no space to wield the raven's friend. He nodded over his shoulder. "Back outside. If it can come through a wall, we need some open ground."
"Open ground?"
Errol managed a choked laugh.
"I told you, the bolt went right fucking through it. What are you going to do to it with a sword?"
Ringil ignored him, backed up the 4 or 5 steps he'd come down, through the door and out once more into the courtyard. Errol came with him, but he could see at a glance the enforcer was too close to breaking to be much help. It was a look he knew well enough, had seen on countless faces, League and Imperial alike, at Rajal Beach and Demlarashan when the dragons came. It was in the eyes. Men were like blades. They would all break sooner or later, you included. But you looked around at the men you led, and in their eyes you saw what kind of steel you had to hand, how it had been forged and tempered, what blows, if any, it would take. He sighed.
"Go on. Get out of here." "What?"
Errol's grip on his knife shifted. He wet his lips.
"Look."
"I said go. You're right. You can't fight this." Ringil suffered a sudden, overpowering urge to put a hand on Errol's shoulder, on the point where it met the soft rise of his neck. He settled for a tight-lipped smile. "But I think I can." Faint bluish glow now, spilling up what he could see of the stairwell and staining the interior wall with its radiance. Ringil settled into a two-handed guard with the raven's friend. Errol was still hovering at his side, wavering on the edge of his own barely controlled terror.
"All right, I'll stand with—"
"No." Sharper now. The time for gestures was past, and Ringil's own fear was starting to eat into his resolve. "You get the fuck out of here while you still can. Get back to Milakar alive, tell him what happened here. Make sure the Brotherhood pay Girsh's family their blood dues."
"You
just fucking go, will you?" Ringil shot him a single angry glance, all he could spare from the will it took to face the doorway and whatever might be coming through it. There was a faint, melodic hum rising through the air now, and it put his teeth on edge. "You've already lost this one. Can't you feel that? All you're going to do if you stay is die." The thing that had killed Girsh spilled out into the courtyard. There was a kind of relief in the moment, a letting go of other options that he knew well enough from the 100 battlefields in his past. But beside that old familiar slide, Ringil felt an icy blast of terror spike up his spine and into his head. The Duenda was nothing like he'd imagined it would be.
"Oiron's twisted cock. You should be here to see this, Shalak. You and your circle of Aldrain enthusiasts. They'd shit milk and sugared biscuits."
It walked towards him like fire on paper, the Duenda, like a dancing blue rainstorm a dozen feet across, radiance falling and splashing back up off the floor again, jagged little fissures of brighter light in amidst the general glow, eating up the normality of the courtyard paving and the chilly air like the sun chasing out shadows. And it laughed as it came. It chuckled and hummed to itself like a craftsman bent to a task he knew well, like a mountain stream or a well-fed fire. Like all of these, the comparisons came to Ringil fully formed, but with an edge to the sounds that invaded his ears like stinging insects, set up a vicious, ringing echo and left a tight, indefinable ache under his ribs.
"Run!"
he screamed at Errol. It was the last breath he could spare. It was not a man. It was not anything like a man. The eldritch, lordly creatures in Shalak's manuscript scraps and illustrations dropped away in his mind like puppet theatre mockeries as the puppet master rises from behind his curtained facade for applause. The Duenda came on. It murmured at him, it sang to him, and it shivered. It would have him for its own. And now he identified the ache, that lay behind it all. Loss. It was the blue-tinged taste of a regret so deep you could never plumb its depths. It was the victory at Rajal that never came. It was his brother walking away down the long dark wood corridor. It was a life he might have had in Hjelteth if disgust and fury had not sent him away in disgrace instead. It was the slaves he could not free, the screaming women and children of Enishmin he could not save, the piled-up, silent dead, and the smashed-in, ruined homes. It was every wrong decision he'd ever made, every path he'd failed to walk, fanned out and held up for him to understand. And it hurt. It ate into him like dragon spit as he stared it down. There was a flickering heart to the Dwender he now saw, shadows rippling through it, curves that might have been dancing limbs, a lithe, broad torso maybe, the long, leaping, straight edge of... The Raven's friend swung to guard. Impact stung down his arms, snagged in his joints. It felt eerily as if the sword had done the work without him. Sparks showered, flung off something he couldn't fully make out in the glow. A long, echoing chime rang across the courtyard. The Dwender stopped singing. "Oh ho!" The thought pulsed through him, savagely exultant. "That shut you the fuck up, didn't it?" As if in answer, the barely seen straight edge came rippling back. He twisted and blocked it again, easier now the ringing in his ears had stopped. This time he saw the meeting of blades for what it was. The Dwender was armed with an unfeasibly slender long sword whose edges gave up light like the jamb of a door cracked open onto a room filled with blue fire. Behind the sweep of the blade he made out a tall, long-limbed figure. Flowing hair, maybe the glint of eyes. The glow still flickered everywhere, but Ringil thought it might be fading. And the ache was ebbing with it. The whole fan of failed options he'd seen now folding away, reduced to abstract, fleeting acknowledgment, and then to nothing at all. Regret vanished, shriveled up like paper in flames. The fight came on inside him like a stoked furnace. He put on the snarl he'd used to kill Terip Hale's men. He readied the Raven's friend. "Come on, then, you pixie-faced piece of shit! You think you can take me?" The Dwender bellowed. Its voice was like a tolling silver bell, and came in swinging from the left. Ringil parried, locked the blades up, stepped through and kicked out savagely at knee-height. Thuggish, tavern brawl technique. Amidst the soaking blue radiance he felt the edge of his boot connect. The Dwender shrilled and staggered. Ringil whipped his blade clear of the clinch and slashed in at midriff height. His opponent leapt back to avoid the cut. Ringil came on, reversing the swing for a higher-angled assault. The Dwender blocked, whiplash swift. It stopped the Raven's friend cold. The riposte came slashing down, faster than Ringil could get his own sword in place. He jerked his head back, felt the Dwender's blade whicker down the side of his face, leave cold air and a faint crackling sensation in its wake. The ghost laughter bubbled, but Ringil thought there was a harder edge on it now, the fading amusement of someone driven to unexpected effort. "Better get used to that, motherfucker." Long lunge, all the speed that he had, right for the eyes or where he assumed they had to be. His opponent caught the Raven's friend, hooked it aside and sliced back down the blade, scraping up sparks. Ringil had to disengage to save his hand. He fell back. The Dwender came at him again, long sword all flickering, flirting half-cuts and feints. With human steel, Ringil would have been outclassed, reduced to full retreat and broad defensive swings, but the Raven's friend seemed to rise to the occasion like a trained hound. It rang chimed warnings off the more extended of the Dwender's attacks, chipped the glow-edged long sword back, gave Ringil a speeded, feverish battle fervour to match the unearthly poise of his attacker. He was panting with the effort it took, but there was a lifting, grinning passion behind it as well. He had, he recalled in the midst of the fight, been good at this. And the glow was dying. No question now. The shadow at the heart of the light was thickening, becoming less a blur of hinted form and more the bulk of a solid opponent he could kill. Now he saw eyes, oddly shaped, still faintly radiant, but recognizable for the organs they were. The blue flickering uncertainties were giving way, the spill of light from the edge of the duender's blade damping down to little more than a gleam. More and more it was the cold fall of bandlight that lit the duel. More and more he saw his opponent's face behind the clash of steel edges, stark-boned and pale, eyes narrowed, teeth bared, the combat rictus to mirror his own. The fight emerged from dream and became what it was. The man-dance, the steel measure, the promise of blood and death on cold courtyard stone. "Let's get it done, then." The duender might almost have heard him. Shadowy black and silver by bandlight now, it leapt in at him with redoubled speed. Ringil turned the blows, got in weak ripostes, could not break the attack momentum. He staggered back. The duender blade got past at the tip, touched his face, dropped and licked across his shoulder and breast. He felt sudden heat, knew he'd been tagged. He yelled and struck back, but the duender was ahead of him, had seen the move, and the raven's friend skidded off a neat upper block. Ringil twisted, tried for the eyes again, failed, had to fall back. The duender came on. "How do I take him down, Shal?" And the myth vendor in his junk shop, brooding, doubtful. "You'd have to be very fast indeed." Ringil launched the counter-attack without warning, out of a parry posture that looked like retreat. It was the last thing you'd expect, and it had every sprung inch of reflexive speed he could muster behind it. Blade up and inward, lean forward instead of back, savage chop for one thigh. The duender wallowed, caught out, wrong-footed for an attack it now had no way to deliver. The block came late, would not turn the force of the raven's friend now. It almost worked. Almost. Instead, the duender yowled and leapt, went nearly chest-high straight into the air, crouched like a cat. The raven's friend whooped through empty space beneath. Ringil staggered, splay-legged behind the blow, and the duender whirled and shrilled and kicked him in the head coming down. The courtyard swooped and spun around him, dimmed out, swam with tiny purplish points of light. The band looped overhead across one corner of his vision, trailing blurry white fire. The stone floor tilted and came up, grabbed him by the shoulder, cuffed him across the side of the head, tore the raven's friend from his grasp. For long, groggy moments, he clung to consciousness. The courtyard seemed to have upended itself, was trying to dump him off its surface and into a warm, waiting darkness below. He fought it, smeared vision and ebbing strength, groped across cold cobbles for his lost sword, twisted and curled about like some half-crushed insect on a tavern tabletop. A shadow fell across him. He managed to turn his head. He struggled for focus. A towering black figure stood over him, etched in bandlight, and the soft blue gleam from the edges of the long sword in his hands. The blade came up. Someone blew out the candles. Chapter 22.
It can't be. It can't be. It can't fucking be.
He knew it was. Egar saddled his horse again with numb competence, slung axe and shield, pegged the lance upright in the ground. Noticed his fingers trembling. The leather-cloaked figure fluttered in memory behind his eyes. He forced it down, no time for that now, or the icy, shivering questions cramming into his head alongside. He scanned again for the riders, found them, down off the horizon now and almost invisible against the twilit flank of the steppe they were crossing. Drab colours. Not a common thing among the Majak unless a sneak raid was the order of the day. Or a brother slaying. Egar's mouth tightened. He counted heads. 7, maybe 8 of them in single file. Long odds, and time running out. The riders weren't moving particularly fast, but there was a steady purpose to the motion and to the path they picked out, and you didn't have to watch them for long to know they were heading for the tree and Erkan's grave. The fire crackled to itself unconcerned. It was gaining strength now.
"Oh, you faithless motherfuckers!"
He stared blindly across the horse's back for a moment, eyes defocusing on the riders, remembering Ergan's face.
"I'll go with him, Egg.
You know what Alrag gets like when he thinks about Dad, when he drinks. He'll get in a fight as soon as spit if I'm not there to drag him out. Yeah.
Edgar recalling his own drunken brawl with the quiet Imperial nearly 2 decades gone.
Getting a bit old for that shit, isn't he?
Egond gave him a strange look.
We all find different ways to live with it, Egg. Who's to say yours is the best?
I wasn't saying that. No, but okay, skip it, whatever. You keep an eye out for him. And after some meeting of herd owners, he hoped he could choke down to a couple of hours, by which time Sula should have got her chores done and her hot little body across to the yurt, and would no doubt be admiring herself in the big Kiriath mirror he kept there. He was going to come up behind her there, and... He remembered that, staring out at the riders now, how that feeling had snaked tight across his belly, how he'd watched Elgund slope off to Ishlin Itchen and been glad to see him go. Glad the vigil called for a single son, glad for once that rank and tradition demanded he fulfil the role. He badly didn't want to have to spend the night in the company of Elgund and Alrag, or any of his other brothers, come to that, whether sunk in the reeking, steaming, bellowing chaos of an Ishlin Itchen tavern, or out here on the cold, quiet sweep of the steppe with nothing at all to say to each other. He swung himself up into the saddle, wheeled the horse about, and yanked the staff lance up out of the ground, his lips peeled back off a grimace.
Well, there'll be no shortage of things to say now, I expect.
He nudged the horse up the rise until it stood just clear of the tree. He rested the lance across the saddle bow at a slanting angle and waited for the riders to reach him. He spotted Alrag while the new arrivals were still a good 100 yards out. His eldest brother had a cockerel swagger in the way he sat a horse, and for all he was swathed in a heavy, cowled cloak, Edgar would have known him anywhere by stance alone. The others, he now saw it was 7, not 8. Thank Uran for small fucking mercies, also went cloaked and cowled. Their weapons made vague lumps in the cloth, could in some cases have been anything, mace, hand axe. Who knew? But 4 out of the company carried broadswords, naked blades jutting clearly down below the hem of their outer garment. Mercenaries, then. The Majak didn't have much time for broadswords. Too expensive, too southern showy, and only really good for the one thing, killing men. It offended the steppe nomad soul to wield a weapon you couldn't hunt with or use around the camp for chores. So it seemed Alrag had hired for the occasion either southern freebooter scum too low-grade to hack it in the south, or wannabe Majak renegades aping the manners of those they aspired to be. Something in Edgar eased a little. These he could probably kill without too much trouble. He sat motionless, head tipped down, and let them draw near. When the distance was down to easy hailing, he looked up. Only his eyes moved.
"Well, brother," he called, "are you going to take that priest bollocks hood off and show me your fucking face?"
3 different hands twitched at the reins. One even rose halfway, then fell back. Edgar nodded bleakly to himself, the 3 without swords. The betrayal was almost complete, then. Alrag and Ergund, without question. One other, Gant or Erschel. Had to be Gant. He'd mouthed off enough in the past about what a shit clan master Edgar was. He'd want to be here for this. The party drew to an ill-coordinated halt less than 20 yards away. Edgar held his posture.
"What about you, Ergund? You come to murder me but won't look me in the eye? Father would be proud."
One of the cloaked figures reached up and tugged back its cowl. Ergund's face emerged, helmeted for battle. In the failing steppe light, he looked pale beneath the metal, but determined.
"We haven't come to murder you," he shouted. "If you just—"
"Yeah, we have." Now Alrag shook off his hood as well. He too wore a helmet a little more ornate than Ergund's, with a low horsehair crest. "He's too fucking stubborn to bow out gracefully. Anyone can see that."
"It doesn't have to—"
"Yes, it does, Ergund." Erschel's quiet tones from beneath one of the other cowls. He did not unmask. "Alrag's right about this. There won't be any half measures." Edgar forced down his surprise and a little unlooked-for hurt.
"Hello, little brother. Didn't expect to see you here.
I thought better of you.
Yeah, well, we all thought better of you too, Ashel snapped. Once upon a time, when it still looked like you deserved it. 7 years we've given you, Edgar. 7 fucking years. And what have you done with our fealty? You pissed it away, man. Made us the laughing stock of the Majak. Made our family the laughing stock of the clan. You're not fit for the mastery. That's the truth, and everybody knows it.
Everybody, huh? So what happened to Gant? He break a leg getting on his horse? Or has he just not poured as much tavern courage down his throat as the rest of you?
Ashel put back his hood. Of the 3 brothers, he was the only one who had chosen to ride bareheaded.
We're not drunk, he said calmly, and Gant will not involve himself in this, but he will approve the outcome. He knows as well as anyone the mastery must pass to safer hands.
Edgar stared back at him, unmoving.
You do know you're going to have to kill me, he said.
That choice is yours.
Ashel held his gaze.
But you have left us no choice at all. The shaman is right. If we don't act, you'll bring the ruin of the Grey One on us all.
The shaman, eh? Been listening to that dried-up old buzzard, have you? You stupid fucking...
We've been vouchsafed a vision, shouted Ergund. You profane the names of the dwellers for all to hear. You snub the respected men of the clan as if they were hirelings, so you can rush back to your yurt, get pissed, and shove your prick into whatever teenage slut takes your fancy. You barely bother to honour the rituals. You drink and brood and sit alone instead, or you get out of your face and stumble about all night telling everyone how fucking wonderful it was in the south, how much you miss it, how we've all got to fucking change and be more like the Imperials, be more civilised. You've sired no honourable heirs, nor given any good example for our young men to follow except to escape their obligations and go adventuring in the south. Oh yeah, and to fuck whatever piece of cheap milk-maid arse they can get their leggings down on.
Jealous much, Ergund?
Hey, fuck you!
Edgar snapped a glance at Ulrag. Their gazes locked.
And you, brother? Do I get to hear your list of complaints too? Some hallowed boundary I've overstepped in your eyes as well, is there?
Ulrag shrugged.
I don't care who you fuck. You're in my way.
It was like a cowl thrown back from everything, the truth of the moment exposed and grinning skullishly at them all. The mask of talk, peeled off, discarded somewhere in the quiet. The chill of what had to be done stood waiting. Ergund must have felt it more than the others.
Listen, Edgar, it doesn't have to be like this. You can walk away. Just give up your weapons and your horse. Give an oath on father's cairn that you won't come back. They'll take you as far as the mountains and turn you loose.
It was almost worth laughter. Edgar made do with a thin grin.
Is that what they told you, Ergund? Is that how they got you saddled up for this?
It's the truth.
It's a fucking lie. It's not even a very imaginative one.
Edgar nodded at the hooded, silent sword-carriers.
These men? They'll slit my throat as soon as you're over the horizon, just to save themselves the ride. I'm surprised they even agreed to show up before you had me disarmed. I hope you haven't paid them in advance.
A couple of growled oaths from the freebooters. One of them cleared his sword from its straps, levelled the blade one-handed at Edgar, but his mount skidded a couple of steps at the movement and ruined the gesture. His voice came across young and tense.
You shut your fucking mouth.
I think I'll wait till you come over here and make me.
Neither the clan master nor his Hjelteth warhorse had shifted more than a statue. Edgar saw the sword tremble as the mercenary worked to hold its weight out horizontally, saw the tip waver, and grinned into the blank shadow under the hood.
Son, you have been misinformed. Did they not tell you who I am?
The young freebooter swiped back his hood, used the move to drop his sword and leave it at an easier angle to maintain. In the space cleared by the fallen cowl, Edgar saw a crude metal helmet, but only leather at his shoulders and throat, perhaps at most some kind of thin wood-slat cuirass, no shielding steel. The face above the collar matched the voice. Wispy-bearded, acne-scarred, pale features out of the free cities or somewhere close. No more than 18 or 19 years old, mouth stretched wet and wide to let out all the youthful rage.
"Oh no, you're a fucking dead man," he yelled.
We all are, sooner or later. But I think you'll be on the Sky Road before me. I used to kill dragons for a living, son. You, I'm going to use for a toothpick.
"We're going to fucking gut you!"
In your syphilitic whoremother's dreams you are.
And then, of course, it all came apart. He heard Alrag yell, wasn't sure if it was an attempt to stop the slide towards slaughter, or just impatient incitement to get on with it. Either way, it was irrelevant. The young freebooter had already kicked his horse into an untidy charge, mouth working, face contorted. Another of the mercenaries went with him, tugging his sword up and out as he came, hood still up and flopping in his eyes, yelling a name. Maybe the word son. In the tilt of the moment, it was hard to tell.
Fucking amateurs.
Egar met the two men head-on. He cut out low with the lance, slashed open the throat on the younger man's horse, and let it thrash past in panicked agony. Blood loosed on the air, splattering off the lance blade, the scream of the dying animal and the rider's wild yell as he came off. Egar's horse stepped delicately sideways of it all, as if avoiding a lady's carriage on the boulevard of grace foretold. The second mercenary reined hard and right, trying to avoid the mess in his path, thoughts of attack apparently forgotten. Egar leaned, took his cowl and most of his face off with a savage upward slash. The man shrieked and flailed blindly about with his sword. His helmet was gone, flipped off and away like a mug off a tavern table. Raw flaps and shreds of flesh hung in place of his features, blinding him the way the hood must have earlier. His terrified mount spun about beneath him, screamed along with him, then flung him to the floor. Egar whistled and nudged his war-horse, and it stamped forward, put its steel-shod hooves through the fallen freebooter's rib-cage with the same trained delicacy it had danced aside before. Egar heard the crunch it made, felt it right through the horse's frame and up into his own groin. He threw back his head and howled. And there was Alrag, teeth blared, hurtling in with his own staff lance swung high in one hand for spearing. It wasn't a thrust you could block, but Egar danced the Yelteth Destria aside, put himself on Alrag's unweaponed flank. His brother spotted the move, couldn't swap the lance about in time, and had to settle for a clumsy double-handed defensive block. Egar met it with his own lance double-handed as a staff. The two weapons struck each other a glancing blow, and then Alrag was past, wheeling his mount tightly about, turning the charge. Egar knew the animal from camp. It was well trained and spirited, and his eldest brother was a consummate horseman. He didn't have much time. The two remaining mercenaries had huddled their mounts together as if for comfort. One of them brandished his sword. The other had a small horseman's crossbow, was trying desperately to crank it back for action. Egar urged his horse into a gallop right at the two of them, venting another long berserker scream as he came. As he'd hoped, their horses panicked and split apart. He ignored the man with the sword, charged down on the crossbow artist before he could get his horse back around and bring his weapon to bear. The lance blade shocked into the freebooter's back with enough force to unseat him, must have gone right through the thin wood-slat armour, if he was wearing it, and severed the spine beneath. Egar yanked back fast and tight so as not to lose the lance as the man went to the ground. The blade came free. The body toppled bonelessly sideways off the horse and onto the ground. Egar never saw it complete the fall. He was already turning his own mount about. Alrag was right on his tail. Egar roared and brought his lance swinging round, stabbed out as his brother rode in at him. Alrag flinched. Both lances went wide. The two horses passed each other again in the dusk. The clan master gathered himself, grabbed glimpses of the steppe left and right, saw the final mercenary in full flight, spurring his horse towards the horizon as if pursued by demons. He snarled a grin. "Just family now," he yelled against the darkening sky. "Cozy, isn't it?" Something hissed through the air. The Yelteth war-horse screamed and bucked beneath him. A black-fletched arrow sprouted from its shoulder. He whipped about, saw Ershel, recurved short bow in hand, arm reaching down to the saddle-box for the next shaft. Remembered too late his younger brother's chief prowess, ever since they were children. "Oh, you little shit!" He urged the Destria forward with his thighs. It wallowed as it tried to obey. A second shaft took it deep in the flank. Blood welled up. It screamed again, staggered forward a half-dozen desperate steps, neck arched, stumbling. Agar screamed with it, hefted his lance, willed himself and his mount closer to his brother.
"I'll rip your motherfucking heart out for this, Herschel!"
The third arrow put out the animal's eye. It went mad, reared and tumbled, hurled Agar from its back. He hit the ground and rolled, somehow kept the lance, somehow else managed not to spike himself on it, came to a halt in the grass, clutching at its shaft. Behind him he heard the crash as his horse hit the ground, the sound of it curling and trying to get up, falling back, the endless heart-ripping cries it gave out as it struggled and thrashed. He got muzzily to his hands and knees. Soft, pulsing snarl in the back of his throat.
"Back on your feet! Back on your fucking feet, Majak!"
The horse screamed again. Agar cast about in the gloom of near dark, found Ergund and Herschel a couple of dozen paces away, edged in bandlight, Alrag further out, but trotting back towards them, and erect in the saddle, pleased with himself, none of them close enough to take down with a thrown knife. Off to the left, the young mercenary staggered about, groaning, fell down abruptly, lost to view in the grass. It looked as if he'd taken a bad blow to the head when he was unhorsed. He didn't get up again. Herschel put another arrow into the stricken warhorse. It screamed again, but weakly now.
"Uran's sake, fucking kill it, will you?"
Ergund. All his life he'd hated it when the animal suffered. Agar remembered when he was 10, and the hiss-thump of another arrow. The horse snorted and quietened. Agar slipped through the grass in a low raider's crouch, knuckles white on the staff of his lance, a pulsing vein of fury through his brain like a spike. Whatever else happened now, he was going to take Herschel apart before he died.
"That's far enough, Agar."
Herschel's voice, calm against the fading agony of the destrier. Agar looked up through the night breeze sway of the grass and saw his brother upright in the saddle, the bow bent on him from less than 10 yards. Cold, quailing horror as he waited for the impact. His brother would not miss, and at this range, off the recurved bow, the shaft would go right through him.
"That's it. Up where I can see you."
Agar straightened from his crouch. A bitter smile touched the corners of his mouth. He heard the snuffling his horse made as it died. He thought maybe his knife would reach from here. He dropped the lance.
"Go on, then, you traitorous little fuck. Get it done."
"You were given every chance to—"
"Oh, fuck off."
Alrag rode up, reined his horse to an unnecessarily savage halt, and glanced back and forth along the line the arrow would take. "What are you fucking waiting for?" he inquired acidly. Herschel flickered a glance at Alrag, then Ergund, but his attention never shifted from the draw he had on Agar.
"We're all agreed, then?"
Agar clawed for his knife. Herschel loosed the arrow. The world went dark. No, not dark, he realized. Had time to realize. The arrow had not hit him. Not dark, just dim, like the dimming of your eyes when you'd stared too hard at the sun before you ducked into a yurt, like the sudden steeping of gloom in a Yelter theatre house before the curtains ran back. The wind across the steppe seemed to hold its breath. Out of nowhere there was a figure standing in the path of Herschel's shot, leather-cloaked, face shadowed beneath a soft-brimmed hat. It reached up and took the arrow out of the air with no more effort than a man grabbing a lance pennant in the breeze. The fingers of the hand seemed, Agar squinted hard, to elongate and flex in places no human hand could have. A voice whispered out to them in the still spaces left by the wind, distant and intimate at once. "Can't allow that, I'm afraid." And suddenly the wind came back, buffeting, and in it Agar caught the wash of chemical burning once more. His brother's horses scented it too. They whinnied in terror and tried to back up. Herschel cursed and dropped his bow as he fought his mount for control.
"Harjalath!"
spat Alrag. "Not as such, no." The apparition lowered its arm and snapped the arrow deftly in half, one-handed. It let the pieces fall. "Harjalath is other, when he cares to manifest himself.
though for your purposes the end difference here will be negligible."
Ergun spared one hand from calming his horse, made a hasty ward.
"We are about Kelgris's business, demon. Begone! You may not hinder us."
"It's not that simple," whispered the thing. "You see."
With a hand that had snapped the arrow apart, it brushed through the grass as if stirring the surface of water. Waves raced out from its touch, seemingly random, certainly in defiance of the prevailing breeze from the north. The grass bowed, it shivered and whipped about, it made mounds like the racing backs of sea creatures just below the surface.
"Do you see?"
In the space around the figure, the mounds grew suddenly still, rose silently, and took on stricter form. A half-dozen separate shapes, maybe more. Agar felt the breath stop in his throat as he realized what he was looking at. The creature in the leather cloak had surrounded itself abruptly with men, but men woven out of the grass itself and moving restlessly around on its surface like bathers immersed to the waist in a river.
"No corner of the steppe,"
murmured the figure. It sounded oddly distracted, almost sleepy.
"But that the blood of men has fallen there and fertilized it. Occasionally the steppe can be made to recall these things. Kill them."
And the grass men flung themselves forward. They had no weapons, nothing beyond their ill-formed, stringy, tendril hands, but they surged up at the terrified horses like ill-intending waves, and where they gripped, Agar saw blood spring out of the animal's hide. He saw them pull Ergun's mount right over in a flounder of limbs and rolling eyes, saw Ergun stagger briefly upright and make frantic warding signs, shrilling the name of Kelgris until they dragged him down into the grass as well, and his screams turned choked and gurgling. He saw Alrag hacking about him with his lance, yelling and cursing, Ershel wheeling his beleaguered horse about in the chaos, face a mask of horror. There was little enough time for more. A pair of the grass things came at Agar as well, and he was busy grabbing his lance back off the floor where he'd dropped it. Grass came with it, blades of the stuff folding over and wrapping and clinging stubbornly to the shaft, trying to pull it back down. For one insane moment it was like tug-of-war for the weapon with some surprisingly tenacious toddler around the camp, and then Agar had the lance free and was swinging it up to defend himself against a long, thin, slashing arm and the empty eye sockets of the grass-formed head behind it. He scythed off the arm at what might have approximated an elbow joint, saw it simply reform as more grass stalks slithered up into place. A ragged gap opened in the thing's head where a mouth would have been on a man. The rustling, keening noise that came out of it turned his blood to ice.
"Not him,"
the leather-cloaked figure spoke without turning, hissed furious words, made a rapid whiplash gesture back across its shoulder that would have dislocated the limb on a normal man. The two forms slopped like waves collapsing up a beach and were abruptly gone. Melting motions in the grass and an errant gust of wind, and then nothing at all. Agar drew harsh breath and gaped around him in time to see Alrag hauled, lance still flailing down to a bellowing death in the grass, and Ershel spurring his horse away at the gallop, lashing wildly behind him with his knife, chopping at the empty air alongside its rump like a man deranged. The summoned forms surged about for a moment or two, perhaps looking for more victims. Then they too sank back into the grass that had spawned them, and Agar stood, panting, alone with the thing in the leather cloak. It turned slowly to face him. That the features below the brim of the hat were no more than nondescript human seemed like the final impossible thing. The voice that drummed around the inside of his skull hit him like the pulse of a bad hangover.
"You were supposed to run, Dragonbane. That's the purpose of a warning."
"Who,"
Agar struggled to master his breathing,
"the fuck are you?"
The eyes beneath the hat glinted, another warning in them for him.
"That's complicated."
"Well, hey, everybody's fucking dead. We've got some time."
"Not as much as you think. You heard your brother Ergun call upon Kelgris? She is awake and abroad. Paltar the shaman has her favour. All I have done here is hold back the tide a little."
Egar found his rage still had the better of his fear. He clenched fists on the staff of his lance, drew clamped breath, grimaced.
"Listen, don't think I'm not grateful to you, because I am. You saved my life. By sorcery or not, I still owe you a blood debt for that, and you won't find me stingy on the payback, but I will have a name for my debt, or it can't be called honourable."
It was hard to tell in the poor light, but he thought the figure rolled its eyes. It turned away from him for a moment. It seemed to be staring out across the steppe, or maybe just at the thin plume of smoke rising from Egar's fire.
"Can't fucking believe it's come to this," it muttered. "Negotiating with a fucking herdsman. You know, sometimes it's... Listen, I was the thief of fire once, you goat-shagging thug. You know that? The fucking doom-bringer to kings."
An arm thrown out in exasperation.
"Back when the earth was young, back when there was still a moon in the fucking sky, I pulled on whatever flesh was needful, and I struck terror into the hearts of the powerful and enthroned all across this mud-ball world, and another dozen like it. I took the spirit form and strode across measureless... fuck it, never mind. All right, a name. You know my name."
And abruptly he did. It was as if someone had taken a binding from his eyes, as if he'd suddenly shed the blurry fog of a fever. He saw the sea captain's cloak as if for the first time, remembered tales and associations from a lifetime of Majak myth. A traveller, by land but more often by sea, a master of disguises and stratagems, a murderous, barely discriminate force when unleashed, a wry borrower of the human form, the least predictable, most violently capricious of the sky-dwellers. The chill of it blew through him.
"Takavach,"
he whispered. The hat-brim shadowed visage tipped back towards him. There might have been the glimmer of a cold smile.
"Good. Are you happy now with your name, with your knowing?" "What?"
Egar swallowed, voice still a whisper.
"What do you want with me?" "That's better. First and foremost, I want you to shut up and listen. Your brother Herschel has escaped. In a matter of hours, he'll have roused the whole camp and told them that you are possessed by demons." "Demons? There's no fucking way they'll be—" "The next time you interrupt me, I'll sew your fucking lips up with grass, and don't think I won't."
The thing that claimed to be Takavach drew a deep breath.
"Now listen to me. Herschel will say that he and your other brothers, perhaps drunkenly, which would explain the impropriety of the matter, rode out to greet you at your vigil, that you flew into a fury, summoned demonic forces, and slaughtered Alrag and Ergund, and that he barely escaped with his life. Paltar will vouchsafe his story, with the usual superstitious horse shit about your southern manners polluting your Majak purity, which is a line he's been spreading about you now for some time, incidentally. And at dawn they'll all ride out here and see for themselves. Would you like to take a closer look at how your brothers died?"
The question appeared to be rhetorical. Takavach was already drifting through the grass to where Alrag had fallen. Egar went after him, mouth pulled tight for what he was about to see. They came up on the occluding bulk of his brother's murdered horse first, collapsed massively sideways, streaked everywhere with blood and clinging blades of grass. Egar stepped around it at the rump end and saw, mingled with the animal's spilled entrails, the ruined mess that lay beyond. Alrag lay in a flattened, blood-drenched patch of grass, and he was roped to the ground. The blades and tendrils had lashed around his limbs and trunk at every juncture, and pulled him down so tight that at his wrists and neck they had sunk through the skin and into the flesh beneath. They'd burrowed into his eyes and nose and ears, had turned the eyes themselves to blooded mush in the process, had twisted his head and neck sideways, wrenched his mouth down to the ground and so wide that the jaw was dislocated, had crowded inside and down his throat in a twisted rope of grass as thick around as Egar's forearm, and now slick with blood. Bandlight turned the image unreal, like an acid etching on metal. Agar made himself stare at it, unblinking until his eyes began to hurt.
"Brother Slayer."
He was not sure who the voice in his head was accusing. At his side, Takavach shot him a curious glance, then went and crouched by Alrag's head. His leather cloak pooled around him made him seem hunched and unhuman. Agar thought of a solitary vulture settling to feast. The dweller looked back up over his shoulder at the clanmaster.
"Would you like to see Hergund as well?" "No," Agar heard himself say thickly. "That won't be necessary."
"No, I suppose not." Takavach took hold of the woven rope emerging from Alrag's broken mouth and tugged at it experimentally. It didn't move much. "Well, I think you'd agree that outside of sorcery this is going to be hard to explain."
"Explain?"
Agar drank in the sight of his eldest brother for one more measured moment, then he turned on his heel. He slung his lance across one shoulder, cast a glance at the sky, and gauged a straight line back to camp.
"I'll fucking explain it. I'll cram that bow down Urshel's throat the exact same fucking way."
"And where do you think you're going?" Takavach's words came hurriedly after him. "And the shaman? Kelgris?" Agar didn't look round or stop walking.
"I'm going to gut that scrawny motherfucker the way I should have done months ago, and then stake him out for the buzzards, still living. And if Kelgris shows up in support, I'll do the same fucking thing to her."
Faint rumble of thunder walking at the horizon. The clouds there lit briefly from within, with a malevolent mauve radiance.
"So,"
Takavach was suddenly at his side again. "Now it's Agar the fucking godbane, is it? Do you not think you're biting off a little more than you can chew here, herdsman? Kelgris is a sky dweller. You don't know how to kill her. You wouldn't know where to start." Agar kept walking.
"So tell me."
Brief silence. Takavach kept pace with him. "I'm not at liberty to do that. There are certain protocols that have to be observed, agreed rules, if you like, oaths and ties that bind."
"Fine. Then don't tell me. You already done enough."
"And what's that supposed to mean?"
"Nothing," Agar said violently. "It means nothing. 2 of my brothers are dead back there. I'm on my way to finish the job, that's all. Now will you stop fucking following me?"
To his surprise, the dweller did exactly that. He stood in the grass and watched the clanmaster stride away. The thunder at the horizon came again, and if Agar had looked back then, he might have seen Takavach shiver. "Fine. Go to your fucking death then, if that's the way you want it. Kelgris will put a legion of steppe ghouls between you and the camp. A legion of rabid fucking wolves, maybe even a flapping wraith or 3 if she's feeling inventive. And you're on fucking foot." Agar ignored it. The image of Alrag's death danced behind his eyes. "So," the dweller shouted furiously after him, "this is what it means to be owed thanks and a blood debt by a Skaranak clanmaster, is it?" It stopped him like a crossbow bolt. He lowered his head for a moment, breathed deep, nodded to himself, and turned back to the cloaked figure that stood behind him.
"What do you want from me, Takavach?"
"At the moment, I want to help you stay alive. Would that be so terrible?" His brothers lay dead and cooling in the grass behind him, scant yards from their father's grave. Marnak's words floated back through his mind.
"You start wondering why you made it to the end of the day, why you're still standing when the field is clogged with other men's blood and corpses, why the dwellers are keeping you alive, what purpose the sky home has laid out for you."
Thunder rattled at the chained doors of the world. Agar's face twitched as he heard it. Closer now, and out across the steppe the clouds were massing. He felt his own future come and touch him with one cold hand at the neck. The long purpose of the sky home was rarely beneficial to those who served as its instruments, heroes least of all. You only had to look at the legends. He spat in the grass.
went back to where the cloaked god stood waiting for him. He met the glimmering eyes beneath the hat brim and discovered that in the strange storm blowing through his heart now, there was no longer any room for fear.
"All right,"
he said. Chapter 23. Waking up felt like riding one of the huge iron navigation buoys in the channel at Hjelteth Port. The taste of rust in his mouth, a cold, black, watery rushing around him, and a wavering patch of light on the surface of the dark above. He felt a hot twinge through shoulder and chest. Wasn't surprised to feel it, but couldn't quite recall why. Through the jagged glimmer of approaching consciousness, he thought he saw a dark figure waiting for him.
"Don't you fucking get it, Dad?" Mumbling through an oddly aching jaw. "It's all a fucking lie. The whole stinking edifice from the marsh up."
And awake. He lay on smooth, cold stone. Limestone drip of water somewhere in the gloom. A pale light danced on raw, vaulting rock overhead. The dark figure stood against a dressed stone wall to his left.
"Why did you do it?"
But the voice came from the right. Ringil blinked and propped himself up on one shaky elbow. Pain lanced up from his jaw and through the right side of his head. Memory crashed in on him. The fight, the duender, the damage he'd taken. He peered around, saw little beyond the vague loom of overhanging rock and stalactites.
"Do what?"
he asked groggily. Shadows moved on the stone floor where he lay. It was paving, he noticed, dressed to match the wall on his left. He squinted and made out a cross-legged form seated just beyond the fall of light around him. Whoever it was seemed to be staring down into cupped hands.
"Why did you fight for them?"
There was a music to the voice, a deep-toned, melodic vibrancy, for all that the words themselves came quietly across the gloom. The language was Naomic, but tinged with archaisms from old Merlic and a quaint grammatical ornateness.
"They'd execute you on a spike for your choice of bed partner, and call it righteousness. They'd watch it done, and toast your agony with tankards and songs, and dedicate it to their idiot gods. They're brutal, moronic. They have the ethical consciousness of apes and the initiative levels of sheep. But you took the field against the reptiles for them nonetheless. Why?"
Ringil sat up with an effort, tried to speak, coughed instead, got it under control finally, managed a weak shrug.
"Dunno," he croaked. "Everyone was doing it. I just wanted to be popular."
Arid laughter echoing in the cavern, but the question still hung there in the silence that followed, and the figure did not move. An answer was required, a real one.
"Okay."
Ringil took his jaw between thumb and forefinger, flexed it, and grimaced. He cleared his throat. "I wouldn't swear to it after all this time, but looking back, I think it was probably the children. I saw a couple of towns hit by their raiding parties early on. You know, the scaled folk tend to eat their prisoners. And for children, well, that's got to be the ultimate nightmare, right? Being eaten, chained up watching, knowing it's going to happen to them next."
"I see. For children."
The seated form cocked its head. The voice stayed soft and silky, but somewhere it held the underlying tensile strength of Kiriath skin mail.
"Children who would in all probability grow to be just as ignorant and brutal and destructive as those that spawned them."
Ringil pressed fingers to the throbbing side of his head.
"Yeah, probably. When you put it like that, it does seem kind of stupid. So what about you people? You eat your prisoners as well?"
The figure rose smoothly to its feet. Even in the gloom Ringil could see the physical power and grace the motion implied. The speaker came forward into the light. For a moment Ringil forgot to breathe. Throbbing pain in his jaw and head,
The twinges from the sword-tip slash on his shoulder and chest, a messy, soiled feel to his consciousness and clothes, and behind it all a vague, disconnected sense of fear. Still, Ringil felt the spurt of nascent lust in the base of his belly. Grace of Heaven Milikar's words spilled back through his head. "He's beautiful, Gil, that's what they say. That he's beautiful beyond words." Whatever questionable source had carried that word to Milikar, you couldn't fault their powers of observation. The Duenda stood over 6 feet tall, slender almost to boyishness in hips and limbs, but with a sudden breadth and power in chest and shoulders that made his upper body look more like a stylized cuirass than anything living. You had to assume it was male from the bulge in the loose black breeches and the flat planes of the chest, stood with the same effortless poise that he'd shown getting up. Long, tapering hands hung pale and slightly crooked, as if they remembered a hawkish past life as talons. The nails each gave up a minute rainbow sheen in the light. The face that topped it all was everything Shalak's Aldrain enthusiasts could have wished for. Bone white, mobile and intelligent, long-lipped and just fleshy enough in chin and nose to offset the high, cadaverous cheekbones and broad, flat forehead. Long black hair hung straight on either side, met the wide shoulders and spilled back over them like dark water. The eyes. The eyes were pits of pitch, just the way the legends had it, but even in this low light Ringil saw how they flung back the same faint rainbow glimmer as the Duenda's nails. He had a sudden flash of absolute certainty that in daylight the whole eyeball would blaze like sunrise over the Trell estuary. The Duenda inclined slightly over him. It was at one and the same time something like a reverence, something like predatory intent. "Would you like me to eat you?" it asked. Ringil felt the squirm in his guts again. "Get a fucking grip, Gil. This is your enemy. You nearly killed him last night." Tonight, still? Some part of him needed, for some reason, to know. You might still be able to manage it. Instead, he managed an ironic clearing of the throat and a manufactured lightness of tone belying the trip-trip that went up along his arms and down into his groin. "Maybe later. Right now I've got this motherfucker of a headache." "Yes." The head slightly cocked again. Splinters of light danced across the inky eyes. "I apologize for the pain. The damage is slight, and in this place you will heal much faster than you would in your world. But even here, a physical price has to be paid, and it was the only means I had of ending the fight without killing you." "Then I suppose I should thank you." The Duenda grinned unexpectedly. Teeth. It wasn't an altogether reassuring sight. "I suppose you should." "Thanks." The Duenda dropped abruptly into a crouch, faster than Ringil could react, and its hand shot out to cup the side of his face. The long fingers slid up into his hair, tangled in its strands, and tugged his head forward. "I'm afraid in the end I'm going to want more from you than that, Ringil Eskiath." Its lips were cool and firm on his. The subtle pressure split his mouth before he realized he'd wanted to open it, and a slick, flickering tongue met his own. There was a sudden press at his chin of a stubble so soft it was almost like velvet pile. The trickling in his belly flared up like a bonfire. He felt himself hardening. The Duenda drew back. "You are not healed yet," it murmured. Ringil's lips peeled off his teeth. "I'm feeling a lot better." But the Duenda was back to its feet again just as rapidly, its grip on him gone, fading to a sense memory. He could still feel the tips of the fingers on his skull, the slip and press of the tongue in his mouth like a promise of more. The slender figure turned away from him rather hurriedly, he thought, like wincing. "Let me be the judge of that," it said harshly. Ringil raised an eyebrow at the change. "Well, it's your place.
Not mine exactly. A glance back across one shoulder that he could not read. But near enough. You'd do well to let me guide you here.
Okay. Ringil got himself upright with rather less grace than his host had shown. He stood at the Dwender's back, close enough to pick up scent. It wasn't exactly new territory. He'd been here enough times before, and to spare. The last-minute panic of a novice partner not sure what it was he really wanted. He'd learned at Grace of Heaven's knee, so to speak, Gil, the patience and guile of when to force the issue, when to back up and wait. He waited. Silence. Long enough for him to notice that the Dwender gave off a faint musk, whose constituent parts he could not quite, despite a tantalizing familiarity, pin down. "Where are we?" he asked. "Under the city?" "In a manner of speaking." The Dwender seemed to have regained a little of its previous poise. It drifted away a couple of steps, turned to face him at what it apparently judged a safe distance. "Though it's not a version of Trelane you would recognize, I think. In your version, it will take millions of years for the river to lay down the sediment that goes to form this rock." "Then did we take the quick paths to get here? Travel through the pressured places under the earth like the Kiriath?"
"No."
A thin smile.
"The black folk are engineers. They take the long way round to get to everything, much like humans, in fact. In time, you will come to resemble them more than you know."
"That's going to upset a few Majak purists I know."
The Dwender shrugged. "They won't live to see it, as a culture or as individuals. For that matter, nor will you, the League cities, or the Empire."
"You sound irritatingly superior when you talk like that." Ringil offered up a smile of his own. "If you don't mind me saying."
"Why should I mind? The superiority is evident."
"So it's true, then? All the stories they tell, all that Aldrain lore they babble. You are immortal." Another shrug.
"So far?"
Ringil laughed out loud. He couldn't help it. "Just like that barking black dog, eh? How the hell would anybody know something like that?" The echoes flapped at the chamber roof, then chased each other away through the dark. The Dwender frowned.
"Black dog?"
"Doesn't matter. Just something I heard the other day." Ringil stared around in the gloom, groping after memories of the evenings spent in pointless discussion at Shalak's place, speculation run wild amidst cheese and wine and easy company. "So this place, then? This has to be part of the Aldrain marches, the places between, where the constraints of time are not felt. The ageless realm."
"It has been called that, yes, among other things."
"And you brought me here with what? Sorcery?"
"If you like. It might be simpler to say I carried you. When the aspect storm, the maelstrom gate of alternatives, is summoned, it translates everything within its radius. As it wrapped around me, so it brought you as well."
"Neat trick. You think you can teach it to me?"
"No. You would have to evolve before that became possible."
Ringil's eyes fell on the black figure against the wall. He saw now that it was a suit of something like armor, hung a couple of feet up on the stonework in some fashion he couldn't work out. He moved closer, scrutinizing the smooth oval curves of a helm that showed no external decoration at all, that in fact resembled nothing so much as the head of some sleek sea mammal coming up for air. "This yours?" he asked.
"Yes."
Ringil reached up and touched the suit at one hip. The material it was made of felt cool and smooth, more like leather than mail. He imagined it would mold to the wearer like a second skin. And the visor, he could only now make it out, was a simple sweep of glass as black as the rest of the suit, set in the helm with a precision he had only ever seen before in the finest workings of the Kiriath engineers. He felt the Dwender draw closer, behind him. He lifted one slack leg of the armor in his hand, let it swing gently back against the wall.
You weren't wearing this when you came for me.
No, there wasn't time. Ringil thought the voice turned ironic. Nor much need in the end. It was like a touch, soft at the nape of his neck. He turned about in the dark, drip-sounding damp of the air and found himself eye to eye with his companion. This time the bonfire in his belly was instant, a roaring, sheeting heat that rushed upward and licked at the underside of his ribs.
"You got lucky," Ringil said unsteadily.
The duenna seemed to move forward, a single, seamless step. His bulk crowded at Ringil's chest. "Did I?" And Ringil couldn't do anything at all now, with a slippery smile that played around his lips like smeared grease and would not come off. He felt his breathing deepen, his pulse go dripping like hot wax along the insides of his arms and down his thighs. His prick was a hot iron bar pinned up against his stomach by the suddenly constricting cloth of his breeches. The duenna's arms lifted to his sides, a gossamer caress of motion that he felt with shivering intensity, for all that the thing's hands never touched him.
"What time is it?"
he asked thickly. The question came out of nowhere. He couldn't fathom a reason for it at all, couldn't understand it in any way but that it felt like the last flailing of a drowning man. The duenna stepped into him again, drenched his face in its shadow. The candle gleam in the eyes. Oh, ye gods, the pressure of a huge iron-hard erection to match his own pressing against his thigh, and now the duenna's hands on him. "It's no time at all," the voice told him in a whisper. "I am time here. I am all the time you need." And then the cool mouth fastened on his, levered his lips apart once again. Lozenges of light and dark seemed to slide across and through him, and then the whole world went over sideways in sparks like a tabletop candelabra swiped flat amidst the laden plates of a feast abandoned in the gloom and waiting for anyone with the inclination to come and plunder. If the damp air was chilly, he didn't notice as his clothes came off, as the duenna's heated kisses bit their way down his neck and over his exposed chest, as impatient hands tugged down his breeches over boot-tops, tore undergarments down to match, as the duenna knelt and plunged the head of Ringil's cock into his mouth. He gasped and flexed at the sudden heat of it, and then as the friction of teeth and tongue set in, he grabbed at the duenna's shoulders, sank his fingers into its hair, and twisted. A long moan forced its way up out of him, counterpointed by the small grunting noises the duenna made as it pumped its lips up and down. A cool hand weighed his balls in their sack, and then one long finger split off from the grip and angled up into the whorl of his anus. From somewhere, the duenna had conjured the slick wetness of spit or something like it onto the fingertip, and Ringil felt himself opened and gently impaled with a sly, controlling competence that made his heart turn over. Stable boys in gallows water had never been like this. And then, somehow, the duenna took him softly to the floor, and if the stone was cold under them, Ringil didn't notice that either. He heaved up and stared down the length of his body, the tangled breeches and boots still not off, the dark form hunched and coiled over his legs and hips, head down like a feeding beast, and somewhere seemingly distant beyond vision, the delirious timed motions of mouth up and down, of the probing finger twisting in and out. The scent of the duenna's body, that maddening mingle of spices and, somewhere, the faintest hinted odour of shit in the air from his opened anus, and the mouth and the finger that went on and on, driving him forward inches at a time towards the precipice, and threw him off. Shuddering, hinging force as he came into the duenna's sucking mouth, it stormed through him. It seemed to want to snap his spine. It hooked him up, then flung him back down on the stone, flapping and twitching, and he realized it with sudden cold shock, laughing and bubbling out the words, "Oh, no, 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 no!" It brought the first tears to his eyes he could remember since his youth, since the carnage of his first battlefield aftermath.
When he was done, when he lay there drained and hollowed out and utterly still, he felt the duender unfasten itself from him, glide upwards and straddle his chest. It reached down and took hold of its own swollen cock by the shaft, rubbed the glands roughly against his cheek and across his face. The mingle spice scent came with it, headily concentrated now. Ringil followed the soft, dragging blows of the prick over his features, opened his mouth and made gentle biting motions after it with his lips. The duender hunched over him a little more. He thought it smiled in the gloom as it fed the glands into his mouth, but he couldn't be sure. He reached up awkwardly past the body on his chest with his hands, found the skin-thin velvet of the shaft, and gently displaced the duender's fingers with his own. He tried to meet the dark, glimmer-touched eyes above his. He sucked and nipped, was about to go to work in earnest, when the duender said something in a language he had never heard, and then it pulled clear of him. "But I want—" pulled back down his body, perhaps grinning still. Reached down with both hands and spread his legs, pushed them hard apart and up, hinging and folding them at the knees, did something with his hands at the juncture between, the soft sound of spitting, and then there was pressure at his sphincter again, but harder now, thicker, more insistent than the finger had been. The duender reared up over his spread and hinged legs, working itself into place inch by remorseless inch, jaw working. He saw it in the dim light, talking to him in the same odd, cadenced tongue as before. And he was helping, hugging his legs up and out to make way, thrusting up his hips, his own jaw tight on the repetition of yes, 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 yes. And the duender fell on him, brought its face down to within inches and grasped his skull with both hands and split his mouth with another kiss. The thrusting built, gathered a hungry, gulping momentum, and with it Ringil felt himself growing rock-hard once more, saw the duender feel it too, saw a glinting grin in the gloom, and knew suddenly beyond question that what the duender had said to him was true. There was no time here. There need be none. None that meant anything at all beyond the surrender to this, all this, the thrusting, the pumping, the fucking, clenched jaw, yes, oh fuck me, yes, yes, yes. And the bonfire in them both now, sheeting through them, turning flesh incandescent with sensation and skin unbearably delicate, stretched to breaking, and lost to time and all that mattered in other places that were not this and were not here. Lost. This time Ringil woke to hazy dawn light through narrow windows and small garden sounds beyond. He lay in silk sheets, walls and body muscles stung to a pleasant ache. The alkaline odour of his own body fluids mingled with something more spiced, and nudging at the edge of his awareness, tugging a faint smile onto his lips. He smiled up at the architecture of the window arch, breathed in the garden air. There was a soft and easy familiarity to it all. It felt like a return to youth. He had one long moment of complete peace, too profound to permit the intrusion of conscious thought. He smiled again, harder, and turned over. Dawn. Recollection slammed him upright amidst the sheets. Dawn. Fuck! And then it was all gone, the peace and the unthinking bliss, taken jaggedly away from him like Jelim, like home, like the victory they all once thought they'd won. He kicked himself clear of the silk that wrapped him up, cast about on the floor of the chamber for clothes, found them tidied and carefully folded on top of a wooden chest under the window instead, the raven's friend propped casually against the wall nearby in its scabbard. He stood and gaped at it. Outside the windows, birds made stupid, early-morning noises to counterpoint the sudden stillness. It felt, in some aching way, as if he already knew the room he was in. What the fuck? Thought you'd have to fight your way out, did you? He spun about, one hand groping back after the weapon. The duender leaned in the arch of an entryway on the other side of the chamber, grinning, dressed. His hair was gathered back from his face, His arms were folded over a doublet of black and sapphire-blue weave. His feet were booted in black to match. His breeches were no lighter, and they clung to the lines of his legs before they tucked in. He was not armed. If you ignored the blank, dark eyes, he might almost have been human. Ringil made himself turn away from the empty gaze. He picked up and started to unfold his clothes. "I have to go," he said, not quite firmly. "No, you don't." Ringil fumbled his way into his shirt. "You don't understand. I have an appointment. I'm going to be late." "Ah, just like the estranged princess of fairy tale." A doubled whip-crack snapping of fingers behind him to jog memory that must, Shalek had always argued, stretch back through thousands upon thousands of years. "Now, what's her name? You know, the one who loses track of time at the ball. The one who stays and dances all night, until the night wears thin as the soles of her shoes. And then she finds, underwear, breeches, bending to pull them on, breath held tight. I could probably do without the fucking fairy tale jokes right now." "All right." And the voice so suddenly close, the cold water shock of it on his neck, right behind him. He spun about and found the Dwender standing 2 feet away in the light from the window. "Try this. You're not going anywhere." "Try and stop me." "I already have." "What time do you think it is really?" Ringil met the Aldrain gaze and saw the eyes glow, just as he'd known they would, with the rinsed-out rosy tints of the approaching sunrise. He felt the spike in his heart, felt how he sagged as the realization hit. The Dwender nodded. "Dawn itself, properly speaking, has come and gone while you slept. You are out of time. They waited for you at Brillin Hill Fields a full half-hour, as custom apparently dictates these days. Then your second, a man named Darby, stood in for you and was duly killed by your opponent. He gave a good account of himself, it seems, but was simply not well enough versed with a court sword to hold his own." Ringil closed his eyes, bit his lip until he tasted blood. Behind his curtained-off vision he saw it, the little gathered knots of figures on the open ground down by the fish-pools, grey sketched forms, not enough light yet to colour them in, and the 2 men between, the back and forth shunt of the duel. He heard its miserly metallic tones on the cool air, the clink and scrape of the court sword blades, saw Darby drawn in, wrong-sided, fainted out. Riposte. The grating blade goes home. Bright crimson on the greying pastel palette of a day that Darby now won't live to see. How long did it take Iskonkard to find the opening? Was Darby sober? Had he made that much effort for the man that might have been his commander once? Ringil opened his eyes. Whatever the Dwender saw there, it didn't like much. It swayed back a fraction. "Easy there." "You knew. You fucking knew." The Dwender nodded. "So did you. But you allowed yourself to forget." Ringil wrenched his shirt straight. "You take me back. Back into the Aldrain marches, back before it happens. I'm afraid that can't be done." Through clenched teeth now. "You fucking take me back, or what?" Abruptly the Dwender's arms whipped out. A grabbed handful of shirt. Ringil was jerked forward. A flat palm came at him like stone, slapped palm first into his forehead, and suddenly he was on the floor, arms and legs robbed of anything resembling motive force. He flopped like a landed fish. The Dwender stood over him, arms folded. "Ageless realm is a misnomer, you see," it said somberly. "We can swim to the shallows, yes. With practice we can step into places where time slows to a crawl, slows almost to stopping point, even dances around itself in spirals. It's a matter of gradient relative to... well, never mind. It's not something you're equipped to understand. But however slow the crawl, we cannot actually stop time, and nor can we turn it back. What is done cannot be undone. You will have to accept this as truth." Ringil managed to get onto his front and force his knees under him.
The room rocked and shifted around him. Ice trickled down his limbs. He struggled for strength to push himself upright. He heard the duenna sigh. "I was afraid it might come to this, Ringil Esgiath, but not so soon. We are none of us used to dealing with humans after so long. It's a constant learning experience." A booted foot came out and gently shoved him over on his side. Getting up faded to a distant dream. Ringil summoned what breath he could. "Who sent you?" he panted. "I am not sent, as you put it." The duenna knelt beside him. "But you do have your petitioners for my favour. There are those, it seems, who have no wish to see your grim, but still rather beautiful face get slashed to ribbons in squabbles of petty honour." He raised his hand again, palm down, fingers lightly flexed. The gesture blocked light from Ringil's eyes. "Wait! Wait!" It took Ringil a moment to understand the duenna had obeyed. He could not read the sudden flurry of expression that chased across the unhuman face as it hung there. He thought he saw impatience, but impatience with whom it was hard to tell. "Well? Tell me." Faintly. Ringil's voice was almost emptied out, no stronger now than his limbs. "One thing I need to know. It's important." The palm hovered. "Yes? What's your name? We fucked all night and I never asked." Another hesitation, but finally it gave way to a curious smile. "Very well. You may call me Seethlaw, if that will serve." "Oh, it will." And now Ringil smiled as well. "It will." Silence dripped between them. The duenna's palm stayed where it was. "You mind telling me why now you suddenly want to know my name?" it asked him finally. Ringil nodded weakly, summoned some last fragments of breath, and made his lips move. "Simple enough," he whispered. "A cheap fuck doesn't need to have a name, but I like to know what to call the men I'm going to kill." Then the duenna's hand came down, touched his face, lifted gently off again. It seemed to lift consciousness away from him as well, like a delicate mask he'd been wearing and hadn't noticed until now. The last thing he saw, as his own vision inked out, was the duenna's gaze as it raised its head to face the windows. The featureless, empty eyes now washed the colour of blood by the rising sun. Chapter 24. She went up to the palace at first light. Earlier would have invited a rest. While the lower echelons of palace life, the lighting of stoves, the cleaning of acres of marble flooring, got under way well before dawn, courtiers did not present themselves before breakfast. It was a rule of thumb with strong precedent. 2 years ago, a provincial governor had made the mistake of bringing his concerns before Giral while the emperor was still in bed. The occasion was a local revolt by resettled eastern nomads who'd jumped their reservation and reverted to banditry against the trade caravans, so there was some justification for the urgency, at least in the eyes of the governor's special envoy, who rode up to the main gate at the head of a cavalry squad just as the sun was rising and started yelling for the emperor's immediate attention. He got it. Giral had him thrown in jail for a week along with his men, summary sanction for lack of respect before the imperial throne. Protests by senior advisers at court were in vain. The punishment stood. By the time the man was brought into the imperial presence and formally reprimanded, the revolt had more or less sputtered out, and the issue was moot. Proving, Giral observed dryly, that there'd been nothing to get so worked up about in the first place. He took a rhetorical turn about the throne room to drive the point home, gesturing, pitching his voice for effect in the vaulted space. "These are not the days of my father's reign, my friends, not the days of bitter warfare and privation. However much various of my father's faithful friends and advisers in that struggle appear inexplicably to wish otherwise, Give it a rest, gentlemen. We are no longer at war. We face no implacable enemies or unhuman threats. There is no need for panic-stricken counsel and steely decision before the dawn comes up. Our empire is prosperous and at peace. Our difficulties in these times are small and undramatic, admitting of equally small-scale solutions, which, though they may offer scant chance of wild glory, should none the less be effective. I, for one, welcome that change. It has been given to us to enjoy the legacy of all those who sacrificed for us, not to imitate their suffering. I am glad and grateful for the fact, as I am grateful for their sacrifices, and I would have thought that those of you who went through the horror of the war with my family would feel the same. Does anybody here not feel the same?"
Eloquent silence in the gathered ranks of the court. Somewhere off to the right someone cleared their throat, then evidently thought better of speaking up. The sound turned magically into a cough. Giral heard it, knew what it meant, and smiled. He waited the echoes out, then clapped his hands.
"Excellent! I am as ever indebted to you all for your loyal support. Now, next order of business, and please tell me it's a simple budget for city sewer repairs."
The laughter was largely sycophantic, but Arketh had found her mouth stretching to echo it anyway. Privately, though she commiserated with some of her friends from the old guard, she felt there was a lot in what Giral said. She knew the provincial governor who'd sent the emissary and didn't hold him in much regard. Quite conceivably, he'd overreacted to a situation a shrewder man could have handled without rising from his desk. The revolt very likely could have been extinguished with relatively little fuss, could perhaps even have been avoided altogether with a little intelligent foresight. You kept your finger on the pulse. You picked up the warning signs well before matters reached boiling point. You made a few examples, you made a few concessions. 9 times out of 10 the combination paid off. She'd done it herself enough times in the past, when Akal was still on the throne. Panic and overreaction, the late response of fools. Now, waiting in an antechamber for Giral to get out of bed, going over what the helmsman had told her, she couldn't be sure if, sleepless and churned up and raw from the crin, she wasn't giving in to a similar fool's impulse herself. But
"The Duenda are gone, Arketh. Thousands of years ago. They fled the parameters of this world when they couldn't defeat us.
Apparently they're back." One of the helmsman's unnerving silences. Then, severely,
"That's really not funny. The Duenda are not something you joke about, daughter of Flaradam."
"I'm not trying to be funny, Angfal. I've got better things to do with my time than come down here and tell you jokes."
"You certainly have. To start with, if you're right, and the Duenda really have returned, now with the Kiriath gone, then you have graves to dig. About 100,000 ought to do it. You might want to get started ahead of time."
"The Emperor will see you now." She glanced up and saw the smirk on the Chamberlain's face. She supposed there weren't a lot of courtiers receiving audience in Giral's bedchamber. It begged a rather obvious question, and court gossip would doubtless provide a dozen different salacious answers by lunchtime. "You can wipe that fucking grin off your face," she told him as she got up, "or I'll come back and cut it off for you." The smirk vanished as if dragged downward off the man's visage with a claw. He shrank from her as she passed. The grin made her glad. "Better get hold of that temper, Arkady. His Radiance Giral Khimran II won't bully as easily as his servants." She stepped through into a room that reeked of sex. The imperial bedchamber faced east by careful design, and had floor-to-ceiling windows for the view. The sun flooded in, struck deep into the back of the room, and gilded what it touched, the drapes on the huge four-poster bed, the rumpled covers, and the 3 tousle-haired, sleeping forms that lay amidst them. Arketh registered the curves, made herself look carefully away.
"Arketh! Good morning!"
Giral was over by the wood-panelled partitions on the far side of the room, wrapped in a long silk robe and picking at an extravagant spread of breakfast platters set out on 3 separate tables. He turned to face her, put a quail's egg into his mouth and chewed vigorously. Lifted a wagging finger.
You know, when I said I'd hold you to your promise of rapid progress, I didn't intend you to take it quite this hard. Some time this afternoon would have been fine.
She bowed. I must apologize for intruding on your rest so early, my lord, but— Giral waved it away, still chewing.
No, it's fine. Educational.
He swallowed and gestured at the breakfast spread.
Some of this stuff? It's the first time I've ever tasted it when it's still hot. So, what's the news? Did you have a good night in the sheets with my little gift?
Your generosity overwhelms me, my lord. I have not yet actually been to bed.
What a pity.
Giral picked up an apple and bit into it. His eyes met hers across the top of the fruit, and the look in them was suddenly hard and predatory. He gouged the chunk of fruit loose with his teeth, chomped it down, and wiped his mouth on the back of his hand.
I'd rather hoped we could compare notes, actually. Maybe even share young Ishgrim's training between us.
My lord, the reaction of the helmsmen to my news about the Duenda incursion has been disturbing.
Yes. Well, you certainly look disturbed.
Giral stared down at the bitten apple for a moment, then tossed it back among the platters on the middle table.
Oh, very well, then. You'd better come through.
He forced the slides of the partition apart at the join and walked through into the chamber beyond. There was a surfeit of sunlight in here as well, though diluted down and tinged in various colours by stained glass panels set into the lower half of each window, and depicting scenes of historic triumph from imperial history. Vibrant little smears of pink and blue lay across the wooden floor and panelled walls, and the green leather surface of a large writing desk in one corner. Armchairs were set up at the back of the room around another low table covered to match the desk.
Sit.
Giral gestured her to a chair and took the one opposite. He covered a leonine yawn with one hand, sank back in the arms of the chair, put a slippered foot on the edge of the low table, and steepled his fingers. The robe split and gave her a narrow view of an impressive, if you liked that sort of thing, prick and balls. She couldn't tell if it was deliberate.
So, disturbing. In what way?
Arketh hesitated. I think the helmsmen are afraid, my lord.
Afraid?
Giral coughed up a short, uncertain laugh. He shifted in the chair and straightened his robe.
Come on. They don't understand things like fear. You told me yourself they aren't anything like human. Anyway, suddenly you're talking in plural here. How many helmsmen have you actually spoken to?
2, my lord. Angfal, who is installed in the study in my home, and Kalaman in the fireship towards the candle of vigil maintained at the Kiryath Museum. Their attitudes are somewhat different. Kalaman is more pragmatic, less inclined to drama, but their basic responses are the same. Both give extensive warnings about what the Duenda are capable of. Both are of the opinion that if these creatures are returning to this world, then the results will be catastrophic. Giral stroked at his chin. He seemed to have been doing some thinking of his own since the night before.
Catastrophic for whom, though? The way you've explained it, this is a northern thing, this Duenda mythology. Is it possible these creatures might confine their depredations to that part of the world?
They came to Hangset, my lord.
Yes, in response to either the prayers and idolatry of a northerner, or the presence of a type of stone found only in the north.
Found mostly in the north, my lord, holding down a tremor of alarm, because she could see where this was going. Glitched deposits are to be found in various parts of the Empire as well. Giral gave her a shrewd look.
But you don't really believe it's the glitched itself, do you, Arketh? If the Duenda use this stuff as a beaconing device, it would need to be shaped in some way, crafted to its purpose, the way our little friend from Hangset crafted her idol.
I don't believe that—
Don't interrupt your emperor when he's thinking aloud, Arketh. It's rude.
She swallowed. My apologies, my lord.
Oh, accepted, accepted.
A languid gesture.
Now, look, our trade ships don't just steer down the coast by any old fire they happen to see on a cliff top. any piece of brightly coloured junk floating in the water that they might pass. They look for lighthouses and marker buoys. The duenna are going to be the same. They're going to be looking for a specific form of this rock, something shaped, something prepared by their acolytes, by those who worship them."
"Got to nip this in the bud, our kiddie. He'll do it, this little shit, trying to fill his father's boots. He'll sign on order to get it done without a second thought, and you'll watch the refugee columns form from horizon to horizon all over again." "The duenna have been gone for several thousand years, my lord," voice as smooth as lack of sleep and Crinsant's would let it get. "I think it's safe to say that any acolytes they may once have had among humans are now dead, and this woman Elith certainly did not herself craft the idol she owns. She refers to it as an heirloom of her clan, and it certainly has the look of something many centuries old."
"But perhaps, Arketh," the Emperor said softly, "Elith herself is many centuries old as well. Did you think of that? Perhaps she's been kept alive by the sorceries of her duenna masters, gifted with eternal youth in return for her services. Perhaps she is a witch, or even a creature crafted from stone and given sorcerous life."
Arketh sat as if poised on the edge of the anmonal crater. Lives spun past in her head, held in a balance whose mechanism she had only the slightest of influence over. She saw Elith, screaming her lungs out on the rack or pincer apart, opened and probed with red-hot steel. Thousands like her driven from their homes, no food or water beyond what they could carry, starving on the roads, brutalized and extorted of what little they still owned by the soldiery supposed to watch over them. She was accustomed to reading Gerard's face, but could make nothing of the bland expression he wore now.
"Do you believe that, my lord?" she asked with knife-edge caution. "That this woman is a witch? Or some kind of golem, even?"
The Emperor studied his hands, gazed critically at his manicure for a few moments before he would meet Arketh's eyes. He sighed.
"Oh, I suppose not. Not really, no."
"Then—"
a sudden jabbing finger.
"But, and I told you before about interrupting me, God fuck it, Arketh, what I am beginning to think is that maybe my father's policy of resettlement after the war was a mistake. It wouldn't be the first mistake he made, would it? You remember that god-awful mess in Van Beer? So, the way I see it, we've got tens of thousands of these people living amongst us, refusing to convert, most of them, turning their backs on the civilized benefits the Empire offers, going on with their idolatry and who knows what else besides. I don't want to start sounding like that little twat Menkarak, but if permitting the kind of religious freedom we do is going to bring down some millennia-old curse on us all, well, then, maybe we need to rethink our values. And maybe we don't want these people inside our borders after all."
She sat and waited.
"Well?"
he snapped.
"Do I have your Majesty's permission to speak?"
"Oh, mother of the fucking revelation, Arketh, don't sulk! Yes, speak. Speak! It's what I pay you for, isn't it?"
She marshalled her words with care. She'd come to the palace with the avowed intention of scaring the shit out of Gerard. Now she wasn't so sure it was a good idea.
"My lord, according to the helmsmen, the duenna were a race with mastery of worlds that lie parallel to our own, worlds that in some way seem to occupy almost the same space as ours, that are no further away than your bedchamber is from where we sit now. I can't say I understand how this is supposed to work, but it does correspond to some of the common Aldrain legends in the north, which claim that certain places are inhabited by otherworldly creatures in a way that is hidden from human eyes. An isolated mountain crag becomes a fairy-tale castle at certain hours of the night, or in the midst of a powerful lightning storm. You can knock on a forest oak and it will be opened to you like a gate, but only on certain nights of the year, and so forth. I find in these stories an echo of the Kiriath tales of voyaging here from another world, which is why I am inclined to take them seriously. But there is one major difference.
My people were forced to seek out the deepest, hottest, most pressurized places in the bowels of the earth before they could find a way to pass between worlds." She paused, measuring her tone again before she plunged on. "The duenda, it seems, can effect this passage anywhere they choose. They can enter this world at will, at any given point."
Her words seemed to evaporate into the quiet. Small domestic sounds seeped in from elsewhere in the palace, banging of doors, voices giving instructions. Behind the wall, water gurgled in pipes. The Emperor looked at his hands again.
"You're saying this isn't just a northern problem, then?" he muttered.
"I'm saying, my lord, that until we have a clear idea of what the duenda want, geography as we understand it is largely meaningless. These creatures could show up anywhere from the Demlarashan wastes to the palace gardens right here in Helteth. We simply do not know."
Giral grunted.
"And this stone idol? You seemed pretty fucking convinced last night that it was the key to the incursion. Changed your mind all of a sudden?"
"No, my lord. I still believe it is important, but it's the first of its kind that I've ever seen. Though both Angfal and Kalaman recognized it from my description, and nearly shit rivets when they did. But you don't need to know that right now, my lord. Elith brought it with her when she was resettled, but she was already at that point a deeply disturbed woman. It is heavy, bulky, and far from attractive in aspect. I think it's safe to say such things are not a common possession of Naomic peoples, either here or in the north. A few might exist here or there, but—"
"We could always institute a search, house-to-house immigrant districts throughout the Empire."
"Tyrant's fucking balls. We could do that, my lord, but I am not convinced that would be an efficient use of manpower. In fact, I have an equally direct but somewhat smaller-scale plan of action which perhaps my lord would—"
"Yes, all right," Giral gestured wearily. "Don't sugar-coat it to death. I already guessed you wouldn't have come all the way up here at this time of day unless you wanted something. Come on, then, let's hear your bright idea."
It felt like stepping off a bobbing coracle and onto a slippery but solid jetty. Arketh tried not to let her relief show. Carefully, then, very carefully.
"The woman, Elith, and the idol she brought with her are originally from Enishmin, more precisely from the eastern fringes of that province."
The imperial lip curled.
"Yes, that's a god-forsaken corner of the world. You'd think she'd have been glad to get south to some decent weather."
Yes, my lord."
"That was a joke, Arketh."
"Yes, my lord."
She patched together a smile.
"Enishmin is not blessed with ideal weather."
The look in Giral's eyes hardened.
"Don't fucking humor me, woman. You really think I'd have put up with your drug-soaked insubordination and superior airs this long if I didn't value you for something other than sycophancy? Revelation knows I get enough of that from the rest of the court. You, Arketh, I trust to tell me the truth, even if it upsets me, so get on with it. Upset me if that's what you're planning to do. What about Enishmin?"
"Yes, my lord."
The Kryn was building a shrill desire to scream in his face. She held it down, barely.
"When I mentioned the origins of the idol to the helmsmen, both of them independently concluded that the Kangset incursion was probably a navigation error on the part of the duenda, that they had intended to arrive in the east of Enishmin, and the relocation of the idol threw them off. Imagine trying to follow a map that's thousands of years old. It would be easy enough to make mistakes."
"So these creatures are not perfect, then? Not angelic essences condensed to flesh, the way the Revelation promises? I suppose that's some relief."
"They are very far from perfect, my lord. What the helmsmen told me suggests a wildly impulsive nature, barely governed by the wisdom they must have accumulated over 1,000,000 or more years of unchanging existence. And—"
she hesitated, because even remembering this next piece of the puzzle still sent a chill scrabbling up her spine.
"according to Angfal, they may not even be sane. Not as we would understand the concept.
Giral frowned.
"I've heard that said about outlanders and enemies before, and I don't generally trust it. Just too bloody convenient. It's the quick and easy way to deal with difference. Oh, they're not like us. They're insane. It saves you having to think too much. They say the Magic were insane when we first ran into them. Said they were semi-human beasts that howled and ate human flesh, and it turned out they were just a lot tougher than us on the battlefield. Come on, Arketh. I've heard it said on occasion that your people were insane by human standards."
"Yes, my lord, which is precisely Angfal's point. The mental changes that the Kiriath went through on their voyage here appear to have been the result of a single passage through the spaces between worlds, a single exposure. The Duenda, it seems, live in these spaces, inhabit them as a matter of course. I don't like to think what that must have done to their sanity. I'm quite certain a human could not survive it undamaged." Giral sat and thought about it for a while. He rested his arm on the chair, put his chin on a loosely curled fist, and stared at Arketh as if hoping she'd go away. He sighed.
"So you're telling me, you seriously believe this, Arketh, that these immensely powerful, possibly insane beings have some special interest in Enishmen?"
The coughed-up laugh again, the throwaway gesture.
"Well, I mean, they'd have to be insane, wouldn't they? A shithole northern province that grows turnips or hunts swamp snakes for a living and barely makes its tax bill each year. What possible earthly use is it going to be to them?"
"The helmsmen have an explanation of sorts, my lord. It seems what is now eastern Enishmen was once the site of a decisive battle against the Duenda. The swamps at the eastern end of the province are apparently not wholly natural. According to Angfal, they were originally created by some cataclysmic weapon the Kiriath deployed there. I wonder if that weapon didn't have some effect on the barriers between worlds, perhaps make them easier to breach than elsewhere. Stories of hauntings and apparitions apparently persist in the local culture, and there's some kind of trade in so-called Aldrain artifacts, things retrieved from the swamps that are reckoned to have magical powers." Giral snorted. Arketh nodded a measured dose of agreement. "Yes, it's improbable, I agree. In fact, these artifacts are probably mostly bits and pieces left behind by the Kiriath armies in the past. But there may be an element of truth to the tales as well. In the markets and specialist shops in Trelane, where Aldrain law is an affectation among the rich, I once saw quite a number of objects that didn't appear to be of human manufacture, but were not reminiscent of anything my people might build either."
"You're saying the Duenda have come back to the site of an old defeat? What for? Revenge?"
Giral shook his head. He even smiled, but she thought there was an edge of bitterness on it.
"Well, they've come a little late for that. Perhaps someone should go up there and tell them they just missed their ancient enemies on the way out the door at Anmonul. Maybe then they'll leave us alone."
"Or maybe not, my lord. The war against the Duenda was apparently an alliance of Kiriath and human, in much the same way as the war against the scaled folk. If your enemy has fled, but his dogs remain guarding the hearth, what will you do with those dogs?" Giral nodded. It was logic he understood.
"So you want to go to Enishmen, is that it?"
"I think leading an expeditionary force there might be advisable. 1,000 men, say, with engineering support could—"
1,000 men?
Giral seemed genuinely aghast.
"Where exactly do you think I'm going to snap my fingers and get 1,000 men from? This isn't wartime, you know."
"No, my lord. Not yet, it isn't."
"Oh, that's a ridiculous thing to say."
The Emperor surged to his feet, stormed to the window and stood staring out. Came back.
"And, look, even if it's not Arketh, even if this is the prelude to some kind of conflict, the attack came from Khangset, from the west, and from the ocean. You're asking me to commit a major force 1,200 miles away on a completely different frontier, all staked on not much more than some mumblings from senile machinery and a theory you haven't slept on yet."
"My lord, I realize—"
"Well, I don't think you do, Arketh." His voice trod hers down. I don't think you've noticed, in the depths of your drugged-up self-pity and obsession, that we're trying to run an empire here. Currently, we've got the Trelane League stamping their collective feet and making angry diplomatic noises about trade restriction again. Those motherfuckers certainly forgot pretty fucking fast who kept them afloat during the war, and by all accounts they're building a new navy into the bargain. We've got an upsurge in piracy along the southern coast, some kind of horse-shit religious schism going on at Demlarashen that'll probably need riot control before the end of the year. And on top of that, I have provincial governors marching into my throne room every fucking month like clockwork to whinge at me about supply lines and banditry and public health crises, but not one single one of them ever wants to come up with the taxes we need to solve those problems. The long and the short of it is, Arketh, I can't fucking give you your 1,000 men, because I don't fucking have them to spare.
And that was that. Arketh collected her horse and wended her way back down into the city, muttering to herself and grinding her teeth, clear indications, as if I fucking needed them, that she'd overdone the Crimsants. The strengthening mid-morning sun stung her eyes, layered her shoulders with the promised heat of the day to come. Worst of all was the knowledge within her that Giral had a point. The Empire didn't have a lot of excess military capacity. The war dead numbered in the tens of thousands, and the devastation wrought by the scaled folk was massive. Across the whole imperial domain, the population was only just starting to get back on its breeding feet. Most farms and manufactories were still desperately short of labour. The levies had been cut back as soon as a workable peace and a stable frontier could be hammered out with Trelane, not because the Empire was weary of war, but because Akal's economic advisers had bluntly told him that if he didn't slacken the demand for soldiers soon, his harvests would rot in the fields and his subjects would starve. It was that, as much as anything else, that brought imperial ambitions in the northwest to an abrupt, conciliatory halt.
"Bring me some evidence," Giral told her as she was leaving. "Something solid. I'll put the army back on a war footing if I have to, but I won't do it for rumour and conjecture and a few trinkets you once saw in a shop window in Trelane."
"Then give me a reduced force," she'd pleaded. "A few hundred. Let me—"
"No, I'm sorry, Arketh."
He did genuinely seem to be.
"Quite apart from anything else, I need you here. If there is a crisis, I need to be able to point you at it pretty fucking fast, and I can't do that if you've gone herring off to the wrong end of the Empire."
Perhaps he was even right. Degenerate lifestyle aside, he wasn't a stupid man. She thought abruptly of Ishgrim's pale curves, thought about owning them the way Giral had, the way he owned the 3 sleeping girls in his bed now. Owning the belief, no, not even that, owning the knowledge that this was flesh you had a right to use like any other purchased thing you might have in the house, like the flesh of the fruit you kept in the larder, the leather of a jerkin you liked to wear. "Perhaps you're the stupid one, Arkady. Ever think of that?" She dismounted into the sunlit quiet of the courtyard, beset by her own murmuring, circling thoughts. No sign of the stable boy. Well, he wasn't the sharpest pin in the box, but still, he should have heard Idrashan's hooves on the cobbles when she rode in. She glanced sourly towards the stables, felt a spike of Kryn-driven anger, and tamped it back down with great care. "You don't take it out on the servants," Flaradnam had told her when she was about 6, and it stuck. She led Idrashan over to the hitching rail by the stables, looped the reins there, and went to look for Kefanin. Found him, blooded and crawling on hands and knees, just inside the main door. He'd heard her come in, was trying to get up. The blood made a darkened, matted mass of his hair on one whole side of his head. It dripped off his face onto the flagstones, spotted them in a line where he'd crawled. She stopped dead, rigid with shock. "Kef! Kef!" Kefanin looked up at her, mouth working, making the repeated, silent gape of a gaffed fish. She dropped to her knees at his side, gathered him up and got his mouth close to her ear. She felt the blood smear on her cheek. "I'm sorry, milady," he uttered, voice clicking and breathless, barely audible. "We tried to stop them, but they took her." Chapter 25. For Ringil, the days that followed were like fever dreams from some battlefield injury that wouldn't heal. He couldn't be sure how much of it Seath law was inducing for his own purposes, and how much was just a levy-standard human reaction to time spent in the Aldrain marches. Either way, it was pretty horrible. Landscapes and interiors he thought were real would suddenly melt without warning, collapse around him like walls of candle wax bowing to the flame. Worse still, behind them was a radiance that glimmered coldly like band light on distant water, and a sense of exposure to the void that made him want to curl up and cry. Figures came and went who could not possibly be there, stooped close to him and bestowed cryptic fragments of wisdom on him, each with the chilly intimacy of serpents hissing in his ear. Some of them he knew, others brought with them a nightmarish half-familiarity that said he ought to know them, maybe would have known them if his life had only turned out fractionally different. They at any rate affected to know him, and the dream logic of their assumption was the thing he came to dread most, because he was tolerably sure he could feel aspects of himself ebbing away or shifting in response.
"If it's true," Shalak pontificated, one warm spring evening in the garden behind the shop, "if it's really a fact that the Aldrain realms stand outside time, or at least in the shallow surf on time's shores, then the constraints of time aren't going to apply to anything that goes on there. You think about that for a moment. Never mind all that old marsh shit about young men seduced by Aldrain maids into spending a single night with them and going home the next day to find 40 years have passed. That's the least of it. A lack of time presupposes a lack of limits on what can happen at any given point as well. You'd be living inside a million different possibilities all at once. Imagine the will it would take to survive that. Your average peasant human is just going to go screaming insane." "You think about that," he repeated, and leaned in close to whisper. "Give us a kiss, Gil?"
Ringil flinched. Shalak wavered and went away. So did a large chunk of the garden behind him. Flaradnam stepped through the blurry space it left, seated himself opposite as if it were the most natural thing in the world.
"Thing is, Gil, if I'd taken that attitude at Gallows Gap, where would we be now? I'd never have made it back in one piece."
"What attitude?" Ringil shook his head numbly, stared back at the seamed anthracite features. "You didn't make it back, Nam. You never got to Gallows Gap in the first place. You died on the surgeon's table." Flaradnam pulled a face, as if he'd just been told a joke in very poor taste.
"Oh, come on. So who led the charge at the Gap if it wasn't me?"
"I did."
"You?"
"Yes, me!" Shouting now. "You were fucking dead, Nam. We left your body for the lizards."
"Gil, what's the matter with you? You're not well."
And so on. "Do you ever get used to it?" he asked Seathlaw, across a softly snapping campfire in a forest he didn't remember walking into. Thick green scent of pine needles mingled with the smoke. He was shivering, but not with cold. "How long does it take?" The Dwender cocked his head.
"Get used to what?"
"Oh, what do you fucking think? The ghosts, the visitors I'm getting, and don't tell me you don't fucking see them." Seathlaw nodded, more to himself than to the human he faced.
"No, you're correct. I do see them, but not as you do. They are not my alternatives. They mean nothing to me. I see a faint gathering of motion around you, that's all, like a fog. It's always that way with humans."
"Yeah, well, there's no fucking fog around you," Ringil snapped. "How long before I can learn to do that?"
"Longer than you have, I suspect."
The Dwender stared into the fire, and its light turned his eyes incandescent.
"No human has managed it, to my knowledge, except maybe... well, but he was not truly human anyway."
"Who wasn't?"
"It no longer matters.
Seethlaw looked up and smiled sadly. "You ask how long? In all honesty, I wouldn't know. I was born to it. We all were. Our young flicker in and out of the grey places from birth." Later they walked in single file along a worn footpath, through the trees and up across the shoulder of the hill. Ringil followed the broad-shouldered figure of the duenna without question. Something that seemed wrong to him, but in some oddly shaped way he could not define. A pale but strengthening glow seeped in between the jagged, barked trunks, brought the ground underfoot into clearer view, but it never really got light. "Where are we going?" he asked Seethlaw's back. "Where you wanted to go." The voice drifted to him over the duenna's shoulder. Seethlaw did not turn round or slacken his pace. "I'm going to fulfill your obligations for you." "And why would you do that?" A lewd chuckle that put twinges through Ringil's sweetly aching groin. "You have a short memory, Ringil Angel Eyes?" "Lucky I've got a fucking memory at all," Ringil muttered. "Place like this," and shivered again. Back in the garden, there was a grizzled soldier in Imperial cavalry rig who said he knew him and talked incessantly about campaigns in the desert Ringil had never been a part of. "Not like we didn't warn old Urshnar Kal not to quit the outcrops that time, is it? Fucking coast huggers got no clue how to fight a desert war. Not much surprise the scale faces took them apart before we got back. You remember what they did to Kal's ribs, the way they left him?" "No, I don't." Slightly desperate, because the horrors of a screaming, sun-seared image he had never seen were beginning to trickle into his head. "Like I told you, I was never fucking there. Gave me nightmares for months, that." The Imperial seemed to be ignoring his protests. But perhaps he had to. Perhaps they all had to, the same way Ringil had to resist each apparition's false assumptions about him in order to go on existing at all. "Still get it sometimes when it's a tough summer? Still wake up sweating and screaming, dreaming about the scale faces coming up out of the sand all around us. You ever have dreams like that?" "The scaled folk came from the sea," Ringil told him firmly. "They were never in the desert. They came out of the Western Ocean and we threw them back into it. That's what I remember. That's what fucking happened, and I don't know who the fuck you are either." Surprised hurt in the soldier's eyes. Ringil thought of Darby's face when he offered him the money, thought of how he must have looked when Iskon Card skewered him. He dropped his gaze, ashamed. "You've got to hang on, Gil," Grace of Heaven said uncomfortably. The unknown soldier was gone, but the garden remained. "It's for the best." "Yeah," Ringil slurred. "Whose fucking best is that, then?" "No one wants you hurt." "Fucking trade-up piece of shit, with your house in the glades." "Oh, I see. That's reserved for the Eskiaths of this world, is it? I guess I was just supposed to stay colourful for you here in the slums." Ringil summoned a defensive sneer. "What's the matter, Grace? You want to be like me? You're trying way too hard." Milakar turned away. Ringil waited for him to dissolve like the soldier, then discovered he wanted him back after all. "I'm sorry about Gersh," he called. "But I think Errol had time to get away. I think he made it." Grace of Heaven gestured impatiently. Fast, angry motion, face still turned away. He would not look back or meet Ringil's eye. They came out of the cavernous darkness and picked their way over a litter of massive granite boulders embedded in smooth white sand. Ringil couldn't tell how long they'd been walking. The garden was the last thing he remembered clearly, and before that, less clearly, the forest path. Now, overhead, the rough, climbing roof of the sea cave they'd just emerged from made a jagged upper frame for his view down the beach to the surf. Above the sea, the night sky showed a handful of stars, and Ringil slammed to a halt. "What the fuck is that?" Seethlaw paused between two boulders, spared a brief sideways glance. "That's the moon." Ringil stared at the softly glowing, dirty yellow disk that sat fatly just above the line of the horizon, the darker patches like stains across its radiance.
"It's like the sun," he murmured. "But it's so old. Look at it. Like it's almost used up. Is that why the light's so weak here? No. Is it the sky home the Majak talk about?" A note of impatience crept into the Dwenda's voice. "No, it's not. Now keep close. This isn't wholly our territory." "What do you—" Ringil's voice faded out. There were figures in the surf. At first he thought they might be statues, or just approximately human-looking rocks, for all the movement they showed. But then they did move, and Ringil felt a cool gust of fear up his spine at the sudden change. They were some 50 yards distant, and the light was uncertain, but he thought they had breasts, huge luminous eyes, and circular lamprey-like mouths. "Might help if I had a weapon," he hissed at Seethlaw's back. "You do," said the Dwenda absently. "Your sword is on your back, and that grubby little reptile tooth you're so handy with is in your belt. Much good they'll do you if this goes bad." Ringil clapped a hand to his shoulder, found the strap of his scabbard hung there, the pommel of the Raven's friend in place and within reach. He would have sworn only moments ago that he had not felt the weight. "Don't touch it," there was a taut warning in Seethlaw's tone. "Just smile at the Akia, stay away from the water's edge, and keep on walking. Chances are they'll leave us alone." Their path led out around a tumbled pile of granite blocks. The smooth, pale sand was soggy underfoot now, and the surf was closer. The figures in the water shifted about, and one or two of them disappeared beneath the waves, but otherwise they seemed content simply to watch their visitors go past. "They're not armed," Ringil pointed out. "No, they're not. They don't need to be." Along the gently shelving beach, in and out among the half-buried boulders and tilted blocks of stone, light from the feebly glowing phantom sun made the rocks into black silhouettes against the sand. Now Ringil saw that he groped for the name Seethlaw had given them. The Akia were keeping pace, diving beneath the surface in sequence, a handful at a time, coming up 20 or 30 yards further along, and waiting for the rest of their companions to catch up. A chittering, sucking noise seemed to come and go faintly on the wind, gusting between the sound of the waves. Seethlaw stopped and cocked his head to listen. Ringil thought a smile touched the corners of his mouth. "What's so funny? They're talking about you." "Yeah, right." Now their path apparently took them away from the shoreline again. The cavernous overhang of the sea cave had given way to sections where the cliffs above had collapsed altogether into mounds of gigantic rubble. Seethlaw took them in amongst it all, up through a narrow ravine between drunkenly angled blocks, each the size of an upended imperial coach. They began to climb away from the sea. Ringil touched his hand briefly to the pommel of the Raven's friend again. "When did you give me the sword back?" "You've had it from the start. You just weren't aware of the fact. It's a simple enough trick. That one I could teach you. I've been carrying this thing all along, even in the forest when we camped." Seethlaw looked back at him, mouth quirked again. "We haven't reached the forest yet." Ringil felt the strength run out of his legs like water. The rock wall to his left seemed suddenly to be toppling over on him. Then, "Shut up!" Seethlaw had locked to a halt in the narrow space ahead of him, one closed fist raised, point-man style, for silence and stillness. Very gently, without moving any other part of his body, he nodded upward. Ringil followed the direction of his gaze and stopped breathing. Fuck. One of the Akia had not, it seemed, been content to stay in the ocean and watch them leave. It crouched on top of the right-hand block, 2 yards over their heads, poised lizard-like on arms splayed wide. Powerful-looking hands curled like claws into the fissures and features of the granite. Ringil's hand flew to the pommel of the Raven's friend, the Akia's head tilted, lamp-like eyes fixed on the movement. "I said don't fucking touch that!" For the first time since he'd known the Dwenda, Ringil thought he heard genuine fear in Seethlaw's mellifluous voice. He dropped his hand back to his side. The Akia shifted its head again, met his eyes directly.
It felt like a physical blow.
"Don't do anything stupid," said Seethlaw very softly. "Don't move. Don't do anything sudden at all."
Ringil swallowed and remembered to breathe, held the creature's gaze, stared at it while his mind stumbled after comparisons. The Akia looked like a harbour-end pimp's nightmare of womanhood, like something dreamed into being from the fumes of one too many Flandrine pipes and the constant, stealthy background slap of water against the pilings under the wharf. It was long-haired and full-breasted, pale-skinned in the light from the worn-out sun, and smoothly muscled from a lifetime in the water. But the hair straggled back from a skull built out of angles to make you scream. The eyes were the size of clenched fists, and for all that Ringil sensed a ferocious intelligence in their stare, they were set in sockets that had more in common with the skull of a lizard than anything human. Thickly ridged cheekbones forced them back and up, separating the upper features from a chinless lower face that seemed wholly prehensile, and currently held the circular lamprey mouth aimed at the intruders like another massive eye. It raised itself on the angle of the rock, scuttled down a couple of feet so it was hanging almost upside down on the wall above them. Ringil watched in fascination, as two long, fin-fronded limbs coiled about in dark silhouette behind its head. He could hear them rasping as they sought purchase on the top of the block. He cleared his throat.
"Just stay where you are," Seethlaw murmured. "If it wanted to hurt you, it already would have."
The Akia claw-walked its way down the wall of rock until it was suspended upside down almost within touching distance of Ringil's head. It brought with it the salt waft of its body, the fresh blast of ocean water overlaid with more fragrant elements that were curiously similar to Seethlaw's scent. Its hair hung in its eyes like the strings of a wrecked fishing net until, with a motion that was startlingly feminine, it lifted one hand from the rock and swept the strands back behind its head. A nictitating membrane flickered up over the left eye. The circular lip of muscle around the mouth flexed in and out like an iris, and Ringil, staring up with a crick in his neck, saw concentric rings of teeth lift themselves briefly erect and then lie down in the throat again. He swallowed hard, fought down the terrible sensation of vulnerability that crawled in his face and scalp. It wasn't a stretch to assume the Akia could bite and rip open his head as easily as a Hjelteth fisherman's machete taking the top off a coconut. From deep in the thing's throat came the same glutinous chittering he'd heard earlier. It cocked its head back and forth between man and duenda, as if puzzled by the juxtaposition. Out of the corner of his eye, Ringil thought he saw Seethlaw nod. Then, rapid as a fleeing lizard, the Akia whipped about on the rock and was gone, back over the top in a succinct thrash of pale curves and coiling rear limbs. Ringil heard it scuttling away somewhere above them. He sagged with relief, heart thunderous from the shock of that last sudden move. Wished he'd been carrying some kind of weapon. Fucking somewhere on cool, dew-damp grass, in a ring of mist-shrouded standing stones, under stars he did not recognize. There was a flavour to it, a raw abandonment that stung him like a blow across the mouth. Seethlaw sprawled naked and ivory white on hands and knees before him, panting and snarling like a dog as Ringil crouched and thrust into him from behind. Hands hooked in and hauling on the hinge of the duenda's bent body where hips and thighs met. A shivery sense of exposure came and went through his flesh, as if the standing stones were silent but tautly aroused spectators who'd paid to watch what the two of them were doing. Ringil, feverish with lust, reached round for the duenda's cock, found it stony hard and pulsing at the edge of climax. The feel of it slipped the final leashes of his own control. He heard himself growling now, saw himself as if from a height outside the standing stones, hammering madly against Seethlaw's split buttocks, pumping the shaft in his hand until it kicked against his grip, and the duenda howled and clawed in the grass, and Ringil came in his wake as if in answer to the call. And sagging, and collapsing forward, like a burning building coming down into the river, hand trapped beneath the Dwender's body as they went down, still frantically milking Seethlaw's cock into the wet grass, face pressed hard between the broad pale shoulders, laughing and sobbing, and the tears again, icy this time as they spilled onto the Dwender's skin. Across low hills, under a sky thickly carpeted with stars, there was a road of black stone built for giants. Its surface was broken and weed-grown underfoot, but it extended for a full 15 or 20 yards on either side of them. Walking it, from time to time, they passed under pale stone bridges, higher than the eastern gate at Trelane. Off to the right there were clusters of towers gathered on the flanks of the hills like sentinels. Ringil's eye kept sliding out to them. There was something wrong with the architecture. The towers had no features, were as basic and flat-edged as a small child's drawing of buildings, only taller, so tall they looked stretched beyond any humanly useful dimension. "Does anything live in those?" he asked Seethlaw. The Dwender cast a long glance at the towers. "Not if there's any other option," he said cryptically. "Not from choice." "You're saying they're prisons?" "You could argue that, yeah." For a while Jellim walked with them on the road, but it was a Jellim Ringil had never known. The moody good looks were changed, weathered into something older and wiser than Jellim had ever had the chance to become. He looked, Ringil thought vaguely, like a successful young shipmaster, well-travelled enough to have grown wise, still not aged enough to seem weary. He chatted away with coffee-house aplomb, smiled often, and touched Ringil with an open confidence that belonged in some fantasy mural Grace of Heaven might commission to go with his bedroom ceiling. "And how's your father keeping these days?" Ringil stared at him. "You've got to be fucking kidding me." "Saw him in the street a couple of months back." Jellim frowned, reached for the misplaced memory. "Over in Tervinala, I think it was. But you know how it is, neither of us really had the time to stop and talk. Remember me to him, won't you? Tell him I miss all those fireside debates we used to get into with him." "Sure, I'll do that." At some point he couldn't clearly recall, Ringil had given up arguing with his ghosts. Anyway, this time the ground felt a little more solid. The tenuous image of cheery evenings around the hearth with Gingran might creep in, but it stood no earthly chance of gaining any real foothold in his head. Still, when Jellim leaned across and tousled his hair up, kissed him casually on the neck, as the other Jellim always had, it hurt. And when the alternative left him, no farewell, just a slow fade, exclaiming, "Come on, guys, let's up the pace a bit, shall we?" laughing and striding forward first into transparency and then into nothing, when that happened, something ached in Ringil the way it had when he first faced the Dwender and the blue storm it was wrapped in. Later they camped under one of the huge pale bridges, and Seethlaw summoned a fire out of an ornate, broad-bottomed flask he carried. Whatever was in the vessel burned with an eerie greenish flame, but it radiated a comforting wash of heat out of all proportion to the size of the thing. Ringil sat and watched shadows leap about on the pale stone support pillar behind the Dwender. "When you summon the storm," he said slowly, "how does it feel?" "Feel?" Seethlaw gave the impression he'd been dozing. "Why would it feel like anything? It's power. It's just power. Potential and the will to deploy it. That's all magic is in the end, you know." "I thought there were supposed to be rules to magic." "Did you?" The long mouth bent into a crooked smile. "Who told you that, then? Someone down at Strov Market?" Ringil ignored the sneer. "It doesn't hurt you? The storm?" "No." A look of dawning comprehension. "Ah, that. The regret, is that what you're talking about? This sense of loss?" "Yes, he always talked about that too." "It's a mortal thing as far as I can tell. The aspect storm is a warp in the fabric of every possible outcome the universe will allow. It gathers in the alternatives like a bride gathering in her gown.
For a mortal, those alternatives are mostly paths they'll never take, things they'll never do. At some level, the organism seems to know that. But it was a passing curiosity. There was too much else. The sadness Jellim had left behind still clung around Ringil's heart in creased folds. "But you don't feel it that way," he said bitterly. "You're immortal, right?" Seethlaw smiled gently. "So far." And then his gaze drifted out to the left, eyes narrowed. Ringil heard footfalls across the black stone road behind him. "Seethlaw?" It was a female voice, fluid and melodic, but slightly muffled. The duenda's name was the only word Ringil could pick out, and even that was stretched and twisted almost beyond recognition. He turned his head and saw in the glow from the fire that a figure stood behind him. It was garbed in black, wore a long sword across its back, and its head was sleek and rounded. It took him a couple of seconds to realize he was looking at someone in the suit and helm Seethlaw had shown him under the city. Then the figure lifted a hand to the featureless bulb on its head and pushed back the glass visor. Framed in the space behind was an empty-eyed duenda face. A shudder scrawled its way across Ringil's shoulders. He could not prevent it. For just a moment, in the eerie, unreliable firelight under the bridge, the featureless dark of the newcomer's eyes seemed to merge with the black of the helmet, and the bone-white features took on the aspect of a thin, sculpted mask with empty eye-holes, a helmet within a helmet, set on the shoulders of a suit of armour that must, instinct told him, contain nothing but the same emptiness that lay behind the eyes. Seethlaw got up and ambled across to greet the new arrival. They took each other's hands loosely at waist-height, oddly like two children readying themselves to play a game of slap me if you can. They talked back and forth for a few seconds in what appeared to be the same tongue the newcomer had used, but then Seethlaw gestured back at Ringil and broke into the antique dialect of Naomic he'd been speaking before. "My guest," he said, "if you'd be so kind." The female duenda studied Ringil for a moment, showing all the emotion of the mask she had seemed to wear just a moment before. Then her mouth twisted into a crooked half-smile, and Ringil thought she muttered something under her breath. She lifted the smooth black helm from her head. It came slowly, as if a very tight fit, shook out long silky hair, not quite as dark as Seethlaw's, and rolled her head back and forth a couple of times to loosen her neck muscles. Ringil heard vertebrae crackle. Then the new duenda tucked her helmet under one arm and stepped forward, free left hand extended languidly to make one half of the greeting she had shared with Seethlaw. "My respect to those of your blood." Her Naomic, aside from being archaic, was very rusty. "I am, with name, Ringil of Ilrak, and sister of already, you know, this Seethlaw. How are you called?" Ringil took the offered hand as he'd seen Seethlaw do, wondering if he was being subtly snubbed with this casual, one-armed variant. "Ringil," he said, "I've heard a lot about you." Ringil shot a glance at her brother, who shook his head minutely and said something in the other tongue. The female duenda peeled her lips back from something that wasn't really a smile and let go of his hand. "You come by unexpected ways. For this, the lack of proper ceremony, I regret." "We ran into some Akia on the coastal path," Seethlaw told her. "This seemed like a safer option." "The Meroi guy?" Ringil frowned. "Shown proper respect, they should not have bothered you." "Well, they did." "I don't like such event. And with now these other matters too. Something stirs, Seethlaw, and it is not us." "You worry too much. Did you come alone?" Ringil gestured back the way she'd come. "Ashgrin and Pelmarag somewhere beyond. But they seek you at different angles, alternatives less than here. None expected you this adrift. I, myself, it was by scent only I came to you." I'll call them.
Seethlaw moved out from under the bridge and disappeared into the gloom. Ringil watched him go, then seated herself with Aldrain elegance beside the fire. She stared into the oddly tinged flames for a while, perhaps marshalling the words she needed before she deployed them.
"You are not the first," she said quietly,
still looking into the fire.
"This we have seen before. This I have done myself with mortal men and women. But I do not lose myself as my brother can. Clearly, I see."
"I'm happy for you."
"Yes. So I tell you this."
Ringil looked up and fixed him with her empty eyes.
"Do not doubt. If you bring hurt or harm upon my brother, I will fuck you up."
Out in the darkness, a little later, howling sounds. Ringil looked at Ringil, the perfect geometry of her features in the greenish glow from the flames, saw no reaction beyond the faintest of smiles. The realization hit him like icy water that he recognized the sound. The howling was Seethlaw, calling for his kind. Ringil did not look up, but her smile broadened. She knew he was watching her, knew he'd understood, once again, suddenly, where he really was. "A fight is coming, a battle of powers you have not yet seen." The words of the fortune-teller at the eastern gate, welling up in his mind like chilly riverbed ooze, the certainty in her voice. A dark lord will rise. Chapter 26. "We tried to stop them, but they took her." For long moments the words made no kind of sense. Ishgrim was a gift of the Emperor. You'd steal her on peril of a very slow and unpleasant death when the king's reach caught up with you, which they inevitably would, because with Gerald they themselves would be facing some pretty stiff penalties if they didn't. Sure, she was long-limbed and beautiful, but so were a lot of northern slave girls. You wanted one badly enough, you could pick them up down at the harbour clearing-houses for less than it cost to buy and tax a decent horse these days.
"Never mind that,"
Kryn-driven brain screaming in her head.
"How did they even fucking know? Ishgrim's a gift of the Emperor since yesterday. No one knew she was here. You didn't even know she was here until the early hours of this morning."
She hugged at Kefanin, worried at the impossibility of the situation.
Who, Kef? Who took her?"
The mayordomo made a grunting noise deep in his throat. Rapid, battlefield-trained assessment told her his wound wasn't fatal, but the blow had stunned him badly. She wasn't sure how much sense he could make in this state.
"Citadel. Livery,"
he managed. And then it all came tumbling into place, like some circus trick performed by a dozen inanely painted grinning clowns. Not Ishgrim.
"Get that pale flesh out of your head, Arkady. Get a fucking grip."
Not the Emperor's gift at all. Elith. Menkarak.
"She's an infidel, a faithless, stone-worshipping northerner who would not convert when the hand of the revelation was extended to her in friendship, and who persists in her stubborn unbelief deep within our borders. The evidence is plain. She has even torn the kartach from her garb to blind the eyes of the faithful she dwells among. She is steeped in deceit."
The mix of hysterical accusation and cod legal posturing rang around the inside of Arketh's head like a rolling metal ball. Not much doubt what awaited Elith once they got her inside the citadel.
"How long?"
she whispered, but Kefanin had lost consciousness again. Footfalls outside. She spun to her feet, a knife in her hand like magic. The stable-boy, dazed-looking, hesitant in the doorway, backlit by the blast of morning sun.
"Milady, they—" "How long?" she screamed at him.
Now, as he stepped inside, she saw the bruise blackening beneath his left eye, bubbles of fresh blood at his nostril on the same side.
"Not half an hour, milady, not even that."
A map of the South Side's maze of streets flared into view behind her eyes. The crimsants collided with the fury in her veins, inked in the citadel and the path they'd likely take on their way back to it, stitched it onto the map in pulsing red.
"How many of them?"
she asked, more calmly now.
"It was 6, I think, milady, in the livery of—"
"Yes, I know." She sheathed the knife, felt a muscle twitch in her cheek.
"Get the doctor. Tell him if Kevanin lives, I'll double his fee. If he dies, I'll have him driven out of the fucking city."
Then she took off, running. 6 men, citadel livery. The streets were packed, no way to ride a horse through it faster than a slow clop. She wasn't uniformed, had no baton and whistle or blunted sabre to clear her way, and anyway they'd see her coming 100 yards off. She cut left, up a little-used dog-leg back alley she knew, sprinting flat out as soon as she had the space. Abrupt relief from the heat of the sun in the narrow angles of the passage. A couple of chickens panicked, screeching away from beneath her booted feet as she took the corner, but nothing else got in her way. She hit the teeming cross-street of Horseman's Victory Drive, where now, you couldn't even take a horse unless it was hauling produce, shouldered through the crowd and got to the whitewashed stone steps that led up onto the roof of the Lizard's Head Tavern. From there she could get her bearings, make a match with the map in her head, then vault the alley on the other side, get onto the onion-domed rooftop sprawl of the covered bazaar.
"Hey, you can't come up!"
She shoved the heavy-gutted publican back in his deck chair as he tried to rise, danced past, ducking and dodging lines of washing, grabbed a look amidst the glaring white of hung sheets and rooftops beyond. Right, Arcady, think. Bazaar, Clothmaker Row, the Hustray straight-back Narrows. If they'd taken the most direct route for the citadel, by now they were headed up Desert Wisdom Drive, off the main boulevard at a 45-degree angle. To cut them off. She ran at the lip of the roof, flexed legs into the jump, and over onto the flat top of the bazaar. Pain jarred up into both knees, but she came up running. No time! No time! Round the first of the onion dome protrusions, and shit! Right onto a broad, stained-glass skylight. She staggered, threw herself into an ungainly, flailing leap, caught a fragmentary glimpse of shoppers moving fishily through a red and blue-tinged crowd below, saw herself crashing through and down among them. Made the other side instead, cleared the glass by inches, landed awkwardly, swayed back, pinwheeled her arms desperately for balance, and upright, running again, looping between the onion domes and roughly southeast. It was like sprinting across the top of the world. Sounds of the city lost below, the glinting sword of sunlight and a cooling breeze out of the west, the tall rows of houses that fringed Desert Wisdom Drive angling in, closing from the left. The market beneath her feet was one of the largest in the city, not quite up to the sprawling grandeur of the Imperial Bazaar north of the river, but it still covered several city blocks. She used its roof to cover ground in minutes that would have taken the best part of half an hour at street level. Fetched up on the eastern edge, trotted rapidly along the guttering until she spotted a grain cart parked below and leapt down into it. Startled oaths and the slugging pain of the impact along arse and back and one thigh. She rolled up from the fall, stood unsteadily up to her ankles in the grain. Faces peered in at her.
"Fuck was that?" "Listen, bitch, that's my—" "Oh, no, but look at her back. She's black as a burnt bun. It's a fucking Kiriath, it is."
"Kiriath," she snarled, and jumped down among them, shoved her way clear and set off at a fast jog along the sparsely used delivery and storage alleys that constituted the Narrows. She dodged among tradesmen laden with trays of produce, past squatting labourers sharing bread. 6 men, citadel livery. If Menkarak was playing true to type, that meant an invigilator advocate general to oversee the legality of the proceedings. He'd be oldish, and 5 men-at-arms. In the pulse of the Kryn, it seemed like pretty good odds. The Narrows spilled out at various points along a curved and crooked street called Bridle Trail Walk. It was lined with low-end jewellers and curio shops, and busy with citizens browsing the iron-caged windows. Arketh skittered through, pushing and cursing, getting angry looks until her colour registered, and then averted eyes and a few wards against evil. 3 blocks up, savage elbows and flat-hand shoves. Come on, Arcady, pick it the fuck up, and right into Sailcloth Yard. A few seamstress stalls set up in corners, otherwise quiet. She sprinted the short, right-angled length of it, slammed into the railing at the end, and stared, panting down a loose soil slope into a bend in Desert Wisdom Drive. Citadel livery, Citadel livery, there! Desert Wisdom was tangled up worse than Bridle Trail Walk or the Boulevard. They'd made even less headway than she thought. She spotted the Invigilator Advocate's robes first, black and gold, and the grey silk hood that marked his legal standing. The men-at-arms, a worn, white-clad figure trudging between them, head bowed, arms tied back. If they were in a hurry, it didn't show. Arketh sucked in a sobbing breath and vaulted the rail. Her feet hit the slope 6 feet below, tried to sink in the soil and tip her headlong. She tore loose and ran, long, uncontrolled flopping strides to stay ahead of her own falling weight, came hammering down into Desert Wisdom Drive hard and fast enough to smash passers-by in her path to the ground. She got back control of her gait, swerved through the confusion she'd sown, and started into the crowd, a couple of 100 yards to close up at most.
From the palace! From the palace! Chanting it at the top of heaving lungs. Move! Get out of the fucking way!
Slowly at first, the cry met only with jeers and unresponsive backs turned, but then the people she cannoned into started to look round, saw what she was, and almost fell over themselves to obey. They opened passage for her, and the scramble transmitted itself through the crowd ahead like a wave on water. 100 yards on, she barely needed to push.
From the palace! From the...
2 of the men-at-arms had turned back, stood now squarely in her path. She saw wolfish grins, a short sword drawn, a raised club, went for her knives with less thought than it took to blink. In the crowd beside her someone screamed. Panic in all directions. The scream found a mate, and then another. The crowd swayed apart, scattered like frightened fish. Arketh threw left-handed, put the knife in the sword-wielder's right eye. It was band gleam, narrower than the rest, eager and skipping white in the sun. It went in up to the hilt. The man staggered back, squalling like a scalded infant, sword gone, scrabbling at his face and the worn metal thing that now protruded from it. Arketh came in behind the throw, yelling, and she had Laughing Girl light and low in her right hand. The second Citadel thug started visibly at the sound she made, panicked like anyone else in the crowd, and swung massively with his club. He succeeded only in knocking down his shrieking companion. Arketh swayed back in and grabbed, rode the momentum of the swing, carried the man to the floor and cut his throat before he could recover. She came halfway upright, splattered with the blood, saw the Invigilator Advocate at bay 15 yards off, amidst fleeing and stumbling bystanders, one hand locked around Elith's upper arm, staring in disbelief at the bodies of his men and the bloodied black woman crouched over them. The remaining 3 men-at-arms bracketed the street, a cordon of sorts around their master and his prize. 2 swords, another club. The club-wielder had a crossbow, but it was on his back. On the ground the man with band gleam buried in his eye had curled up in the dirt and was screaming. Left-handed, reflexive, Arketh threw quarterless from the sheath in the small of her back. She stalked forward, Laughing Girl raised and pointing.
"That's my guest you've got there," she called. "Whether you live or die, you will give her back."
The street had cleared. Impossible to believe it had been crowded scant seconds before. Arketh came on, boots crunching detritus underfoot. Quarterless glinted as she hefted it in the sunlight. The men-at-arms glanced at each other uneasily.
"Are you insane?"
The Invigilator Advocate had found his voice, if not a very deep timbre for it. His face darkened with rage as he screeched.
"How dare you impede the sacred work of the revelation?"
She ignored him, stared down the 3 men-at-arms instead.
"Sacred?" she asked them, tone rich with disgust. "Amongst the 7 tribes, a guest is sacred. You know this much, or at least your forefathers did. Which of you wants to die first?"
"Fuck you, bitch!" said the one with the club uncertainly.
"Mama!"
screamed the man on the ground suddenly.
"It hurts! I can't see anything! Where are you?"
Arketh smiled like winter ice.
"Want to join him?"
she asked.
"This Kiriath whore is an abomination, an affront to the revelation."
The Invigilator Advocate had mustered some depth of tone now, was bellowing at them all.
"It's your sacred duty to cut her down where she stands. It's a holy act to take her fucking life."
The injured man gave out an inarticulate sobbing cry, then trailed off into soft, hopeless weeping. Arketh waited. The swordsman on the right broke first, flung himself forward, yelling something garbled at the top of his voice. Laughing Girl took him in the throat at the second step. He went down choking and coughing blood. Arketh had Wraith Slayer in her right hand before he hit the street. The club wielder, surging forward in his comrade's wake, stopped dead as he saw the new knife. Or maybe he spotted the hilt of Falling Angel still sheathed in her boot. Or both. Arketh met his eyes, showed him the smile again. He broke and ran. The final man-at-arms hesitated a moment, then fled into the press of the watching crowd with his friend. Arketh drew a long, deep breath. Over. The Invigilator stood with Elith collapsed in a heap at his side, bawling at Arketh and the bystanders and apparently everyone else in this city of sinners to get down on bended knees, to humble themselves before the majesty of the revelation, to repent, to fucking repent before it was... Arketh strode up to him and slashed his throat open with quarterless. He staggered backward a few steps and fell into the arms of the crowd behind. Blood welled up along the line of the knife wound, spilled down his front and soaked into his robes. His mouth worked, chewing, she supposed, on the rest of the unfinished sermon, but no sound came out. Arketh knelt beside Elith, satisfied herself that she was only doped up and with something innocuous. Her breathing was fine. She spared a final glance for the Invigilator, who the crowd were now gathering around as he flapped and bled out. Then she went back to the man-at-arms with band gleam in his eye. He was still alive, and when she crouched beside him and reached for the knife, he put his hands softly on hers and made a faint mewling sound. She pressed one hand onto his forehead for purchase, and he smiled like a baby at the touch. When she pulled band gleam out, he died.
God damn it, Arketh, I am not pleased with this mess.
No more am I, my lord. She felt sick and shaky, but there was nowhere to sit down and no acceptable way to ask for a chair. I am at a loss to understand the Citadel's behaviour.
Oh, you are you?
Giral paced tigerishly back and forth across the floor of the emptied throne room. He'd thrown everybody out in an incandescent display of imperial rage, and now Arketh stood alone with him, still thrumming from the chase and combat, still covered in blood, and chilled in the stomach with too much crin.
Come on, woman. Don't be so fucking naive. This is a power play, and you know it.
If that's so, my lord, then it's a remarkably unsubtle one.
No.
He stopped and came up to her with one menacing finger raised.
What you did about it was remarkably unsubtle. Had you not chased, caught, and slaughtered this little crew of zealots in full view of half the fucking city, then we would not be facing this particular crisis.
No, we'd be facing a different one.
Precisely.
He turned away, went back up the steps to the throne and dumped himself into its burnished arms, stared gloomily into space.
We'd be facing a politely impassive citadel, everybody closing ranks, whether they're happy about it or not, around a clique headed up by that little cunt Menkarak, who'd strenuously deny ever making off with your guest, while at the same time loudly and semi-publicly insisting that the secular powers of empire apparently just lack the force of will to protect the faithful from outside evil forces.
That's probably still going to be his line now.
Yeah, gotta be like the fucking 9th Tribe Remembrance Brotherhood all over again.
Giral shot her a brooding look.
You remember those guys, right? I mean, you were around for that.
Yes, your grandfather had them all executed.
Don't fucking tempt me.
It was empty noise, and they both knew it. Those days were over. Akal had long ago mortgaged himself to the Citadel to feed his wars of expansion, loans and blessings, and a firm helping hand from prayer towers and pulpits to recruit extra troop strength from the zealous masses. Hjelteth marched to its conquests under Akal the Great, with fully a third of its soldiery believing they were holy warriors. Not nearly enough of them were killed in the process for Arketh's liking, not even when the scaled folk came. There were still far too many hot-eyed young men out there, trained and hardened in war under false pretences, looking now for continuance of the struggle. Wouldn't much matter against whom. Gérald inherited them all, along with the debts and the solemnly agreed twining of secular and spiritual authority at court. "How many of the Citadel's mastery can you count on?" she asked him quietly.
"Situation like this?" he shrugged. "Not many. Harketh, you slit an invigilator's throat, in broad fucking daylight on a busy street. What are they supposed to say about that?"
"How many, my lord?" An edge on her voice. She was getting past caring about throne-room etiquette. Gérald blew out a dispirited breath.
"The ones we can bribe, the ones we can blackmail. I don't know, maybe 15 or 20. Add in a few of my father's old friends on top of that, men who can see the dangers if things get out of hand. That's a half-dozen more at most."
"So 25, say?"
"If we lean hard, and if we're very lucky, yes."
"It's not a majority."
Gérald grimaced. "Tell me about it."
"All right, then." The queasiness in her stomach took a new twist. She held out her hands at waist height and stared at them, flexed her fingers wide and willed them to stop trembling. "So let's see. They'll vote, reach an obvious decision, and at a minimum they'll require me at the Citadel to face an inquisitorial court. They'll drag Elith into it as well, if only as a witness. Chances are they won't get the answers they want, and that means further questioning. After that—"
"Don't you fucking worry."
The sudden grim vehemence in his tone jerked her gaze up to where he sat.
"I made my father a promise on his deathbed, and I aim to keep it. There's no fucking way I hand you over to that scum."
Shocked gratitude stung tears into her eyes. It was like a different man speaking, a different man sitting there on the throne. She'd have fled the city before she gave herself up for questioning, was already at some level in her mind beginning to lay the first tentative plans for it. But this? "I thank you, my lord. I have no words to express—"
"Yes, all right." He gestured it away. "I think we can take all that as read, don't you? I wouldn't like to be facing the Citadel's grubby little inquisitors and their toys either. The question is, how exactly do we get out from under this without having to roll out the troops? It's the prophet's fucking birthday at the end of the month, going to be enough breast-beating hysteria in the streets as it is. I don't need a mob marching on the palace as well."
"From a legal point of view—" He shook his head.
"Forget the law. It isn't going to help. They'll cite it where it suits them, ignore it where it doesn't. They're clerics, Arketh. They spend their whole fucking lives selectively interpreting textual authority to advantage. We have to hamstring them before they even get started."
He bridged his hands and brooded.
"Basically, Arketh, you have to disappear for a while."
"And Elith?"
"Oh, all right, yes. Fine. Your northern witch as well. Works out better like that anyway, I suppose. With both of you gone, the whole basis for their grievance collapses."
He nodded slowly but with building vigour.
"Yeah, that'll work. That will work. We get you out of the city undercover before nightfall. I'll have Haile Rakan put together an escort squad to do it. Meantime, I agree to an emergency session of the Mastery and field the Citadel's demands. We send for you. You're nowhere to be found. Repeated summons. No result. With a bit of prevaricating, and the Holy fucking Mother knows it's what the court does best, that gets us to some early hour tonight. By the time it's clear that you've fled, it's dark and you could be anywhere. I undertake to have the militia out scouring the streets for you at dawn. When they don't find you, we say we've sent out the king's reach as well. Might even do it with a few of them I can trust to look in the wrong places and keep their mouths shut about it. Anyway, rumours of you heading northwest for Trelane or maybe into the wastes. Doing all we can, gentlemen. Thank you for your time. We'll keep you posted." He wagged a finger at Arketh. "Meantime, we stash you... where? Any idea where you'll go?"
And something moved in her head like the oiled components of a fireship hatch mechanism, everything sliding and locking into new configurations. She almost heard the solid clunk as it happened. A fresh excitement shouldered the crin crash aside, picked up the beat in her veins. She cleared her throat. "I had thought of Enishmin, my lord." Chapter 27. They emerged into vague, greenish-grey light and the overarching striation of winter trees. Faint odour of decay on a slack and sickly breeze. At first, Ringil registered the change with little more than weary mistrust. His time in the Aldrain marches had shown him far worse, and the shift had not been without its advance warnings. The great black road they'd met Ringil and others on had been fading for some time now, either aging at some fantastically accelerated rate as they walked it, or rotting through from beneath as they pressed into new territory that would not permit its existence. Jagged cracks started to appear, some broad and deep enough to put an incautious foot in and snap your ankle. Ringil thought he saw human skulls wedged down into them at intervals, but that might have been another marchland hallucination, and he was getting numb to those. Well, most of them. Jellim comes back to him one more time. Perhaps in a dream while they're camped on the road, perhaps not. In the marches it's hard to tell. This time Ringil is standing above him with the raven's friend across his back, though slanted the wrong way, pommel jutting over his right shoulder. The difference feels bizarre, uncomfortable. Jellim stops a short distance away and looks up without speaking. The face is the same, though stained and mottled with weeping, but he's dressed in far finer garb than the real Jellim, minor merchant's son that he was, had ever been able to afford. He stares up at Ringil, meets his eyes, and fresh tears started down his cheeks. Ringil feels a deep aching in his chest at the sight. He wants to speak, but the words are jammed up in his throat. "I'm sorry," Jellim weeps. "Gil, I'm so sorry." And now the pain in Ringil's chest will not be contained. It rips through him, upward and downward, right up into the muscles of his shoulder, right down to, "I'm sorry, Gil, I'm so sorry." Jellim seems to whisper it endlessly, staring up in horrified fascination. "It should have been me." And the thing that juts from his right shoulder is not the pommel of the raven's friend at his back. It's the end of the impaling spike where they drove it through the final 9 inches and locked the mechanism in the base of the cage. And the pain is not an ache in his heart, it's an oceanic, white-hot, shredding, scalding agony that drives up from between his legs and rips through his guts and then across his chest, neatly avoiding his heart so he need not die for days. "I'm sorry, I'm so sorry." And then he's screaming as he realizes where he is, shrieking for mercy, for Hoiran, for his father, for his mother, for anyone or anything to come and stop the pain, screaming with such force that it seems it must blow his veins apart, explode his skull, shatter it, and let his lifeblood drain out through the ruined mess. But he knows it won't, and he knows that no one will come, that in the long, slow-leaking agony ahead, there will be no rescue of any kind. He stamped down on the memory, bathed in sudden sweat, heart hammering, focused on where he was instead. Winter trees. Quiet. He stood and stared up at the stripped branches, waited for the panic flush of sweat across his skin to cool, for his heart to slow back down. He breathed in deep, like a man escaped from drowning. Not real. Not real. His pulse throbbed with the rhythm of the words. No more real than the 1,000 other phantoms that had haunted him across the Aldrain marches. He had not died. Jellim had. A hand clapped him across the back. His pulse kicked up again for one terrified moment, then eased as he registered the touch. Seethlaw's hand shifted, squeezed intimately at the nape of his neck. It felt uncomfortably like ownership. "Nice to be back in the real world, I imagine," the Dwender murmured, and stepped past him across the tufted, swampy ground. Tiny, squelching noises in the stillness with each step the Dwender took. Ringil saw water well up in the boot prints he left. The other members of the party followed, Ringil with wrinkled nose and a sour glance cocked up at the trees, Ashgrin as watchful and impassive as he'd been since Ringil met him. Only Pelmerag acknowledged the human, turned as he passed, and gave him a wink. "Where are we?" Ringil asked.
"Journey's end," said Pelmerag. "A nice Mehen the Cursed. Look."
He gestured out to the left, and Ringil felt a tiny start in his pulse as he saw a stunted black figure there. It took him a moment to realize it was a statue, a moment longer to realize how, that it would not, as the Akia had done in the surf, suddenly move and come to silent, bright-eyed life.
"Tell you a funny story,"
Pelmerag said, advancing on the statue without any apparent trace of amusement on his face. Ringil shrugged and followed him. It waited there for them, set at a tilted angle in the marshy ground, stubby, outstretched arms raised to shoulder height on either side, like a diminutive preacher facing his congregation, or a child asking to be picked up. As Ringil got closer, he saw the thing was hewn entire out of black glisht, sculpted crudely, so the body wore no obvious clothing, and the face was a blunt, asexual approximation of human features. He noticed the shallow scooped facets that served as eyes were polished so the crystalline stone glinted, but he couldn't tell whether the effect was deliberate or not. Pelmerag stared down at the statue, brow creased as if it had asked him a difficult question. "Funny story?" Ringil reminded him. The Duender stirred.
"Yeah. About a month and a half ago, the way you people look at it, Ashgrin's brother, Tarnval, was looking for this place. He was real well equipped too, came heavy. Never much cared for sea laws, stealth strategies, and thought we were all moving way too slow."
Pelmerag's Naomic, better than Ringil's or Ashgrin's from the start, had become positively fluent in the time he'd spent talking to Ringil. He was by far the most gregarious of the group. In fact, he seemed to be acquiring a lot of Ringil's preferred expressions and phrasing. It gave the human a peculiar sensation to hear his own verbal quirks fed back to him this way, and it made him wonder how much time the journey in the Aldrain marches was really taking, how learning and experience might, or even could, function without fixed reference to time.
"Yeah, always one for a frontal assault, Tarnval."
Pelmerag grimaced, apparently at something only he could see.
"And he talked a pretty fight, too. Pretty enough to get the support he needed. So he had about 36 of us at his back, some stormcallers of reputation among the company, all set to take back Hanais Mehen the Cursed, turn back the clocks, undo all the harm the black folk wrought here. We unleashed the talons of the sun through the aspect storm before we deployed, clearing a path. We came storming through in their wake, and you know what? We ended up over 1,000 miles southwest of here, up to our waists in sea water on the beach at some shithole little imperial port, all because some fucking idiot human moved the marker."
Not sure if he was supposed to laugh or not. Ringil made a non-committal noise. Pelmerag's mouth twisted again with the memory.
"Had to fight our way up off that beach," he said softly. "We lost 6 or 7 Duender doing it. Across town and up the hill, fucking humans everywhere, running around screaming and jabbering in the dark, like the lost souls of apes, you know. Cut one down and there's another right fucking behind it. We took another 5 casualties, and Tarnval himself, down by then with a chest wound, searched that fucking town, tore it apart till we finally found our beacon. And when we finally did, we found they'd moved the fucking thing, and we were nowhere close to where we were supposed to be. No Hanais Mehen, cursed or otherwise. We were south, way south. And with that kind of sun coming up in a couple of hours' time, well, nothing to do but collect the dead and injured, let the storm callers take us back out of there. Tarnval died from the storm stress on the way out, so did a couple of others. After that, Pelmarag shrugged, we all went back to listening to Seethlaw. Talking about me again?
Seethlaw had come up behind them. His expression as he looked at Pelmarag was unreadable.
Just a little reflection on strategy.
Yeah? Seethlaw put a hand on Ringil's shoulder. Something chilly poured into the air between the two Dwender.
Gil here isn't a part of our strategy, Pel. He doesn't need to know anything about it.
Pelmarag held the other Dwender's gaze. He said something short and bitten-sounding in the language they used when Ringil was not included in the conversation, then turned away and went to join the others. Seethlaw grunted and nodded after him, a quick, chin-jutting gesture that had nothing friendly in it. "So what's that all about?" Ringil asked.
"Nothing that concerns you."
Seethlaw's grip on his shoulder tightened slightly.
"Come on, we're not there yet."
Through the winter trees, along paths through the swamp that the Dwender either knew by heart or could sense without much effort, Ringil took an experimental detour at one point, around the other side of a rotting tree trunk, and found himself abruptly up to his shins in yielding black morass. Grey, soupy water pooled rapidly in the holes he'd made, and brought with it a stench like death. He floundered back out, boots liberally streaked and plastered with mud. No one said anything, but he thought he caught Riskillen sneering. He stayed carefully in file after that. There was no sound other than the squelch of their steps. In the end, it was this that told him where he was. He knew something about marshland expanse from growing up in a city surrounded by one, and he was beginning to miss the signs of life he should have heard. There were no bird calls, recognizable or otherwise, and no sudden rustling movements from amidst the ground-level vegetation as they passed. Here and there they saw pools and angled stretches of stagnant water bridged with moss-grown fallen tree trunks and stepped in by small mangroves, but nothing living stirred there. Not even insects hovering above the leaden surface. He'd heard of only one swamp, this dead. Had even seen the place once, from a safe distance to the west. Hanais Mehen the Cursed, Pelmarag had called it. Hanais Mehen. Enish Min. Cursed was right, then. Forget the peasant-level legends and ghost stories they liked to weave about this place. He'd lost what little faith in things remained to him at Enishman, and for the most prosaic of reasons. Had nearly lost his life as well. Probably would have lost it but for Arketh's prompt medical attention and, he suspected, her intercession with the powers that be at camp. Never tangle with an Imperial commander at knife point if you plan to let him live. He'd begun one of the chapters in that treatise on skirmish warfare that never saw print, the chapter headed Diplomacy. Psst! Ahead of him, Seethlaw had locked to a halt. He held up one rigid hand and hinged it downward, then sank smoothly into a crouch. The other Dwender froze and followed suit, and Ringil did his human best to copy them. Seethlaw raised a hand and pointed silently through the trees ahead. A broad gunmetal creek opened out there. They had walked almost onto its bank, and something made soft splashing sounds as it moved through the water towards them. Seethlaw's hand moved again. It was, Ringil thought later, exactly the way to describe what happened. The Dwender's hand moved, but not in any way that suggested its owner had any control over it. It was as if fingers and palm had each acquired a malicious, but not quite coordinated will of their own. The wrist flexed at what looked like an impossible angle. The hand made an odd repeated clawing gesture with 3 fingers, and Seethlaw hissed out words under his breath. Ringil caught only a half-syllable or two, but his skin goose-fleshed with the sound. Then something seemed to happen to the light around them. At the same moment, a long, battered-looking canoe glided into view on the creek. It held 5 men, bearded and scruffily clad, but all armed to the teeth. Ringil spotted broadswords and axes, recurved bows held loosely nocked, and a huge arbalest strapped across a back. 2 of the men wielded the paddles, digging and driving with the ease of long custom, strokes that knifed into the water almost silently and propelled the canoe along with barely a ripple. The other three were evidently the lookouts, heads swivelling, eyes tense and watchful above their bearded cheeks. None of them spoke a word to each other the whole time they were in view. They passed less than 5 feet from where the duenna crouched, and apparently did not see them. Seathlaw waited what seemed like a long time, and then his hand unclawed itself. The light shifted again, and he started breathing. Something Ringil now realized the duenna had stopped doing completely when he first froze there on the bank of the creek. And they were? Seathlaw shrugged. Scavengers. They scour the swamp for trinkets of the black folk, and sell them on northward as Eldraine curios. Desperate men mostly, but they know the swamplands well. They have camps out on the fringes. It pays to avoid them. Avoid them? Ringil frowned, felt an odd tide of mingled hilarity and disappointment rising in him. His mouth twisted with it. Are you serious? The mighty fucking duenna skulking about in the bushes hiding from swamp trash? Hiron's twisted cock, Seathlaw. They're only human. Yes, but some of us, said Riskillen suddenly, sibilantly into his left ear as she slipped past him, are not all that keen on humans. For one thing, they don't wash all that often. Seathlaw shot her a warning look, and she said no more. It's this way, he said, and they pressed on parallel to the creek. The channel broadened out as they walked, and a number of tributary arms opened up along the far bank. Drifts of some tubular, tangled, floating weed began to appear on the gunmetal water, and an occasional gust of wind scudded the surface. The scent of decay lifted somewhat. They saw no more water traffic and nothing else living until the water took a sharp bend to the right, and suddenly a smooth-headed, black-clad form stood ahead of them, sword across its back. Ringil, by now accustomed to the sleek helm and unornamented design of Eldraine armour, barely spared the new duenna a glance. Most of him was absorbed in the thing that loomed behind. It was a bridge. That much was clear, but the term bridge struck Ringil as a poor attempt at describing what he saw spanning the creek. By the same token, you could call the Imperial Bazaar in Hjelteth a market. It was true as far as it went, but... The bridge soared out from buttresses as tall as Trelane's eastern gate, and appeared to be built mostly of wires and light. He made out spiralling stairways at either end, a shallow, sweeping support arc from side to side, and spiderweb patterns of structure beneath. There was a delicacy to the construction that made Ringil think if the sun shone through it strongly enough, the whole thing might almost disappear. Seathlaw, it seemed, had noticed his awe. The duenna was watching him closely, almost as if he'd just passed some test. You approve? It's very beautiful, Ringil admitted. The scavengers don't see it? They see something. Seathlaw stepped closer, breathed across his fingertips, and then pressed them gently to Ringil's eyes. Look. Ringil blinked and stared upward. The bridge was gone. Or, not gone, precisely. The buttresses remained, but now they were composed of pale granite, twin bluffs facing each other across the creek, cracked and seamed with moss and thin-grown lines of yellowish grass, broken apart in places but offering no obvious route up. And where the bridge's span had once been, a pair of slim fallen trees yearned out towards each other from the top of each bluff, branches thinning and then thinning again into twigs as they extended over the gap and grew closer but never quite touched. Ringil blinked again hard, rubbed at his eyes. The bridge was there again. There are legends, of course, Seathlaw said. The boy who stumbles on this place at twilight on Padro's Eve, or some other festival night, and sees in place of the rocks and trees a fabulous fairy-tale bridge. But very few of your kind can actually see it for more than a passing second. A wry smile. As you say, they're only human. They left the helmed and armoured duenna with a brief exchange that sounded formulaic to Ringil, for all he could not understand a word of what was said. Then Seathlaw led them up the spiralling stairs and out onto the span. Ringil, close behind him, took a handful of cautious steps out onto the weave of hair-lined strands under his feet, and then froze. He couldn't help it. It was like walking on the air itself. For long moments he felt sick with terror of falling. The wind made fluting sounds across the strands around him. The dark water below rippled invitingly. A rift opened in the clouds overhead, and where the stronger light touched the bridge, structure dissolved into the beaded gleam of a dew-soaked cobweb. He saw the looks he was getting from Ringil, swallowed, fixed his gaze firmly ahead, and started walking again. It didn't help that the bridge gave a little underfoot with each step, not unlike the spongy ground they'd been treading on their way through the swamp. And as it gave, the strands seemed to chime very faintly at the upper edge of Ringil's hearing. It wasn't a pleasant sensation, and he was glad when they were over to the other side and coming down the spiral stairs. At the bottom they were met by two more armoured duenna. One of them pulled off his helmet and fixed Ringil with a hungry eye, until Seathlaw snapped something at him. The conversation went back and forth a few times, and then the duenna shrugged and put his helmet back on. He didn't look at Ringil again. "I'm really not popular around here, huh?"
"It isn't that," said Seathlaw absently. "They're just worried, looking for something to take it out on."
"Worried about what? Those guys in the canoes?" The duenna looked at him speculatively.
"No, not them. There's some talk about the black folk still being around here. One of our scouts went into a local camp wearing enough of a glamour to get served and sit unnoticed in the alehouse. He heard men talking about a black-skinned warrior in one of the villages to the west."
"Yeah, come on. That's just going to be some southern mercenary, maybe out of the deserts. Skins get pretty dark once you're south of Demlarashan. Easy mistake to make."
"Perhaps."
"No perhaps about it. The Kiriath are gone, Seathlaw. I saw them off myself. Stood and watched at An Monal until the last fire ship went under. Wherever they went, they're not coming back."
"Yes, this is what I have learnt in Trelane. But I've also learnt that the tongues of men are not much leashed by concern for accuracy or truth. It seems lies come very easily to your race. They lie to those they lead, to their mates and fellows, no matter how close drawn, even to themselves if it will make the world around them more bearable. It is hard to know what to believe in this place."
Something about the weariness in his tone stung Ringil into defensive anger. "Funny, that's always what I heard about your people, that the duenna were masters of deceit and trickery."
"Indeed?"
Ashgrin, laconic and grave, at his shoulder. Ringil had heard his voice so few times it was a genuine shock now.
"And from which 4,000-year-old expert in Aldrain law did you hear this?"
Ringil cleared her throat loudly.
"Are we going to get on, brother? It seems to me that we have more to concern ourselves with than the prattling of—"
Seathlaw swung to face her. His voice came out dangerously low.
"Do you want to lead, Ringil?"
She didn't reply. The other duenna watched with interest.
"I asked you a question, sister. Do you want charge of this expedition? Will you abandon the pleasures and comforts of our realm and become earth-bound as I have? Will you immerse yourself in the brawling filth of human society to achieve our ends?"
Still no response.
"I'll have an answer, sister, if you please, or I'll take your silence as the no it has always been."
"Is it no?"
"Then shut the fuck up."
Ringil started to speak, her own tongue, but Seathlaw slashed the blade of a hand across the flow. He turned slowly about, blank eyes switching from face to face among his fellow Aldrain.
"I hear you complain,"
he spat, still in Naomic. Perhaps Ringil guessed to snub them, to shame them before the human.
"All of you, time and again, bemoaning what you must endure here, the journeys and sojourns of a few weeks' duration that you must make among humans, tied to time and circumstance. I have spent 3 fucking years tied to time, so that we could build a path in Trelane. I have tasted this world on my tongue for so long, I can scarcely remember what it was like not to be tainted by its limits. I have swallowed it down day after day, sickening from the brute animal stupidity of its ways, all so that I might learn its parameters and its possibilities, all so we may in the end take back what is ours. I have done all of this willingly, and would do it again. And I ask for nothing in return but your allegiance and your trust. Is that so very much to give?"
Silence. Very, very faintly, the sound of the Aldrain bridge humming and whining in the wind above them. Seathlaw nodded grimly. "Very well. You will not gainsay me in this again, Riskillen. Is that clear?" A half-syllable of Aldrain speech in reply. Riskillen bowed her head. "Good. Then wait here." Seathlaw nodded at Ringil. "Gil, you come with me. There's something you need to see." Chapter 28. A few hundred yards beyond the Aldrain bridge, as if in some kind of savage architectural riposte, a massive black iron platform jutted out of the swamp at the angle of a sinking ship. It was easily over 100 feet from side to side, multi-levelled, 6 flanges that Ringil could make out as they approached, tipping his head back to count. The top was crowned with spikes and webbed wire assemblies that looked somewhat like fishermen's nets hung out to dry. The whole thing stabbed upward at the murky sky like a blade buried in a wound, and then snapped off. In the hanging silence that surrounded it, there was a presence, a heavy tension like the feel in the air before a storm. "See," said Seathlaw grimly, "what your allies did to this place?" It wasn't hard to make the connection. The design of the platform could only have one origin. "You're talking about the Kiriath?" "The black folk, yes. Look around you, Ringil Eskiath. This was once the site of the greatest Aldrain city on the continent. They called it Enheed Idrishinir, dwelling place of the joyful winds. You've seen the bridge. Imagine streets and towers made the same way, stretching to the horizon, sculpted rivers whose waters flow in and out of the real world as easily as a Trelane canal emerges from a tunnel or passes under a toll station. Trees, and built structures like trees, to echo and worship their form, reaching up to catch the breeze and sing. I was a child the last time I saw Enheed Idrishinir, before the black folk came." He pointed at the platform again. "It fell from the sky. They say it screamed as it came. You see the 6 levels? There are 27 more below ground, buried past the swamp and into the bedrock beneath. At the spear point was a device that tore reality apart. 50,000 died or were swept away out in the wash of the Greater March. We still sometimes find their remains today. Some still live, after a fashion." "Nothing ever changes, huh?" said Ringil quietly, and thought of Grashgal's visions of a museum for swords. Children mystified by an edged steel past that was locked away safe behind glass. It always had sounded like an unlikely piece of wish-fulfillment. "No. Things will change." Seathlaw turned and fixed him with the dark, empty stare. His voice rose a little in the quiet of the swamp, took on faint echoes of a passion Ringil had only previously seen in him when they were fucking. "The Aldrain are coming back, Ringil. This world is ours. We dominated it for millennia before what you understand as human history had even begun. We were driven out, but it remains our ancestral home, our birth canal, ours by right of blood and blade and origin. We will take it back." "How are you going to do that, then?" Somehow this new aspect of Seathlaw left Ringil obscurely disappointed. "There don't seem to be that many of you." "No, not yet. The Aldrain are wanderers by nature, individual by inclination, always happiest at the edge of our known domains, and pressing further outward to see what else lies beyond. But buried at the heart of each of us is an ache for this world, for a unity, a certain place to carry in the heart and to return to at journey's end. When the gates are opened again here, my people will come from every corner and aspect of the marches. They will flock here like crows at evening. Is that supposed to cheer me up? The blank-eyed gaze bent on him again. Have I used you so ill, then? Oh, no. I've seen slaves treated far worse. Seethlaw's face turned aside as if he'd slapped it. He stared past Ringil at the sunken platform, his voice turned toneless. I could have killed you, Ringil Eskiath. I could have taken my pleasure, wiped myself on you like a rag and thrown you away, left you to wither from the soul outward in the grey places, or finished our duel as it began, with steel. You came into my domain. You brought your blade and your threats and your pride that no beauty or sorcery could stem your killing prowess. You stirred up my affairs in Etakal, killed and mutilated useful servants of mine, forced me to intervene when it was hardly convenient. I ask you again, have I used you ill? Since there was only one fair answer to that, Ringil ignored it. Just tell me something, he asked instead. I see your end of this. You get your sacred ancestral, lizard shit, blood right, whatever promised fucking land back. I see that. It isn't what you'd call a fresh concept. But what's in it for the Cabal? Looks to me like you've got the whole Chancellery dancing to your tune one way or the other. What the fuck did you promise them? The Duender gave him a thin smile. What do you think? You see where we are. You know what Enishman represents to the League. The knowledge must already have been there inside him in some shape or form. He felt no real surprise, only an icy, sliding sensation in the pit of his stomach. You told them you'd take it back for them? Yes, more or less. You're going to invade Imperial territory? Break the accords? Seethlaw shrugged. I signed no accord, nor did my people. It's a service I'm rendering my hosts in Trelane. But now the trickle of ice in his guts was swelling, was filling him up. The Empire isn't going to sit still for that, Seethlaw. Not the way things are right now. They'll go to war. It'll mean another fucking war, you must know that. Yes? Another blank-eyed shrug. What of it? The League and the Empire will go to war over their relative hypocrisies, with my hand on the Trelane side of the scales to render the struggle evenly matched. They'll fight for years, I imagine. They'll spend their strength and drag each other down. And when it's done, when they're finally sick of the slaughter, when they're tired and broken, my people will walk through the ruins and take up their rightful place once again in this world. Seethlaw's voice turned oddly soft and urgent. You shouldn't object, Gil. It'll be a far better world for it. No more hysterical hatreds and petty factional bloodshed. No more hypocrisy to cover for the abuse of power. No more lies. No, that's right. Just domination by the Aldrain. I think I've got some sense of what that'll be like. That's a stupid thing to say. A quick trace of anger in the Duender's voice, as quickly wiped away. There is no reason human and Duender can't coexist as we did once before. Our chronicles are full of warriors from your race, taken in out of pity or love and rising to great stature among us. I myself— He stopped, made a small gesture. No matter. I'm not some market trader at Strov, hawking his wares, nor a member of the Chancellery, making his empty speeches for Huns and the hands grab more power over his fellow humans. If your own wits and experience will not convince you, then I will not drag you to an understanding you do not want to own. He turned abruptly away. Come, we are here on other business. They picked a careful path through the swampy ground, around the massive iron flank of the platform, to where something like a partially roofed corral had been built against the lowest visible flange. There was a fence of some material similar to the wires of the Aldrain Bridge, though nowhere near as subtly worked. Woven more thickly, the same webbing went to form 3 long, low structures like stables, which were backed up to the ironwork of the platform. The ground the corral occupied was firm and looked dry, was perhaps reinforced with the same Aldrain building materials as the rest, but outside the fence, swamp water pooled and sat in stagnant, greyish expanses. The path through was twisted and deceptive, and ended at a chained gate. Around the corral, and set back about a yard from the fence, a number of small, blunt objects protruded from the water. Ringil made them for rotted tree stumps until they were almost at the gate, and one of the nearer protrusions made a wet, sucking sound. He looked down at it more carefully, and recoiled. Fuck! The object was a human head, fixed neatly at the neck to the tree stump he'd believed it to be. A young woman's head, long hair trailing down into the soupy grey water in clotted rats' tails. As he stared at it, the neck corded and twisted about, and out of a pale, mud-streaked face the woman's eyes found his. Mud-streaked, her mouth twisted and formed a silent word. Please. Grace of Heaven's story slammed back through him. I didn't say these men were dead. I said all that came back were their heads, each one still living, grafted at the neck to a 7-inch tree stump. Swamp water tears started from the woman's eyes, ran dirty down her face. Ringil's eyes darted out across the swamp water and the other protrusions that studded the surface. It was an arc of the same horror. Living human heads staring inward at the corral. He'd seen dragon fire, and the charred bodies of children on spits over roasting pits. He'd thought himself hardened to pretty much anything by now. He was not. What the fuck is this, Seedlaw? The Dwender was occupied with the chain on the fence, hands laid on and murmuring softly to it. He looked up distractedly. What? He saw the direction of Ringil's stare. Oh, those are the escapees. Got to hand it to you. You humans are a stubborn lot. We told them where they were, told them there wasn't any easy way out of the swamp, told them it was dangerous to try. We told them if they stayed put, they'd be fed and well treated. They still kept trying. So those are a kind of object lesson. We don't have so many escape attempts now. In fact, mostly they stay inside, and certainly well away from the fence. Ringil's eyes went to the stable construction in the shadow of the Kiriath iron. He pressed his tongue hard against the roof of his mouth. These are the marsh blood slaves? You're keeping them here? Yes. Seedlaw lifted the suddenly unfastened chain aside and pushed the gate open. He seemed to notice Ringil's expression for the first time. So what? What's the matter? You! It was as if he suddenly could not draw breath properly. Did this to them? Just to warn the others? Yes. An object lesson, as I said. How long do they go on living like that? Well, Seedlaw frowned. Indefinitely, given water supply to the roots. Why? You motherfuckers! Involuntarily, Ringil found he was shaking his head. Ah, you fucking piece of shit! You cunt! No reason human and Dwender cannot coexist. What do you call that, then? What kind of fucking coexistence is that? Seedlaw stopped and fixed him with a stare. Is it any worse, he asked softly, than the cages at the eastern gate in Trelane, where your transgressors hang in agony for days at a time, as an example to the masses? There is no pain involved in this process, you know. Ringil forced down memory of the searing agony he had never suffered. No pain involved? Would you choose it for yourself, you fucker? No, clearly not. The Dwender seemed genuinely perplexed by the question. But their path is not mine, nor would I have walked it the way they have.
This really is a minor matter, Ringil. You're making far too much of it."
In that single instant, Ringil would willingly have given his soul to have the weight of the raven's friend on his back, the dragon-toothed dagger in his sleeve. Instead, he swallowed hard, swallowed down his hate, and looked away from the muddied woman's face through the open gate of the corral.
"Why," he managed in a shaking voice, "why have you brought them here? What purpose does it serve?"
Seethlaw studied him for a long moment.
"I'm not sure you will understand," he said. "You are being very obtuse at the moment."
Ringil bared his teeth.
"Try me." "Very well. They are to be honored."
"Oh, that sounds delightful. That's better than the Revelation's purifying inquisitorial love, that is."
"As I said, I do not expect you to understand. The marsh dwellers on the Neom Plain are the closest to kin that the Eldraine have in this world. Thousands of years ago, their clans were favoured retainers to the Duenda, favoured enough that we mingled our blood with theirs. Their descendants, in however attenuated a form, carry our bloodline."
"That's a fucking myth," Ringil said disgustedly. "That's the lie they sell down at Strov Market, so they can jack you twice as much to read your fortune. Don't tell me you fell for that shit. What, 3 fucking years in Trelane, rubbing shoulders with the best liars and thieves in the league, and you still can't see a simple street scam like that coming at you?"
Seethlaw smiled. "No. The myth, like most of its kind, is based on truth, or at least on an understanding of the truth. There are ways to confirm it. How strongly the Duenda heritage emerges from the marsh clans varies enormously. But when a female child is born, unable to conceive in human congress, there the bloodline is strong. It's harder to tell in males, but something similar applies."
"So you've been creaming them off through Etakel, and bringing them here to be honoured. Your cousins, at 100th remove. Come on, what does that really mean, honoured?"
He was aware of the same savage grin still pinned to his face. He saw the way Seethlaw was looking at him, and in some tiny way it felt like loss. There was a test here, and he was failing it. "I think you know what it means," the Duenda said quietly. From Ringil's throat came a single, jolting, almost soundless sneer. "You're going to sacrifice them." "If you care to call it that," Seethlaw shrugged. "Yes?"
"That's great. You know, I'm just some scumfuck human. I've barely seen 3 decades of life, and even I know there are no gods worthy of the name out there. So what is it you fucks believe in so desperately it needs a blood ritual?"
The Duenda looked pained. "Do you really require an answer to this tirade?"
"Hey, we're fucking talking, aren't we?"
Another shrug. "Well, then, it's less a question of gods than of mechanisms, of the way things are bound up and acted upon, of ritual, if you like. You may as well ask why humans bury their dead when eating them would make more sense. There are powers, entities with sway in these matters, though the Eldraine do not consider themselves bound by them in any meaningful way. But there is also an etiquette, an observance of hallowed rules, and for this blood has always been the channel. You might think of it as the signature on the treaties your people make with each other, though we at least honour our agreements once they are made. If there must be blood, we will offer it. The blood of birth, the blood of death, the blood of animals when a minor shift in fate is required, of one's own people when something greater is desired. In our history, those chosen for this honour have always gone willingly to their end, as a warrior goes willingly to battle, knowing what their sacrifice is worth."
"I don't think that's going to be the case with your distant cousins here."
"No," Seethlaw agreed. "It's not ideal, but it will have to serve. In the end, the fact that we are willing to spill blood we know is our own, well, that will have to be sacrifice enough."
"Oh, good. Glad you've got it all worked out." The duenna sighed. "You know, Gil, I had thought you of all people might be able to understand. From what I know of you—" "You know nothing of me," through clenched teeth. "Nothing. You've fucked me, that's all. Well, that's a crowded hole you're in, darling. And as humans, we're a lying, dissembling bunch, remember? Doesn't pay to trust us between the sheets any more than anywhere else. You're wrong, Gil. I know you better than you know yourself. Oh, lizard shit. I've seen you in the marches, Gil. I see how you handled yourself there." Seethlaw leaned across and seized him by the shoulders. "I see what the Akieya saw, Gil. I see what you could become if you'd only let yourself." Ringil raised his arms. Sharp, empty-hand technique. Broke the duenna's hold, shook him off. He felt an odd calm settling over him. "I've done all the becoming I'm going to in this life, you pixie-faced motherfucker. I've seen enough to know where it all goes. Now you made me a fucking promise. Are you going to keep it? Or do you want to give me back my sword and we'll finish this thing the way we started it?" They stared at each other. Ringil felt himself falling into the duenna's empty eyes. He locked up the feeling, kept the stare. "Well?" "I keep my promises," said Seethlaw. "Good. Then let's get on with it." Ringil turned brusquely and shouldered his way past into the corral. Seethlaw stared after him for a long moment, face unreadable, and then he followed. Chapter 29. Sherin didn't know him. You couldn't blame her, Ringil supposed. It had been a long time, and there probably wasn't a lot left in him of the little boy who refused to play with her in the gardens at Lanatray. Certainly there wasn't much of the one little girl he remembered in the woman slumped before him. He'd very likely have walked past her in the glades without recognition, if he hadn't been staring a hole in Ishil's charcoal sketch of her for the last couple of weeks. In fact, even the sketch wasn't such a great match now. Sherin's privations seemed to have melted the flesh from her face, turned her eyes hollow and inward, and added a brutal burden of years she hadn't yet lived. There were streaks of tangled grey in her hair, and gathered lines of pain around mouth and eyes that wouldn't have looked amiss on a harbour-end tavern drudge twice her age. Looking at her, he wondered briefly what marks his time with the duenna had left on his own face. He hadn't seen a mirror since the night he left the glades for Etikal, and now, suddenly, the thought of facing one filled him with unease. "Sherin," he said very gently. He knelt to her level. "It's your cousin Ringil. I've come to take you home." She didn't look at him. Her eyes were fixed past his shoulder on Seethlaw, and she cowered into the corner of the stall as if the mother-of-pearl weave of the walls would absorb her. When Ringil reached out to touch her arm, she flinched violently away, and her hands crept up to clutch and cover her neck. She rocked back and forth minutely in the corner, and began a high single-note keening, a sound so divorced from human voice that at first he could not be sure it came from her throat. Ringil twisted on his haunches, looked up at Seethlaw's pale, aldrain features. "You want to get the fuck out?" he snapped. "Give me a minute with her." The duenna's gaze went from his face to Sherin and back again. His shoulders lifted minimally. He turned and slipped out through the half-open door like smoke. "Listen, Sherin, he isn't going to hurt you. He's—" Ringil weighed it up. "A friend. He's going to let me take you home. Really. There's no trick here. No sorcery. I really am your cousin. Your mother and Ishil asked me to come. Been looking for you for a while. Don't you remember me from Lanatray? I never wanted to play with you in the gardens, remember, even when Ishil made me." That seemed to do it. Inch by inch her face came round. The keening broke up, caught on shards of breath, then soaked away into the quiet like water into parched earth. She looked at him out of one eye, shivering, both hands still clasped at her neck. Her voice creaked like a rusty hinge. "Ringil?"
He put together something resembling a smile. "Yeah."
"It's really you?"
"Yeah. Ishil sent me." He tried the smile again. "You know what that means? Ishil? What she's like? I fucking had to find you, didn't I?"
"Ringil. Ringil!"
And then she threw herself onto him, collapsed over his neck and shoulders, weeping and clutching and screaming as if 1,000 possessing demons were trapped inside her and had decided now, finally, that they'd been there too long. They wanted out, and it was time to let go. He held her while it lasted, rocking her gently, murmuring platitudes and stroking her rat's nest hair. The screams ran down to sobbing, then to shuddering breaths and quiet. He peered at her face, cleaned it of tears as best he could with his shirt-sleeve, and then he picked her up and carried her out, bits of straw from the stall's floor, still clinging to the simple, swamp-stained shift she wore. "Happy now, Mother? Have I done enough?" Outside the sky was moving, thick cloud boiling past overhead at menacing speed. The light had changed, thickening and staining towards a day's end dimness, and the air reeked of a coming storm. There were no sounds from the other stables or the other stalls in this one. If their occupants were awake, terror or apathy was keeping them quiet. Ringil found himself glad. It was easier to pretend there was no one else kept prisoner here but the woman he now held in his arms. Seizlaw stood with his back to the wall of the stable and his arms folded, looked at nothing at all. Ringil walked past him without a word, stopped a couple of steps past with Sherin in his arms. She buried her face in his neck and moaned. "So," the Dwender said at his back, "satisfied? You have everything you want now?" Ringil did not look round. "You put us both on a good horse. You point me to the Trelane road, and you let me get a full day's ride away from this shithole. Then we can maybe talk about promises kept." "Sure." He heard the sound of Seizlaw levering himself off the wall, straightening up and gliding in behind him. His voice fell drab and cold, lifted hairs on the nape of Ringil's neck. "Why not? After all, there's nothing more for you here, is there?" "You said it." He walked towards the gate in the stormlight, bracing his steps a little because Sherin was heavier to carry than he'd expected when he first picked her up. Some forever insouciant part of him remembered a time when he could fight all day in plate armour and still stand as night fell, find the energy to go among the conscripted men at camp and build their spirits for the next day's slaughter, talk out victory he did not believe in, and share their brutally crude jokes about spending and fucking and hurting as if he found them funny. Were you a better man then, Gil? Or just a better liar? Your arse cheeks and belly were tighter anyway. Your shoulders were bigger and harder. Perhaps that was enough. For them and for you. He cleared the gate, working grimly to keep his eyes away from the heads in the water beyond. He almost succeeded. One slippery, sliding glance as he walked out, the corner of his eye grabbed by the despairing, mudded features of the woman nearest the gate. He jerked his gaze away before he could glimpse more than the mudded face and mumbling, desperate mouth. He never met her eyes. On through the swamp and the failing light, with Sherin weighing ever heavier in his arms and Seizlaw cold and remotely beautiful at his side, all three of them like symbolic characters from some irritatingly pompous morality tale play, whose original moral had somehow been scrambled and compromised and lost, and was now, to audience and participants alike, anybody's fucking guess. On the southwestern fringes of the swamp, the land grew slowly less hostile to human use, and apparently to life of other kinds as well. It started with the odd mosquito bite and sparse clouds of flies rising around their boots as they plashed through marshy portions of the path. Then, slowly, bird-song began to seep into the silence, and a short time after that Ringil started to spot the birds themselves, perched or hopping about in plain view on branches and fallen tree trunks. Increasingly, water gave up its unpredictable claims to the earth, ceased to ooze up out of the ground wherever they stepped, and confined itself more and more to creeks and inlets. The path they walked hardened up. The ever-present stench of the stagnant pools receded to an infrequent wafting. The ground rose and folded itself. The sound of flowing water over rock announced the presence of streams. Even the sky seemed to brighten as the threatening storm crawled off somewhere else for a while. Like many other things in Ringil's life, the oppressive stillness at the heart of the swamp had not seemed so hard to endure until he walked away from it. They followed one of the creeks as it turned into a river, stopping to rest at frequent intervals along the bank. After a while, Sherin was able to walk by herself, though she still shrank against Ringil's side whenever any of the duenda came close or turned their blank-eyed gaze on her. She didn't talk at all, seemed in fact to be treating the whole experience as if it might at any moment turn out to be a hallucination or a dream. Ringil sympathized. Seethlaw, for his part, was almost as silent. He led the group with a minimum of verbal and gestured instruction, and didn't speak to Ringil any more than his fellow Aldrain. If he'd selected the other duenda who accompanied them, Ringil had not seen him do it. Pelmarag and Ashgrin simply fell in beside them as they crossed the Aldrain bridge, and another 2 duenda he didn't know were waiting for them at the other side. Brief snatches of conversation went back and forth between these 4 as they walked, but Seethlaw was not included, and didn't seem much to care. At twilight they came to a scavenger camp built beside the creek. "There's a ferry across," Seethlaw explained, as they stood under trees at the edge of the little knot of cabins and storehouses, "and from there the road bends northwest. We've come this far south to avoid the worst of the swamp, but the ground from now on is a lot easier. It's a couple of days' walk to Prandachal. That's a fair-sized village. We'll get horses there." Ringil knew Prandachal. He'd watched its original inhabitants driven from their homes and onto the road south back when it was still called Iprinigil. He nodded. "And tonight?" "We spend here. The ferry won't run now until morning." Seethlaw grinned unpleasantly. "Unless you want me to bring the aspect storm and find a way around in the marches." Ringil held down a shiver. He glanced at Sherin. "No thanks. I don't think either of us are up for that." "Are you quite sure?" The grin stayed. "Think about it. You could be home in Trelane in a matter of days instead of weeks. And it won't feel like days anyway. It won't feel like time at all." "Yeah, I know what it'll feel like. Give it a fucking rest, why don't you?" They went into the only inn in the camp, an earthen floor and straw establishment with a dozen trestled tables and a long wooden bar at ground level, a staircase against the far wall and a railed landing overhead with doors leading off. They forced their way through the din and press of bearded, unwashed-smelling men to the bar and procured rooms for the night. Ringil saw no obvious change in Seethlaw or the other duenda, but they'd evidently cast some kind of glamour about themselves because no one reacted to their looks or outlandish garb. The innkeeper, a thick-set, swarthy individual hard to tell apart from his clientele, took coin from Pelmarag with a curt nod, bit into it and pocketed it, then gestured towards a trestle table in the corner near a window. They took their seats and were served a hog-rib dinner along with tankards of thick-formed ale shortly thereafter. It all proved surprisingly digestible, at least to Ringil's stomach, though he saw the duenda shooting each other wry glances as they chewed. He found he couldn't remember what they'd eaten in the Aldrain marches, only that Seethlaw had supplied it, magicked it forth from somewhere, and it had melted like the finest cuts of honeyed meat in his mouth, like the most sought-after of Glade's cellar vintages on his tongue. Beyond that, even that. It was all fading now, he realized. Fading fast. The marches, and everything he'd seen and done there, like fragments of a last dream before waking, pieces of self-inaction that made no obvious sense, tantalizing images without context, and an incoherent tumble of events loosed from any mooring in time or sequence.
He stopped chewing abruptly, and for just that moment the tavern food was a clotted mouthful of sawdust and grease he couldn't bring himself to swallow. The heat and lamplight and noise in the place swelled to a dull, unbearable roar. He stared across at Seethlaw, seated directly opposite, and saw the Duender was watching him. "It's fading," he said, through the food stuck in his mouth. "I can't—" Seethlaw nodded. "Yes, that's to be expected. You've returned to the defined world. You're tied to time and circumstance again. Your sanity will suffer if you remember anything else clearly, if the alternatives seem too real." Ringil swallowed his mouthful, forced it down. "It's like it's all turning into a dream I had," he said numbly. The Duender gave him a small, sad smile. He leaned forward a little. "I've heard it said that dreams are the only way your kind can find their way into the grey places, and that only the insane or the inhumanly strong of will can stay." Someone bumped heavily into Ringil from behind, jolted loose what he wanted to say before he could frame it properly. The thought spilled away from him like coins across the street and down a grate, little glints of gleaming meaning, gone. He snapped around angrily on the bench. "Why the fuck don't you watch where you're going?"
"Oops, sorry, citizen, sorry. Look, I'll gladly make good any spillage if you—" "Gil? Fucking Ringil?"
Agar the Dragonbane. Out of the lamplight and tavern hubbub, like a figure from legend emerging from battlefield mist, broad and tall and tangled-looking, hair a wild knotted mass with little iron talismanic ornaments hanging in it. One leather-sheathed blade of his staff-lance jutted up over his shoulder. There was a short-handled axe matched with a broad-bladed dirk at his belt. He smelled of marsh and cold and had obviously just come through the door. His scarred and bearded face split into a huge grin. He clasped hands on Ringil's shoulders, dragged him up off the bench with no more effort than a father picking up his infant son.
"Well, Rand's fucking balls, let me get a look at you," he bellowed. "What the fuck are you doing in the shit-pile dump? You're the fucking face from the past I'm supposed to recognise and save? You're the one that cloaked fuck was on about?"
And then everything came apart. For Ringil it was like stepping suddenly back into some aspect of the Marches. Time stopped working, slowed to a pace that was like moving in mud. His perceptions stretched and smeared. He saw what was happening as if through some other, entirely more attenuated set of senses. Seethlaw slamming to his feet, eyes wide. Agar, warrior's senses suddenly awake to the tension, hand falling without fuss to the broad dirk at his hip, heads turning at neighbouring tables. Ashgrin, seated at Seethlaw's side, turning, reaching down for something. A faint shimmer on the air. A darkening.
"I think you are mistaken, sir,"
Seethlaw said, and raised a hand a few inches off the table at his side, fingers spread loosely to make a spider. A ripple seemed to run through the fingers as if they were suddenly boneless.
"This is not your friend."
Agar snorted.
"Listen, old man, I'd know this guy any—"
He frowned.
"A mistake,"
repeated the Duender caressingly.
"Easily made."
"You must be very tired," agreed Ashgrin. Agar yawned cavernously.
"Yeah, ain't that the fucking truth?"
"Funny. I could have sworn—" Ringil, for no clear reason he could later name, screamed and swept an arm savagely across the table. Tavern brawl tactics, tugged out from some dark pocket of response he rarely went to these days. The lamp in the centre went over, oil spilled out. Flame caught and sprinted a line across the platters and tumbled tankards. He came to his feet, heels of both palms under the trestle, upended it at Seethlaw. "It is me, Egg!" he was yelling. "It fucking is me! Get the girl!" Later, tears would squeeze into his eyes as he recalled the Majak's reaction. Agar's lips peeled off a snarl. He surged back in at Ringil's side. The dirk came out, broad dark glint in the dancing light from the flames now loose in the straw on the floor. He brandished it at the stumbling Duender.
"Right you are, Gil.
he roared. "Who wants this right up their fucking arse? Fucking magicking old cunts!" His other hand had already flashed out, seizing Sherin by the arm and dragged her off the bench. As Pelmarag tried to stop him, the dirk flashed out. Pelmarag's arm got in the way. The blade sliced and blood darkened the Dwender's sleeve. Pelmarag made a wolfish, snarling sound of his own and leapt at Egar. The steppe nomad's eyes widened in shock. Whatever he'd seen in Pelmarag before, whatever glamour had sullied his perception, it was gone now.
"Wraith!" he bellowed. "Where spirits? Swamp Wraith!"
Then he went over on the floor with Pelmarag on top of him.
"Weapon! Weapon!" it gibbered through Ringil's head. "Sell my fucking soul to Hoiran for a weapon!"
He spun and dropped on Pelmarag's back instead, knew it was a matter of seconds before the other Dwender at the table had him. Did it anyway. Egar was locked up in the knife fighter's clinch, arms braced and straining to bring his blade to bear against Pelmarag's grip. The legs of Dwender and man thrashed about on the earthen floor looking for purchase. Ringil hooked the fingers of his right hand into the Dwender's eyes and hauled back. Pelmarag howled and flailed. Egar broke the Dwender's grip and shoved the dirk through his throat from the side. Blood gouted everywhere. It smelled, Ringil would later realize, bitter-sweet and strong, quite unlike anything out of human veins. For now he was already spinning about, crouched and yelling, looking for the others in the rising smoke. He had one moment to lock gazes with Seethlaw, who was poised to leap the up-ended trestle, features an awful mask of blank-eyed, snarling rage. Then a surging mass of humanity swept in between them.
"Swamp Wraith! Swamp Wraith! Get the motherfuckers!"
Out of nowhere, Ashgren had a terrible blue longsword blade flashing in his hands. The first humans to reach him went down in butchered pieces. The surge turned chaotic and shrill, some scrambling backwards away from the sudden steel, others who had weapons bawling for space and struggling to get to the front.
"Ringil!"
Egar yelling in his ear.
"Let's get the fuck out of here!"
He gulped air.
"Gladly. Got her! Just fucking go!"
The Bajak's hand was firmly around Sherin's arm again, engulfing it just above the elbow. She'd have bruises tomorrow, Ringil knew. If we live that long. They made the door, somehow, elbowing and tripping others who had the same idea. Ringil kicked it open and tumbled out into the cold and dark. The inn was built on a slight rise, and he fell over with his own momentum, landed in a winded heap. Shattering of glass. A Dwender came leaping, shrieking through the window like a lost soul, landed like a cat and stalked towards them, blade in hand, grinning. Egar let go of Sherin's arm.
"Get behind me, girl,"
he grunted. He freed his small axe, hefted it left-handed, kept the dirk in his right. No time to unship the lance, much though he'd have loved the extra reach. He eyed the creature's sword with professional calm. The empty, inhuman eyes had been a shock with the first one, but now his blood was up, he wasn't fussed. No worse than a steppe ghoul, he supposed. A fighting grin licked around his lips.
"Fuck you looking at?"
he barked. The creature ran in, shrilling. Terrifying speed, but Egar had seen that a few times before as well. He hurled his dirk upward, underhand, at its face. The longsword flashed out, deflecting, but it was an awkward block. Anyone could see that. Egar was in behind, now with the axe in both hands, hacking sideways under the twisted sword. The swamp wraith yowled and leapt out of the way. Egar pressed in, got the hook-backed edge of the axe on the blade and yanked it out of the way, left-handed. His right hand curled to a fist, smashed his opponent in the face. The swamp wraith reeled. Egar followed through. Another punch, into the face again. Leave the body alone, assume armour of some sort under that weird black, leatherish gear, and he felt the nose break with a solid crunch. The wraith screamed and tried to slash back at him with its blocked blade. Speed it had, but not the brute strength it needed. Egar grinned and reached down, hooked an arm under a thigh and heaved. The creature went over on its back. Egar dropped on its chest with a knee and his full weight. Something creaked and cracked. The swamp wraith screamed again, weakly. Egar got his axe free, no time to reverse it, and smashed the iron-shod haft down into the empty-eyed face. He put out an eye, shattered a cheekbone, smashed the mouth and the already broken nose. Movement behind him.
He whipped around, saw Ringil standing there swaying in the feeble light, blew out a sigh of relief and eased his grip on the axe.
"Get up," the Trelane knight said hoarsely. "We've got to get out of here, before the others get outside."
Agar glanced towards the inn. The sounds of violence raged from the broken window and the doorway, where a mob of men were gathering, torn between the fascination of spectators and the terror of what they'd seen. There was smoke and the jumping light of flames. No one seemed to have noticed them yet, down here in the gloom. All attention was on the building.
"There's got to be better than 60 men in there," he told Ringil.
He was breathing hard from the fight.
"Even if only 2/3 of them want to mix it up, they'll finish these fuckers easy."
"No, they won't." An awful urgency split Ringil's voice open. "Believe me, we've got minutes at most." You don't follow a man to almost certain death in the baking heat of a mountain pass without learning his measure first, without learning to trust what he says in a coin-spin instant, even if he is a fucking faggot. Agar got up and stared around.
"Right. We take the ferry."
"What?" Ringil frowned. "Don't these bumpkins lock up their oars?"
"Yeah, who gives a shit about oars time like this? The Idrikan flows hard this far out of the swamp. It'll carry us south faster than you can fucking run, mate."
The thing at Agar's feet stirred and moaned. The Majak looked down in surprise.
"Tough motherfucker, huh?"
he said, almost admiring. Then he reversed the axe in his hands, shifted stance, and chopped down with a bladed end. The swamp wraith's head rolled free in a messy burst of blood. He wiped some of it off his face, sniffed it curiously, and shrugged. He cast about and found his dirk, gathered it up and clapped Ringil on the shoulder.
"Come on then," he said. "Arse in the saddle."
"Wait, give me his sword."
"What do you want his fucking sword for? What's wrong with the one on your back?"
Ringil stared at him as if he'd suddenly started gibbering like a Demlarashan mystic. Agar stopped in mid-turn, spread his blooded hands.
"What?"
Ringil lifted his right hand as if it pained him, put it slowly and wonderingly up to his shoulder and touched the pommel of his sword like he was caressing someone's prick, to be honest. Agar shifted uncomfortably, fiddled with his axe.
"You're a fucking weirdo, Gil. Same as it ever was. Come on!"
Down to the darkened landing stage at a sprint, Sherin stumbling between them, and Ringil saw it was true. Even at the bent edge of the river there was current running. Tiny leaves and other specks of river detritus drifted by at ambling pace. In the centre of the stream a taut swirl showed on the fitfully band-lit water. The ferry, a fat little demasted fishing skiff barely 4 yards long, wagged at the end of its moorings as if in a hurry to be off.
"Oi! You!"
They'd been spotted. "Wait there! Thieves! Look! Oi! Stop them! That's my fucking boat!" They leapt aboard. Agar hacked the ropes apart and gave the landing stage pilings a punt with one boot. Behind them a spill of dark figures came pelting down towards the landing stage, yelling, gesticulating, brandishing weapons and fists. The skiff drifted away from the shore, agonizingly slow at first, and then, as the current caught, she swung briskly out into flow. Balanced amidships, crouched over the collapsed and sobbing form of Sherin, Agar grinned at Ringil.
"Haven't done this in a while."
"You'd better get down," Ringil advised him. "They're going to start shooting in a minute."
"Nah, too much else going on. They won't have a strung bow between them. They're not soldiers, Gil."
But he bent and hand-braced himself to a seat on one of the skiff's cross-strut benches anyway. He craned sideways and peered.
"That's just Redresh, pissed off 'cause we've nicked his ferry."
"You can see his point."
"Yeah, well, never did like his fucking prices."
The two of them looked back in silence as the crowd on the landing stage boiled about in its own impotence. Something heavy splashed in their wake, but too far aft to be a cause for concern. No one was getting in the water, that was for sure. A couple of pursuers with some presence of mind ran along the bank, trying to keep pace. Ringil watched narrowly for a few seconds, saw them run into thickening undergrowth at the edge of the camp, and clogged to a halt. The pursuit died in curses and bawled abuse, growing ever fainter. He felt his heart starting to ease. Until, up on the rise, flames burnt merrily in the windows and open door of the inn.
It was hard to tell at the growing distance, but he thought a single, tall, dark figure loomed in the doorway, unmoved by the fire at its back, staring after them with lightless eyes. "Run if you like," whispered a voice in his head. "I'll count to 100. He shivered. The boat tugged onward, downriver on the water's dark swirl. Chapter 30. "I had thought of Inishmin, my lord." Arketh mimicked herself savagely as she stared out of the window. The Bexanara garrison tower was a stubby affair, barely 2 stories higher than the rest of the blockhouse, and the view from the top room was the same as everywhere else in this bloody country. Swamp and bleak trees under a sky the colour of spilled brains. You couldn't even see the river from this angle. You certainly couldn't see any trace of the morning sun. She'd had the whole fucking empire to choose from. She could have been on a beach somewhere in the Hanliag scatter right now, bare feet in the sand and a pitcher of coconut beer for company, watching the daylight flood the sky across the bay. She could have been on a beach somewhere in the Hanliag scatter right now, bare feet in the sand and a pitcher of coconut beer for company, watching the daylight flood the sky across the bay. She could have been on the balcony of an Uplands Watch garrison lodge beyond the Dashara Pass, hot coffee and lung-spiking mountain air to wake her up, and the swoop and squabble courtship of snow eagles like a duel overhead. But no, you had to follow your fucking hunch to this shithole end of the realm. You had to drag Elith back into her past, and all the memories too painful to face that she'd left behind. Just couldn't resist it, could you? Arketh Indamanenarmal returns in triumph with the answer to the Empire's mysterious woes. She'd found nothing. 2 weeks of crisscrossing the settlements on the fringes of the Enishmin marshes, of quizzing bored and resentful imperial officials already out of sorts with their miserable luck at being posted here. 2 weeks of barely concealed sneers and sullen reticence under questioning from the artifact scavenger trash whose patriotic help she'd tried and failed to enlist. 2 fucking weeks of old wives' tales and rumour, and trekking through swamp to look at a succession of curiously shaped boulders or rock outcrops with no significance whatsoever. The big triumph so far was unearthing another Glierscht marker to match the one Elith had hauled to Kangset. They dug it out of soggy mud 6 miles into the swamp from Yeshtak, where it had fallen on its face and lain, apparently for centuries, undisturbed. It was moss-grown and pitted with age, and one of its beckoning arms was broken off. Sweat-stained and mud-streaked, they let it lie where it was, and plodded back to Yeshtak. She saw the way File Rakan and his men looked at her when they thought she wouldn't notice, and it was hard to blame them. She was chasing phantoms, and it was turning out exactly as you'd expect. And now this. Sabotage or random viciousness, Idrashan fed something in the stables that brought him mysteriously to his knees and forced them to stay overnight while they waited to see if he would live or die. There was no veterinarian worthy of the name in Bexanara, and not much in the way of law enforcement either. Rakan bullied the village administrator into rounding up a few likely suspects, and the Throne Eternal men took turns knocking them around in the blockhouse cells. Outside of the exercise, they got nothing remotely useful from it. Blame cycled back and forth, as it tended to in these situations, backstabbing and local family feuds, petty criminal misdemeanours brought to light, and frankly implausible confessions, all seeded with the usual marsh mist crap. A mysterious plague on the air that afflicted horses when the wind blew from the northeast. Bandits, the feral remnants of families driven out in the occupation, hiding in the swamp and slowly turning into something less than human. A tall figure in brimmed leather hat and cloak, sighted recently prowling the streets at night as if surveying the village for some evil purpose. Shadowy, child-sized figures, seen skittering about in the gloom and making eerie, whinnying sounds. After 6 hours of it, Arketh made Rakan let everybody go. They were still waiting to see if Idrashan would pull through. Her mouth clamped. "By the holy fucking mother, if that horse dies—" Boots on the stair. She turned from the window, crossed the small square room and went out onto the staircase. Philae Rakan came round the turn below and looked up at her, eyes a little smudged with being up all night, tiny scrape on his temple where one of the tougher suspects had inadvisedly put up a fight. He stopped in mid-step when he saw her standing there. "Milady," he said, and inclined his head. It was an automatic deference, but one she thought that was wearing rather thin. "How's my horse?" "It's, there's no change, milady. I'm very sorry. It's not that. There has been a fresh development."
"Ah, and what's that?"
"Well, the village administrator tells me his militia have arrested some boat thieves. They found them asleep and run aground on the meander below the village. The boat is without oars, so it's the usual thing." Arketh shifted impatiently. The village administrator, name of Jan Sheath, was a miserable tub of guts, the depths of his incompetence matched only by the size of his belly and his self-importance.
"Yes, and this concerns us because—"
Rakan cleared his throat.
"Well, it also seems that these boat thieves claim to have been fleeing from, magical beings that live in the swamp, and one of them carries a Kiriath blade."
"Horse shit." She muttered it to herself a couple of times at least as they went down the stairs and out into the street, because there was an inexplicable pounding in her chest that she didn't want to be there, and she didn't know which scared her more, to be wrong and disappointed once again, or to be vindicated in her fears.
"Horse shit, a fucking Kiriath blade. It's going to be some half-length of scavenged scaffolding iron, ground to a ragged edge and wrapped around at one end with cord to make a grip. Seen it enough times before."
But it wasn't. They reached the combined boathouse and storage shed at the other end of the village, where the thieves were apparently being held. On approach, she saw the confiscated weapons piled up between a pair of unkempt militiamen, apparently detailed to keep the door. The thunder in her chest went up a notch at the sight. Dirk, hand-axe, a magic staff lance and dragon-tooth ceremonial dagger, and there, dumped unceremoniously on top of everything else, the layered gleam of an anmonal battle scabbard, and the woven hilt of the broadsword it was clasped lovingly around. She stopped dead and stared at the weapon. It gleamed back at her like an old and slightly smug friend, first meeting for years and suddenly made good beyond all expectation. And then the drawling voice from within, faint through the door's wood but unmistakable, the soft over hard, slightly absent tone and the outrageous disrespect it accorded the tightly bound syllables of the Tethan it spoke. "You know, Sergeant, you really must have better things to do with the next few hours of your life than trying to stare me out. Like get a shave, for instance, or just write your last will and testament. You can write, I take it." She almost took the door off its hinges going in. It banged back against the wall with a flat crack, bounced back again, and she had to catch it on her forearm, which hurt.
"Ringil?"
Well now. But behind the mannered monosyllables she saw her shock mirrored back to her in his eyes. He leaned back a little on the upended rowing boat where he sat. Pause, recovery, all on the turn of a second. Arketh Indamananamal enters dramatically from centre stage. The powers really are getting their act together, it seems.
"Told you,"
grunted the man at Ringil's side, and then she recognized him as well.
"Didn't want to believe me, did you?" "Dragonbane? You here too?"
"Aye, Arketh."
The Magic grinned at her.
"Why so formal? No one calls me that any more."
"Well, now you know how I feel, then," muttered Ringil. There were 4 halberd-equipped militiamen in the room, weapons now drooping, faces gaping at this incomprehensible exchange between visiting Kiriath nobility and the 3 boat thieves they'd herded into the corner. Philae Rakan said it for all of them.
"You know these people, milady?"
"Yes, I do."
"Well, this young woman, no, but—"
"Sherin Helirig Manas," supplied Ringil, with a courtly gesture, while the woman at his side stared in silence with hollow-eyed fatigue and wonder. "And this is Egar, son of Erkan, of the Majak clan Skaranak, known in your part of the world, perhaps rather grandiosely, as the Dragonbane. Arketh watched Rakan's face change. In the whole empire there were perhaps 20 men honoured with the title Dragonbane. Most had died earning it. The Throne Eternal Captain took a short step forward, put fist to right shoulder, and bowed his head briefly at the magic warrior. "It is an honour," he said. "I am File Rakan, Commander First Class, the Throne Eternal."
Rakan.
Agar frowned and scratched an ear.
"You the Rakan who led that charge down the flank at Shenchanath Fields back in 47? That time they had to dig Akal out of the ditchwork."
"It was my honour to command the action, yes." The Magic's face split in a grin. He shook his head.
"Then you're a fucking madman, File Rakan. That was the most insane thing I've ever seen. Not one soldier in 100 I know would have run that risk."
Rakan's mouth twitched primly, but you could see he was pleased.
"Not one soldier in 1,000 is chosen for the Emperor's Guard," he stated, as if reciting it. "It was my duty, nothing more. The throne of Hjelteth is eternal. Life in service to it must reflect that eternity in honour. Death is a price that must sometimes be paid like any other honourable debt."
"Glad to hear it," said Ringil breezily. "Very uplifting. Hang on to that attitude. You're going to need it." Rakan turned a frosty eye on him.
"We have not had your name, sir."
"Oh, I?" Ringil raised one hand to mask a sudden, jaw-creaking yawn. "I'm Ringil of the Glades Houth Eskiath in Trelane. You may have heard of me as well." Rakan's face changed once more. It became abruptly impassive.
"Yes, I have heard of you," he said shortly.
Ringil nodded. Gallows Gap, no doubt. But the Throne Eternal Captain shook his head.
"No, that name is not familiar to me. What I have heard is that Ringil Eskiath was a traitor to the imperial peace in the northern provinces, a corrupter of youth, and a faggot."
Agar bounced up off the curve of the upended boat back, face darkening. Arketh saw Ringil's hand fall on his arm and felt a pang of relief. The distribution of weapons in the room did not invite brawling. "Fascinating, Egg." Ringil's tone was light and soft. Only someone who knew him well would have spotted the steel edge sheathed in it. "Don't you think? What they must be teaching in history books down south these days. I'll bet we find the Empire won the war against the scaled folk all by itself, and that the good people of Enishmin and Naral were so grateful they spontaneously vacated their homes to allow imperial settlers to live in them." Rakan lifted a finger.
"I will not hear you."
"That's enough, Rakan."
Arketh stepped between the Throne Eternal Captain and the others.
"Gil, Agar, you told the militia you were running from Dwenda, is that right?"
Ringil and Agar exchanged a glance. Ringil looked grim.
"Actually, I wasn't that specific," he said quietly.
"What do you know about the Dwenda Arkady?" The pounding in her chest seemed to be subsiding, settling to something colder and more patient that she recognized from the war years.
"I know they're here," she said, "in Enishmin, in the swamps."
Ringil bent her a hard little smile. "That's not the half of it. By tonight they're going to be right here in Ibik Sinri, walking the main street and knocking on doors." They held a council of war in the garrison house, away from prying eyes. "No point in alarming the locals," File Rakan said.
"No," Ringil agreed. "They'd only gather up their children and flee for their lives. Can't have that, can we? Not in a border province."
The Throne Eternal Captain fixed him with a baleful stare and twitched forward, but by this time Ringil had back the Raven's friend and his dragon knife, had breakfasted heartily, and wore a faint, inviting smile on his face that Rakan knew well enough how to read. Arketh put out the flames again and kept the two of them apart. They put Sherin with Elith in an unlocked cell downstairs, one of the ones the village administrator had been prevailed upon to equip with a few comforts when Arketh and her men were forced to stay the night before. They sent the administrator and his men away with some simple tasks to perform, told them there was nothing much to worry about, really, and locked themselves in the tower room. They got down to business, got up to date on the varied paths that had brought them to Ennishmen, which in itself was a lengthy business, and not without its awkward moments.
"Impossible! This is heresy!"
Halgan, one of the 2 Throne Eternal lieutenants File Rakan had detailed to sit in, was not dealing very well with Egar's tale of his encounter with Takavach.
"There is but one God, and he has made himself known to us in the one true revelation."
Ringil rolled his eyes, but Darash, the other lieutenant, was nodding agreement. Even Rakan's ordinarily impassive face was turned towards the Majak with a frown. Arketh couldn't be bothered. She let them get on with it. She stared out of the window and wondered why the mention of Takavach's leather hat and cloak seemed so familiar. Meanwhile, Egar grinned and poured himself more coffee. He was used to this sort of thing, had in fact always derived a rather childish satisfaction from scandalizing the Imperials when he lived in Hjelteth. He lifted the calloused blade of a hand at Halgan.
"Look, mate, I saw this Takavach take a crossbow bolt out of the air in mid-flight with his bare hand, like that. He summoned an army of demons from the steppe grasses the way you'd call your children in from play, and he brought me the best part of 700 miles southwest to Ennishmen in the time it'd take you to snap your fucking fingers. Now, if that's not a god, then it's a pretty good imitation."
"Yes, an imitation," Darash insisted. "An evil spirit. A trick to steal your allegiance."
"Yeah, whatever."
Egar slurped his coffee, put it down again, and grinned.
"Guys, you don't get it, do you? Takavach saved my arse out on the steppe. He butchered my enemies for me and then made me a gate out of air and darkness and hung it from a branch of my father's grave tree so I could escape. You know, for that, he's pretty much got my allegiance."
"But this is a demon dragonbane."
Halgan was aghast, almost pleading.
"You must see that. This is a devil trying to steal your soul."
The Majak snorted.
"My soul will walk the Sky Road anyway, whatever happens to me here on Earth. It's not something you can steal like some lady's silk underwear. I killed a fucking dragon, man. My ancestors would have been polishing up my seat in the Sky Home ever since, grinning like idiots, probably. My father must be boring the dwellers rigid with tales of my prowess."
"This is superstition," said Rakan dismissively. "This is not truth."
"You calling me a liar?"
Ringil rubbed hands down his face. "Maybe, Rakan, it's your revelation that's the superstition. Ever think of that? Maybe the Majak have got hold of the right end of the arbalest after all. Has the one true God shown up to save any of your skins recently? Has he appeared to any of you?"
"You know God does not manifest himself," Halgan shouted. "That is also heresy. The revelation is not corporeal. You know this. Why do you persist in this perverted speech?"
"I like perverted. Maybe you would too if you gave it a chance."
"Leave my men alone," Rakan said coldly. "Degenerate."
Ringil smooched a kiss at him. Rakan, out of nowhere, spat a curse and was halfway to his feet before Arketh snapped out of her daydream. She grabbed him by the arm and yanked him back into his seat.
"That's enough. You lot can sort out your religious differences someday when there isn't anything more important to do. Right now, I want to know, Ringil, why you're so sure they'll come after you."
Ringil exchanged a glance with Egar. "You want to tell her?" he asked the Majak.
Egar shrugged. "We saw them on the bank, twice during the night. Blue fire and a dark shape at its heart, watching us go past."
"Could that not be something else?"
Halgan asked. He didn't want to believe in this any more than he had in Takavach.
"Reflected light through mist around some scavenger taking a piss in the river? Or some effect from the marsh gases? The locals say—"
"The locals talk a load of shit is what they do," Egar said flatly. "I've been working the swamp for the best part of a month now, and I've never seen anything like what I saw last night. And anyway, Arketh, it fits with what you told us about Kangset. Blue flickering light, shadow figures.
It's how they come through from the grey places, the Aldrain marches." Ringil rubbed tiredly at an eye. Falling asleep in the drifting skiff had left him stiff and unrested. "As far as I can work out, there are places they don't need this aspect storm to do it, but there don't seem to be many of them. The heart of the swamp, apparently, near where this Kiriath weapon is buried.
Or maybe it's got something to do with these glazed carvings you're talking about. I don't know. All I can tell you for sure is that Seathlaw turned up in Terip Hale's cellar as easily as if he'd just opened a door in the wall.
That was at night, though.
Yes. And I'd say the legends are right as far as that goes, too. The Duenda don't seem to like sunlight very much. Most of the time I was in the Aldrain marches it was dark or dim, like twilight. One place we went, there was something like a sun in the sky, but it was almost burnt out, like a hollow shell of itself. If that's where the Duenda are from originally, it might explain why they can't tolerate bright light. And this pirate raid on Kangset you were talking about, I think I met one of the Duenda who went on it, name of Pelmarag. He told me they pulled out well before dawn because the sun was going to be too strong for comfort. With that kind of sun coming up in a couple of hours' time, he said.
Ishmin must suit them down to the fucking ground, then, Agar grumbled. I don't think I've seen the sun more than twice since I got here.
It provoked an unlooked-for burst of laughter from the Imperials. The cranked tension around the table eased. A couple of despairing comments about rain and fog went back and forth. Darash grinned, made a loose vertical fist and dropped it into his other hand a couple of times. Kjelteth symbol among the urbane for a good joke, a sense of humour well tickled. Agar made modest noises back.
"Can we stop them?"
Arketh asked quietly, and the hilarity disappeared as fast as it had come. The gazes around the table tightened back to her.
"At Kangset, they said they fired arrows that passed right through the blue fire and left the Duenda themselves unharmed."
Ringil nodded soberly. "Yeah. Errol told me the same thing happened to Giersh's crossbow bolt when he tried to stop Seathlaw. I think maybe when the aspect storm first comes through, it's like the Duenda's not completely there, like he's a ghost of some sort. But your guys at Kangset weren't as ineffective as they thought. Pelmarag said the expeditionary force he was in lost men, 6 or 7 of them on the beach alone. Now that's got to be before any close-quarters fighting. We're talking about the moment the Kangset garrison realizes they've got company, so some of those arrows must have hit home. If I had to guess, I'd say this ghost aspect is short-lived. The Duenda has to let go at some point, has to become solid and grounded in this world. When they do, he smacked fist into palm, you've got them. Pelmarag told me they lost another 6 warriors in the fight across town. Your Marines did get to them. They were just too scared and demoralized to realize it. That's not a mistake we have to make. I crossed blades with Seathlaw. I felt the contact. Even when the aspect storm was still around him, it can be done."
"Yeah, they kill easily enough," Agar rumbled. "I took 2 last night. Knife in the throat for one, fists and an axe haft for the other. They go down no different to a man."
"And the damage we saw at Kangset?" Arketh asked. "The Kiriath defences were melted right through. It looked like the sort of thing dragon fire would do." Ringil frowned and fumbled through memories already grown unreal and confused. He pressed his hands together, steepled the fingers and pressed them to his mouth in thought. The small, carved figure in the swamp. The conversation with Pelmarag. "Tell you a funny story." He said something about the talons of the sun, something they unleashed through the aspect storm before they went through themselves, like an arrow flight before an advance or something. "These were not arrow marks," said Rakan ironically. "I don't think they have these talons of the sun here in the swamp." Ringil stared emptily off into dim recall. There was an odd ache in there with the memories, and he didn't like it. They were different tactics. It was some Duenda commander who didn't agree with Seathlaw's approach. He wanted a frontal assault. That's not what Seathlaw's trying to achieve here.
"You know that for certain?" Arketh's tone was sceptical. "The Duenda are committed to a stealth campaign?"
"I don't—" Ringil sighed. "It isn't as simple as that, Arkady. This isn't like the scaled folk over again. It's not some massive migration across an ocean to escape a dying land, a whole race on the move, and invading people who have to either conquer or die. The Duenda aren't unified. They aren't anything like unified. There are factions, disagreements over strategy, constant individual dispute. There don't even seem to be that many of them at the moment, and even those, the handful I got to meet, were squabbling with each other half the time. The helmsmen say they are impulsive and disordered, Arketh said slowly. Perhaps not even sane. Would that fit? Ringil thought again about the Aldrain marches. He shivered. Yes, it would, he said. It would make a lot of sense. Seethlaw was... He stopped. Was what? Asked Rakan. Ringil shook his head. Skip it. Doesn't matter. Maybe not to you, degenerate, said Halgan angrily, but to my men and I it matters a great deal. You are asking us to stand and fight, maybe to die on your word. Under the circumstances, I think you owe us the highest degree of clarity and confessed truthfulness. That's true, said Rakan, like an explanation for how exactly you came to be so closely taken into this creature's confidence in the first place. How it is that you travelled freely with him in these infernal realms, how it is that he allowed you to bring out your slave cousin. Ringil smiled thinly. You'd like that explained with the highest degree of clarity, would you? Yes, we all would. Oh, well, it's easy enough. Ringil leaned across the table towards the Throne Eternal Captain. I was fucking him. In the arse, in the mouth. A lot. Quiet slammed onto the table like a pallet of bricks dropped from above. The two Throne Eternal lieutenants looked at each other, and Halgan made a tiny but distinct spitting noise. You are an abomination, Eskiath, said Rakan softly. Well, Ringil gave the Throne Eternal Captain another brittle little smile. You know, the thing about fucking is, it's a lot less wear and tear than trying to kill each other with bits of steel, and it's the sort of thing that does tend to lead to confidences and favours if you play it right. Ask any woman, she'll tell you that. Unless, of course, your experiences in that direction are limited as, come to think of it, yours probably are, to whores and rape. This time it was Halgan who surged to his feet with an oath on his lips and a hand on the hilt of the sword he wore. Ringil sat back a little where he was, met the other man's gaze, and held it. You clear that blade and I'll kill you with it. The moment held, seemed to creak. He means it, Arketh said quietly. I'd sit down if I were you, Halgan. Vile Rakan made a short gesture, and his lieutenant sank back into his seat by inches. Arketh sighed and rubbed at her eyes. You're saying you insinuated yourself into this Seethlaw's affections in order to get your cousin back? Yes, I am. The tiny, fading ache of memory, like a small, blunt knife turning inside his rib-cage. He didn't know how much truth there was in the words. He couldn't remember any more. That's exactly what I'm saying. And you think Seethlaw's coming to get you because, what, he feels betrayed? Pissed off that you let him down? No. Ringil drew a deep breath. Seethlaw is coming to get me. And you, Rakan, and you too, and everyone else in this fucking village, because he can't afford to have his plans brought to light. There's too much in play, too much he can't predict. You've got to understand, Arkady. You've got to see it from the Duenda's point of view. It's thousands of years since they had dealings with us. They're rusty, they don't know how to gauge us any more. Seethlaw's had 3 years to learn contemporary politics in Trelane, and that's it. 3 miserable fucking years. He hasn't done badly, he's built a covert power base, but by its very nature it's got to be limited. And elsewhere he's working nearly blind. He doesn't know the Empire at all, except through the lens of Northern opinion, and he's smart enough to know you can't trust opinion any further than a whore with your house keys. He has no way of knowing how Yelteth will respond if he knows the attack on Enishmen is a ploy. Worse than that, he probably can't tell what the parts of the Trelane Chancellery he hasn't managed to corrupt will do, or any of the other cities in the League, come to that. For all Seethlaw knows, the League and the Empire will unite the way they did against the Scaled folk. He can't take the chance. Anybody human who knows about this outside of his little cabal has to die."
"He was going to let you live before," Darash pointed out. "He was going to let you go home. You're sure this isn't just a lover's tiff we're dealing with here? A falling out between faggots, maybe?"
Ringil spared him a weary look. "Oh, you're a real fucking comedian, Darash. Yeah, Seethlaw was going to let me go home. He was going to let me go because he thought he could control me, and he thought I didn't give a shit about any of this, about the Empire or the League. And you know what? He was right. I don't." The violence jumped out in his voice, sudden and glad. "I think your beloved Jiral Khimran is a jumped-up little turd masquerading as a leader of men, and I think his beloved father wasn't very much better, and I think the men who control Trelane are carved from the very same richly stinking shit. They just haven't been as successful up north at feeding it to the rest of us, that's all."
"You'll answer for that, Eskith."
Rakan made no dramatic moves, but his face was a mask of cold intent. "No man, imperial citizen or not, speaks of my emperor that way and lives. The sworn law of Hjelteth forbids it, and I'm sworn to uphold that same law."
"Oi, Rakan."
Egar jerked his chin at the Throne Eternal captain.
"You'll have to come through me first. Bear that in mind, won't you?"
"He'll have to live through the night first as well," said Ringil somberly. "None of us are going to have recourse to law, imperial or otherwise, unless we stop Seethlaw in his tracks."
"Or we fall back," said Arketh. "We take what we know and we run south. We make Cartagnal in 3 days if we push it. There's a levy garrison there, 400 men under arms at least, and they have King's Reach messenger relay facilities onto the plains cities. We can get a message through to a Heartland military governor inside another 2 days.
"Makes sense," agreed Halgan. "No," said Ringil.
Arketh sighed.
"It does make sense, Gil.
Look, I said no. We aren't going to do that." Ringil stared around the table, met their eyes one at a time, the way he had the captains at Gallows Gap. "We're going to stop them here."
"Gil, I've got 17 men. That's including these 3 sitting here now. With you 2 and me, that's 20. The militia are going to run at the first sign of trouble. You know that."
"Like we're planning to, you mean?"
Egar said, grinning.
Darash bristled.
"This is a tactical withdrawal we're talking about, Dragonbane."
"Is it?"
Egar shook his head.
"Well, you know, there's a Scaranac saying for times like these. Running away just makes your arse a bigger target. If the Dwender can follow us downriver through the swamp the way they did last night, they can certainly track us across the uplands before we hit Cartagnal. 3 days means 3 nights, maybe 4. You ready to stay awake that long? Ready to fight worn out and maybe in motion on ground they'll choose to suit themselves? Sounds like a fucking stupid idea to me."
"Egar, it's like I said to Gil." Arketh spread her hands, gestured at the gathered company. "It's 20 of us, against something we can't quantify, something that scared my people 4,000 years ago and still scares the helmsmen now."
The Majak shrugged. "Ghost stories. Come the crunch, it can't be any scarier than a dragon, can it? Look, I killed 2 of these fucking Dwender things last night, and like I said, they bleed and fall down just like men. And we all know how to kill men, don't we?"
"Everyone's afraid of what they don't understand," Ringil said quietly. "You want to remember that, Arkady. The Dwender are as uncertain of us as we are of them. They've got less reason, but they don't know that. And anyway, it's not a rational thing. You know what Pelmarag said about your poor, scared, shitless marine garrison at Kangset? Fucking humans everywhere, he said. Running around, screaming and jabbering in the dark like the lost souls of apes, you know. Cut one down and there's another right fucking behind him. What does that sound like to you?" The others looked at him in silence. No one offered an answer. "And you, Arketh, look at you, look at what you represent to them. They have legends about the black folk the way we do about them. Horror stories about how you destroyed their cities and drove them out into the grey places. They talk about you as if you were demons. The same way we used to talk about the scaled folk until we understood them. The same way your fucking imperial history books probably still talk about them. Look, when Seathlaw and I arrived in the swamp, there was a minor panic on because one of the Dwender scouts had heard some artifact scavengers talking about a black-skinned warrior somewhere in the vicinity, which I guess probably was you, now I come to think about it, but that's not the point. Even the rumour of you was enough to worry them. He rested his arms on the table and his gaze hooded for a moment. When he looked up again, Arketh caught his stare and a chill slithered between her shoulders and up her neck. It was, for just a moment, as if a stranger had climbed into Ringil Eskiath's skin and stolen his eyes. "When I trained at the academy," he said tonelessly, "they told me there is nothing in this world to fear more than a man who wants to kill you and knows how to do it. We make a stand here, and we can teach that truth to the Dwender. We can stop them. We can send them back to the grey places to think again about taking this world." More silence. The moment tipped, was falling away when Rakan cleared his throat. "What do you care?" he asked. 5 minutes ago you're telling us how you don't give a shit about the Empire or the League. Now suddenly you want to take a stand, make a difference. What's that about?" Ringil looked coldly at him. "What's it about, File Rakan? It's about the fucking war, that's what it's about. You're right. I don't give a shit about your Emperor, and I care even less about the scum that run Trelane and the League. But I won't watch them go to war again. I've been to war, you know, to save civilization from the reptile hordes. I bled for it. I saw friends and other men die for it. And then I watched men like you piss it away again, the civilization we'd saved, in squabbles over a few 100 square miles of territory, and what language the people get to speak there, what colour their skin and hair is, and what kind of religious horse shit they get crammed down their throats. I saw men here, right fucking here in Enishmin, who'd fought for the human alliance, some who'd lost limbs or eyes or their sanity, driven out of their homes with their families and herded onto the road to march or die, all to balance up some filthy fucking piece of political expedience Akal the so-called Great and his erstwhile allies could all save face on. Shut your fucking mouth, Rakan, I'm not finished yet." Ringil's eyes glittered as he stared the Throne Eternal captain down. "I watched men who'd given everything come back home to Trelane and see their women and children sold into slavery, to pay debts they didn't know they incurred because they'd been away fighting at the time. I saw those slaves shipped south to feed your fucking empire's brothels and factories and noble homes, and I saw other men who'd given nothing in the war get rich off that trade and the sacrifice of those men and women and children, and I will not watch it happen again." Abruptly he was on his feet. He drew a deep, shuddering breath. His voice grew low and grating, almost another man's altogether. "Seathlaw doesn't know the Empire, but I do. If we run south, and if we make it, then Giral will send his massed levies, and Seathlaw will bring on the Dwender, and behind him will come whatever cobbled-together private armies this fuckwit cabal have managed to assemble in the north, and it will start all over again, and I will not fucking permit that, not again. We stop them here. It ends here. And if we die here, ending it, I for one won't be too fucking bothered. You will either stand with me, or all your talk of honour and duty and necessary death is a posturing courtier's lie. We stop them here, together. If I see anyone try to leave between now and tonight, I will hamstring their horse and break their fucking legs, and I will leave them out in the street for the Dwender. There will be no more fucking discussion. There will be no more talk of tactical withdrawal. We fucking stop them here." He drew another hard breath. He stared around at them all. His voice dropped, grew suddenly quiet again and matter-of-fact. "We stop them here." He walked out, slammed the door open, left it gaping on their silence. They heard his boots clatter down the stairs, sound fading. Agar looked round the faces at the table and shrugged. "On with the faggot," he said. Chapter 31. The duenna came finally with blue fire and terrible unhuman force in the small cold hours before dawn. Among those who survived the encounter, there would be a lot of speculation over whether it was planned that way, whether the duenna knew enough about humans to understand that this was the best time to take their prey, the lowest ebb of the human spirit, or whether perhaps they simply knew that a long, wakeful but uneventful night of waiting would wear any enemy down. Or perhaps they were waiting themselves, gathering themselves for the assault in the safety of the grey places, or attending to some millennia-old ritual that must be observed there before battle was joined. Seathlaw certainly implied, according to Ringil's rather overwrought and patchy testimony anyway, that ritual was a matter of huge cultural significance among the Aldrain. Blood sacrifice was apparently required before the invasion of Ennishmen could be launched. Perhaps then, in this smaller matter also, there were solemn specifics to be honoured before the slaughter could begin. The speculation would go back and forth without end, turn and turn again, snapping at its own tail for lack of solid evidence one way or the other. Perhaps this, perhaps that. Humans, short-lived and locked out of the grey places for life, do not do well with uncertainty. If they cannot have what might, what could, what should, and perhaps most awful of all, what should have been, then they will dream it up instead, imagine it into being in whatever twisted or beautiful form suits, and then drive their fellows to their knees in chains by the 1,000 and million to pretend in chorus that it is so. The Kiriath might have saved them from this, eventually, with time, had perhaps even tried to do so once or twice already, but they came too subtly, terribly damaged into this world to begin with, and in the end they were driven away again. And so men went on hammering with their blooded foreheads at the limits of their certainties, like insane prisoners condemned to a lifetime in a cell whose door they have locked themselves. "You've got to laugh," Ringil would probably have said. "No, you've got to unlock the fucking door," Arketh might have replied, but of course by then the key was long lost. Perhaps, though, looked at this way, makes a lot of sense if you think about it, man. The duenna were delayed by simple necessity. Perhaps navigation in the grey places was not the easy matter Seathlaw had made it appear. Perhaps, once in the Aldrain marches, the duenna must cast about like wolves for spoor of Ringil and his sudden, murderous new friend from the steppes. Perhaps they must find the thin, cool scent of the river with painstaking care, and sift it for the place where their prey disembarked. And perhaps even then, with their targets found, the duenna storm-callers must struggle for position the way a swimmer struggles to hold station against a current. Could be. Those who managed to live through the battle would nod and shrug, touch old wounds and shiver. Who the fuck knows? Yeah, could be. Of course, Ringil would have liked this one. It was politics that held them up, the disorderly individual dissent that he'd seen playing out among the duenna. Perhaps it took Seathlaw a while to convince his fellow Aldrain that this was something that needed to be done, or perhaps it was the other way around. Perhaps it was Seathlaw who had to be convinced, or at least to convince himself. And so it went pointlessly on, the theorizing and head-shaking and wonder among survivors of the duenna encounter at Bexanara, or Ibixinri, to give it the name those who built it would recognize, those who, for political convenience and a treaty not 1 in 100 would have been educated well enough to read, were driven away in cold and hunger, or simply butchered there in the street. Ibixinri, then, sight once again for blades unleashed and blood spilt and screaming across the murderous night. Funny, Ringil might have said, how nothing ever fucking changes. The duenna came in the small, cold hours before dawn. But before that, not long after midday, the sun came out. The villagers, who knew the value of such moments, got out and about in its warmth immediately. Bedclothes were brought out and hung up to air. Lunch tables were set up in the street and in the small gardens of those homes that had them. Down at the river, while Rakan and some of his men watched in bemusement, the villagers stripped down to underwear and flung themselves into what was still very cold water, and splashed about like children. If the presence of the intensely black Kiriath woman and her soldiers put any kind of damper on the proceedings, it was hard to notice. The Imperials themselves weren't immune to the change. They muttered amongst themselves that it might be a good omen, and they took the opportunity to bask a little. But having come from the dusty heat of the capital only weeks before, they were neither overjoyed nor impressed, just faintly grateful. Basking and reflecting on omens, my brother, my uncle, a friend of mine once saw, and so forth, also seemed to help the time pass faster, which was something of a blessing because there wasn't much else to do. Preparations for the battle were minimal and largely symbolic. You can't build barricades against an enemy that pops into existence wherever it wills, and duender tactics were in any case a mystery yet to be revealed. Plans of a sort were laid, but of necessity they had to remain flexible, and in the end they amounted to not much more than keeping the locals in their homes under curfew once night fell, and scheduling regular patrols around the village. Arketh prevailed upon Ringil to give Rakan's men a brief lecture on what he knew about the duender, which he did with a surprisingly deft touch that made her blink. The mannered Glade's aristo-irony she knew so well peeled and flaked away like scabbing from a healed wound, leaving a dry warrior humour and easy, natural camaraderie in its place. She could see the men taking to him by the second as he spoke. He made none of the threats he'd used earlier, though his overall prognosis for the situation was no more optimistic, and he offered no better hopes for the outcome. In the end, she realized, he had successfully invited them all to die simply by promising to do it with them. It was all they would ask of any commander.
"Yeah, he was like that at Gallows Gap,"
Agar told her, as they sprawled on the front steps of the garrison house in the sun, trying to avoid wondering how much longer they might have to live.
"Similar situation, I guess. We all knew if we couldn't hold the pass, the lizards were going to sweep down and obliterate everything in their path, kill us whether we stood or ran. It took Gil to show them that was a strength we had, not a weakness, that it just made everything simple. The choice wasn't living or dying, running or fighting. It was facing death as an equal, or hearing it come up on you from behind like a hound, grab you by the scruff of the neck and shake you apart."
He grinned in his beard.
"Pretty easy choice to make, right?"
"I guess." She thought about the people and the things she still cared about. It wasn't a long list, and wondered how truthful she was being, how honest with herself, let alone the Magic at her side. She missed her home, with an abrupt, almost painful pang now that she thought she might never see it again. She missed the brutal sun and the hard blue skies over Hjelteth, the bustle and dust of the streets, the cool grey cobbles of her courtyard at first light, the first seep of cooking smells from the kitchen side, Kefanin's sombre reliability and reserve, Angfal's dryly erudite, half-sane ramblings in the cluttered study, the long, majestic sweep of the staircase, the spectacular cityscape views from the upper rooms, the big canopied bed and the sunlight that splashed across it in the morning, and maybe someday Ishgrim's supple, curving, pale flanks under— "Stop that, you slut!" Well then, Idrashan's warm, powerful girth under her at the gallop, the gusty 2-day ride out to Anmonal, and the melancholy emptiness of the deserted buildings there, the soft, comforting murmur of the tamed volcano through the surrounding stonework, feeding Idrashan an apple from the tree under Grashgal's old study windows, murmuring to the war horse as she clucked him homeward again. It occurred to her suddenly that quite a lot of her reason for not opposing Ringil's stand might lie in an unwillingness to abandon Idrashan, who still lay on his side in the garrison stable and could not get up.
"I saw men die that afternoon with a grin on their faces."
Agar shook his head, still lost in the memories of Gallows Gap. Sunlight gleamed on his face.
"I saw men laughing as they went down. That was Gil. He made them like that. He was there at the heart of it, screaming abuse and bad jokes at the lizards painted head to foot in their blood. I swear, Arketh, I think he was as happy then as any time I ever saw him before or since."
"Great." He looked round at her tone.
"We're doing the right thing, Arketh.
he said gently. "Whatever happens here tonight, he called it right." She sighed hard, pressed hands flat to the tops of her thighs, and rocked a little on the step. "Let's hope so, huh?" Someone came out of the blockhouse door behind them. They both twisted about and saw Ringil standing there. He'd blagged a cuirass from the militia store by the slightly grubby look of it, along with a pair of battered greaves and a few other assorted chunks of plate. None of it matched, but it all seemed a reasonable fit. There was a thrown eternal shield slung casually on his shoulder. He stood and looked at them in silence for a moment, and Arketh wondered if he'd heard what Agar was saying about him. Looked at his face and thought, yes, he probably had. "Shouldn't be long now," he said gruffly. "Listen, Arkady, I don't suppose you're still doing Krinsance these days, are you?" She faced front so she could dig in a tight inner pocket, pulled out a cloth-wrapped slab she hadn't started on yet, and handed it back to him over her shoulder. "All my old bad habits are intact, Gil. Disappoint you?" "Far from it. I'd hate to think you'd changed along with everything else." He took the slab and weighed it in the palm of his hand with a critical frown. "Like I told your men in there, these motherfuckers are fast, and I was never faster than when I was riding a 1/4 ounce of this stuff. You might want to check with Rakan, see if any of them want a dab or two as well." Arketh snorted. "No, I don't think I'll broach that one, actually. Read your revelation. It's a first-order sin. Pollution of the fleshly temple and estrangement of mind from the spiritual self. These guys are losing respect for me fast enough as it is. Trying to peddle them unlawful substances steeped in sin is going to just about finish it." "You want me to ask? Got to get a helmet from Rakan anyway, and I think my faggot's reputation is in sufficient tatters by now. Won't matter one way or the other." "Do what you like. It won't go down well, though, I'm telling you. These are pious, clean-living men, worshipping at the temple of their own bodies." Sounds distinctly erotic." "Pack that in, Gil." She squinted around in the sun to see if anyone was listening to them. "You're going to spoil the good impression you just made on the troops." "Yeah, all right. Fair point." Ringil glanced at Agar. "What about you?" The Majak skinned another grin.
"Too late to make a good impression on me, Gil. I know you."
"The Kryn. I'm talking about the Kryn." Agar shook his head.
"Interferes with my breathing. I fucked up on that stuff back in the summer of '49. Made myself really sick. Couple of friends of Imrana's had this high-quality supply through someone they knew at court, and I overdid the dose because I didn't realise. Fucking nightmare. Can't even stomach the taste anymore."
"Okay." Ringil turned to go back inside. "I'm still going to ask Rakan. Might save some lives if I can convince him." Arketh squinted up at him again.
"Nice shield he gave you."
"This? Yeah, it's his spare, apparently." The ghost of a smile touched Ringil's mouth. "I think he liked the speech as well. Seems maybe I'm not such a total degenerate dead loss after all." "Well," she tried to think of something to say, to stave off thought. She was starting to feel slightly sick, even with the better weather. "It was a pretty good speech." Agar grunted.
"Yeah, not bad for a fucking faggot."
They all laughed, long and hard in sunlight, while there was still time. Chapter 32. And so, finally, the small cold hours before dawn. Ringil was seated on a low wall down near the river, feeling the rush and scrape of the Kryn through the valves of his heart and barely aware of the outside world at all. He'd been waiting too long. The initial pounding anticipation in the first few hours of darkness had sagged and slumped some time after midnight. For an experienced warrior, it wasn't something you could sustain for long. The tension, the itching preparedness to fight, even the fear itself grew dull after a while. He rode the Kryn looser, let himself detach from what it was doing to his physical body, topped himself up every couple of hours with another pinched fragment from the slab rubbed into his gums. Began to wonder if he hadn't made a mistake.
Blue fire! Blue fire! They're coming!"
He snapped back to awareness, swiveled off the wall, more effort than expected. He'd forgotten he was wearing the armour, and snatched up his shield.
He slung it on his shoulder, grabbed his helmet from beside him on the wall, and crammed it on as he ran up towards the main street, unsheathed the raven's friend with a chime as the scabbard lip parted, and grinned at the sound. The night breeze off the river seemed to hurry him along. The alarm had come from the boathouse end. "Blew a fire! Blew a fire!" It ended on a gurgled scream. He cursed and sprinted flat out, went round the boathouse corner and ran straight into the first duenna. They bounced off each other, staggered, and nearly fell. The Throne Eternal who'd yelled the warning was on his knees in the street, head bowed, bleeding out between futilely clutching fingers and a neck wound. His companion, the other half of the patrol, lay beyond in a broad pool of his own blood. Blue light shone off everything, made the Imperials into melancholy silhouettes, and the puddle of blood a solid, polished plate. The same glow clung about the big, black-clad form that had killed them like some enchanted armour. The raven's friend leapt to block, and Ringil saw the sweeping blue glitter of the Aldrain blade a second after. Lock, scrape. The impact shivered through him. He whipped his sword back, changed stance. The duenna attacked again, up out of a low guard. He chopped it down, backed up, let the crin take his senses and smear them thin. The duenna nodded its smoothly helmeted head and said something incomprehensible. He had a moment to wonder if it knew him. "Come on then, you fuck. Let's see what you've got." He leapt in behind the snarl, swung the raven's friend high, and kicked out sharp and low at the same moment. The blade deflected with a clang, no surprise. The lack of balance had made it a slow, graceless move. But his boot got through, hard into either shin or knee. The duenna staggered. Ringil followed up, swinging his shield in and out as required, looking for a gap. They traded blows back and forth. Ringil saw his chance, looped the raven's friend under the other blade, and swept both weapons aside. He got in close enough to belt the duenna back with his shield and tried a Hjelteth technique to trip the creature. It didn't quite work. He was clumsy with the unaccustomed weight of the armour, and the duenna didn't go down, but it was clearly still off balance. Ringil screamed in its blank, visored face and launched a rapid flurry of attacks. The other sword blurred in response. He felt a blow get through and bounce off his helmet. Another screeched and slid off the cuirass. He rode it all and drove the duenna back. The crin gave him an edge he hadn't had with Seethlaw, and custom had robbed him of any fear the blue glowing figure might once have inspired. He killed the duenna. It came from nowhere. It was like a gift of dark powers. The black-clad form went almost back to the boards of the boathouse wall, then abruptly it leapt out at him, off the ground, not quite the floating grace Seethlaw had used to take him down in Terep Hale's cellar, not quite as high or as fast, or maybe it was just the crin again that made it easier to beat. Ringil flinched aside, hewed in with the raven's friend, and the duenna gave up a muffled scream inside the helmet. The blade had sliced deep into a thigh, right through the black, skin-mail-looking garb. He felt it hit the bone and twisted instinctively, pulled back to free it. The duenna fell out of the air and hit the ground hard, tried to stand on its damaged leg and fell again. Ringil stalked in and hacked down into the right shoulder. Another muffled shriek. The Kiriath blade had gone deep again. The duenna floundered, thrashed about, longsword dropped somewhere. Ringil kicked it flat, stood on its chest, and stabbed the raven's friend through his opponent's throat. The duenna shuddered like a pinned insect and made desperate choking sounds. Ringil kept his boot where it was, worked his blade back and forth to make sure, then yanked it back out. Blood spurted from under the lip of the strange, smooth helmet, and the duenna shuddered once more and stopped moving. Ringil threw back his head and howled. Faintly, down at the other end of the street, he heard it answered. He did not know by whom or what. Agar met his first attacker in torchlight on the steps of the blockhouse. The blue fire threw him for a pair of seconds, but he'd listened to Ringil's lecture just like everybody else. He stood firm, looked for the form at the centre of the storm, and whipped the staff lance in at knee height. He hit something, but not with the solid chunking impact he was used to. It was more like swirling the lance through deep water. The duenna moved at the heart of its radiance and seemed to chuckle. A long, slim blade came leaping. He blocked it, swung on the move, and shoved back hard with the lance. The duenna retreated, seemed to wait for something. Only the blue light from above warned him. He caught it reflected in a puddle made in the angle of an unevenly laid flagstone at his feet, glimmering cold and separate from the glow of the blockhouse wall torches. He understood at some instantaneous, visceral level, and was swinging about as the second duender leapt from the roof of the blockhouse at him. He got the lance shaft up at chest height just in time, caught his attacker on it, and shunted him sideways onto the ground. The impact shocked him back a couple of steps, but he stayed on his feet. Just. He saw the way the duender recovered, rolled upright again, still indistinct in the blue glow of the storm, knew the other one was about to rush him from the left, saw it happen out of the corner of his eye. No time for conscious thought. Reflexively, he dropped his stance and slashed the lance back up to a braced horizontal. The right hand end sent the second duender stumbling, maybe wounded, maybe not. The left was a brutal skewer pointed back past Agar's shoulder. The first duender ran right onto it. He felt the impact and knew without looking back. He grunted and twisted the shaft of the lance. The duender shrieked. Now he looked, saw the damage, grinned and jerked the lance blade free. The injured duender sagged backwards, sword gone to the floor, both hands clutched over the wound the lance had made. Agar vented a berserker howl and swung back to where the second duender was squaring up to him with its sword in both hands. The last traces of the blue storm flickered around its limbs, inking out.
"Now you,"
Agar said grimly, and hurled himself forward. Inside the blockhouse, screams. Arketh fought in a blur of knife blades and crin. Wraith's Slayer was gone from her hand, buried up to the hilt in a duender's back, and no time to withdraw it before she must move, dance on and duck and swing back in. Laughing Girl lay gleaming dully in a corner, thrown in error, wasted. She wielded Band Gleam and Falling Angel, right hand and left, and she still had Quarterless in the sheath at her back. There was blood on her face from a longsword slash, a shrill Kiriath battle shriek in her throat, and bodies all around. "Yindaman normal!" The high Kyr syllables poured from her mouth in venomous, rolling torrent. "My father's house! Yindaman normal!" The duender had welled up inside the blockhouse like burning blue ghosts, exactly the way Ringil had warned they might. She was in the tower room when it happened, heard panicked yelling downstairs, and went down the steps at a run. On the first turn she met a duender coming up, all blue fire and vague, darker motion at the core. She cannoned into the thing, passed through it. Distinctly felt the tugging it made, but came out the other side unharmed. No time! No fucking time! She stumbled down the remaining stairs, barely on her feet, and erupted into the main room of the blockhouse. Chaos flapped across her vision, two of the Throne Eternal already down, dead or dying on the flagstones, a third with his back to the wall defending himself just barely with a long-hafted axe. No helmet. He must have taken it off earlier in the night. His face was blooded and grim with knowledge of his chances. There were 3 duender in the room, driving him along the wall, spreading to bracket him. In another second the angle would be too wide and he'd be dead. Arketh yelled and sprang. 2 of the figures whipped around to face the new sound, black-garbed bodies and blank oval heads swathed in flickering blue light, longswords raised towards her as if in admonishment. But she thought, "Yeah, that's right, the black folk are here after all, motherfuckers." They were taken aback. She had a Laughing Girl in her right hand. She loosed the knife at the closest of the figures, well ahead of conscious decision. The duender ducked, and the knife spun off the gleaming curve of the helmet. She cursed, drew Wraith Slayer on her way across the room, matched it with Falling Angel. A longsword licked out. She was no longer there. Almost no longer there. She felt the heated wire of the stroke paint a line over one temple as she ducked. She let the shock drive her, whipped about behind the duender, and drove Wraith Slayer in hard at kidney height. The Kiriath steel went through whatever the duender was wearing. The creature shrilled and bucked and staggered away from her. She had to let go of the knife, leave it where it was. She filled her hand with Band Gleam. The second duender rushed her, swinging his sword. She flinched aside, caught the weapon at its tip with Falling Angel's blade, and looped it away from her. Band Gleam flashed and probed, but the duender was quicker and swayed back out of the way. In the corner the last remaining Throne Eternal was nearly done, wounded in one leg and fighting to stay on his feet. Blood poured down his thigh from the join in his armour. His attacker pressed in, gave him no space or respite. She dare not risk another throw. It wasn't clear the Kiriath blades would penetrate the Dwenda's garb without a hand on the hilt to drive them in. "Hold on!" she screamed, and leapt back just in time to avoid another long-sword thrust from her opponent. The move took her towards the door to the tower, and she knew it was an error as soon as she'd jumped. She knew, the Crinsants knew, the Dwenda she'd met on the stairs was there. Back down, having found no one to slaughter up there, blade drawn, and... She dropped to the floor, heard the sword hiss past where she'd been, rolled desperately to get some space. A fallen chair blocked her. The Dwenda from the tower came after her. Blank, smooth helmet inclined, long sword held two-handed before him, poised and looking for the moment. It was like being stalked by something mechanical, as if there was nothing under the helm but air and a raw spirit of malice. "Dwenda!" It was almost a shout of joy. It was Elith. Up the stairs from the basement cells, half awake by the look of it, a tranced, wondering expression on her face, dressed only in a grey silk nightgown Arketh had given her. A few hours before she'd been sleeping peacefully beneath a blanket beside Sherrin, the two women huddled, perhaps unconsciously, together for warmth. Now she moved like a sleepwalker, and her voice had the tones of someone meeting their true love after years of absence. "Dwenda!" The armoured form stopped. The featureless helmet lifted. Perhaps it expected sorcery. Elith was unarmed, but her hair was a wild, tangled halo of grey that seemed to catch the fading blue flickers from the Dwenda. Her face was a worn mask of age and suffering, and her arms were held up and out in mute echo of the Glirst markers. There was no fear on her face. Her whole body denied the very concept that she could be afraid, and she moved forward as if she could not be harmed. It was as good an impression of a witch as Arketh had ever seen. "You come too late, Dwenda," she declaimed. "They are all gone. The land is stolen. The sentinels thrown down. The memory faded. I am the last." The Dwenda shifted, made a decision any warrior could have read in its stance. Arketh opened her mouth to scream. Elith came on, arms outstretched, smiling, it seemed. "Take me home!" The Dwenda chopped out. The sword sliced into Elith's unprotected side, cut deep into her midriff, and pulled clear again. Arketh thought she heard a contemptuous grunt from within the smooth helmet, or maybe it was just relief. Blood drenched the nightgown. Elith made a noise that seemed more gusty joy than pain, and would not fall down. Arketh felt tears sting in her eyes. The Dwenda moved in, chopping again, impatiently. The chair back Arketh had fetched up against blocked clear vision of what happened next, but Elith hit the ground 3 feet away, eyes staring at nothing. The Dwenda turned about and found Arketh on her feet 8 inches away, face blooded and contorted into a snarl. She shrilled and stabbed, both knives at once, band gleam in under the helmet lip, fallen angel into the belly. She twisted the blades with every ounce of Kryn-fed rage she could summon. The Dwenda screamed back at her, tried to batter her with the guard and pommel of the long sword, but she was in far too close for it to be effective. She rode the blows and backed her opponent up on the knives, jerking upward, twisting savagely. The Dwenda shrieked again, dropped its sword, and shoved her bodily away with both hands. She grunted, held onto the knives this time. She shook her head and grinned. The blades stayed where they were. The Dwenda would have had to levitate 8 inches off the floor to get unhooked. She knew it was insane, that the other 2 Aldrain would be finishing off the Throne Eternal soldier and turning to take her, but she could not let go. "Indomaninarmal!" she snarled through gritted teeth. "My father's house! Indomaninarmal!" It seemed to unlock something inside her. She put her shoulder into the Dwenda's chest, shoved him away, and tugged the knives free. Came about to see the Throne Eternal down on the floor in the puddling crimson of his own blood, gasping and dying, axe fallen from his nerveless fingers, and the 2 remaining Dwenda coming at her, kicking the tumbled furniture aside as they advanced, splattered with human blood, but neither of them harmed as far as she could see. She mustered a deep breath, squared herself, and lifted the knives. "All right, then," she said. Ringil ran up the darkened, screaming street. He passed bodies here and there, villagers and thrown eternal both. Doors in some of the houses were thrown open, and he saw a woman's corpse sprawled over the threshold of one. The duender had come, it seemed, into the homes and open spaces of Ibig-Sinri with random disregard, and were killing whatever they ran into. As he watched, another front door burst open, and a young boy of about 8 fled screaming towards him. Behind, in the interior gloom, he saw the blue flicker under the lintel, and then the old familiar form ducking to step through and out. The boy cannoned into him at hip height, and he put out a hand almost absently to steady him. My mother, it—" the boy gabbled through streaming tears. The duender came out into the street. It had a peculiar-looking axe in one hand and a short sword in the other. Ringil tilted his head a little, heard his neck click. "You'd better stand behind me," he said, and pushed the boy gently around his hip and backward. "There's no point in running from these things." He let the duender come to him. He lifted one hand and pointed to his own face. He'd dipped fingers into the blood of the last duender he'd killed, and liberally daubed his features until the bitter-sweet reek of the stuff was thick in his nostrils and throat. He didn't know if the duender had much of a sense of smell, especially from inside their smooth, blank helmets, but it was worth a try. "See that?" he called out in slow, drawling Naomic. "That's from one of your friends. But it's drying up. I need fresh. Come here, you fuck." He closed the last 2 yards of space himself, sprang in and swung the raven's friend like a scythe. He never knew if the blood ploy worked or not. The duender blocked him with the haft of the axe, danced out to the side, and stabbed in with a short sword. Ringil took it on the shield, grunted with the impact, went to one knee to get his sword free of the axe lock, and swung back again, savagely, at shin height. He hit something. The duender stumbled, but the blade didn't seem to have cut through. Shit! The axe whistled down. He flung himself inelegantly aside, tumbled on the street and rolled, lost the raven's friend in the mud. The duender came at him, making some high-pitched, barking sound he didn't like at all. At the last moment he swung one booted leg up and unleashed a kick as his opponent rushed in. The duender yelped and staggered. The axe wavered. The sword dropped. Ringil got his feet under him, dropped his shield, and launched himself, bellowing, crooked hands spread and grasping for the duender's weapons. He got a grip on axe haft, sword hand wrist. He thrust himself chest to chest with the creature and unleashed a savage head-butt full into the blank helmet. It was pure crinzance, the black, cackling will to do harm unleashed and squirming up out of the deepest recesses of his heart, with no thought for consequence. He staggered back and sideways from the blow, helmet knocked aslant, head ringing, but his hand was locked around the axe haft, and it came with him. The duender shook its head dizzily, seemed not to know where he was. He hefted the axe in both hands and swung, a deep, wide stance blow the dragonbane would have cheered. The axe bit deep into the duender's chest, and it screamed. He tugged it loose, hewed again, as if into a tree. Aldrain blood flew in the dark. He caught the fresh scent of it. He brought the axe up over his head with a wild yell and slammed it down on the duender's head. The helmet split. The axe jammed in the fissure, buried a hand's breadth deep. Ringil let go and watched as the duender took 3 tottering sideways steps, lifted one hand to touch its head as if in wonder, and collapsed with a long, grinding moan. Ringil looked to see if it would move again, panting and swaying a little himself. Then when it didn't, he cast about, found the raven's friend and his shield lying in the mud, and picked them up. His head was beginning to hurt as the initial numbness of the butt wore off. He tried to resettle the helmet a little more evenly on his head, found that the nose guard had slipped and gouged into the lower half of his cheek. He saw the boy. He'd utterly forgotten him in the fight, watching him, frozen where he stood about 10 feet away, wide-eyed with not much less terror than he'd had of the duender. Ringil shook his head and found himself laughing, an insane, dribbling little chuckle. "Dragonbane's right," he said vaguely. "They fall down just like men." The boy's eyes shifted, left over Ringil's shoulder, and he darted away like a spooked deer. Ringil swung about and found himself facing one of Rakan's soldiers. Relief stabbed through him. "Ah, how you doing?" The man made a noise. He was wounded all over, but none of it looked too bad. He still had his shield, but it was buckled and split, and he was down to a long knife for a weapon. Ringil turned and pointed, still breathing heavily. "See that axe? If you can get it out of that motherfucker's head, it's yours. Then we'll go see what's going on at the blockhouse, okay?" The Throne Eternal stared at him. They... He gestured wildly over his shoulder. "They're fucking everywhere, man!" "I know. And they glow in the dark, too." Ringil clapped him on the shoulder. "Should make it easy, huh?" Egar came through the blockhouse door with bits of duenda intestine on both blades of the staff lance, just in time to see Arketh stabbed to the floor. Fury detonated through him like an instant high fever. He yelled, berserker shrill and full, and leapt in on the two duenda without thought. The first turned just in time to get the lance blade through the belly. The second stumbled back a step, as if from an actual blow, then came in swinging its sword. Remorseless, Egar drove the impaled duenda back until it tripped over Arketh's body. He caught the swing of the other's blade on the lance shaft and kicked its legs summarily out from under it. He leaned hard on the embedded end of the lance, twisted the shaft back and forth, and the wounded duenda screamed in his helmet and thrashed. Egar judged the damage well enough done, jerked the lance free, crouched and swung about to face the other duenda just as it climbed back to its feet.
"You want to die too? Come on then, motherfucker."
The duenda was very fast. It whooped and leapt high over the lance thrust, cleared it entirely, lashed out with one foot and kicked Egar in the face. He staggered, didn't quite go down, blood in his mouth, felt like a broken tooth, but... The duenda had landed only a couple of feet away, was twisting about to bring its long sword to bear. Egar rushed it, slammed the lance shaft up and into the creature's chest, and bore it backward across the room until they both fell among the bodies and broken chairs. The duenda dropped its sword. Egar rammed the lance shaft desperately up under the jut of the helmet. He got to his knees. The duenda had a long, slim knife from somewhere. It slashed at him, but the lance shaft had its arms pinned and ineffectual. Egar got on his knees, rammed the shaft up again, and bore down with all his weight. The duenda made an awful gurgling sound. The slim knife slashed again, gouged into his side, and slid off a rib. Egar snarled and let go of the lance, grabbed the featureless helmet and smashed it against the flagstone floor. The knife stabbed him again. Felt like it got through this time. He gasped, struggled for purchase on the helmet's smooth sides, felt another fiery lash of pain along his ribs, stabbed out with a knee to hold the arm off. He gripped the helm's surface, squeezed and twisted with everything he had left. The duenda thrashed and squawked. Egar bared his teeth in an awful grin and kept on twisting. His voice grated from his throat.
Yeah, I hear you. Nearly done. Just
The knife again. He barely noticed through the rising red mist. His voice came out small and tight with the effort.
Little more.
The thing was screaming now, battering at him with knife and a clenched fist. Kicking. Didn't matter. Ignore that shit.
Little more.
Crack. And the duenda's head was suddenly loose and lolling in his hands. The creature's arms dropped to its sides. He heard the knife clink free on the stonework.
"That's it," he hissed. "Quieten down now."
He drew a hard, panting breath, yelped immediately at the flare of pain as his ribs moved. His eyes teared up. He blew breath through pursed lips as if he'd just swallowed something that was too hot.
"Ah, fuck! That hurts!"
"Tell me about it." He turned about, and there was Arketh on her feet, limping towards him, clutching one shoulder. But there was a blooded knife in her hand on the injured side, and she seemed to be hanging on to it okay. He coughed a laugh, then wished he hadn't.
"Hey, you're alive?"
"For the moment." She nodded behind her. "Finished your other pal for you." He heaved himself up off the duender's body, looked under his left arm at the blood, and grimaced.
"That was nice of you. I thought he was pretty much done. Saw his guts come out, that's for sure."
"Well," she shrugged and winced. "I'll drain magic, you know. Best to make sure. What's it like out there?" Edgar took a couple of careful, testing breaths. He ground his teeth and snarled in frustration, bent to pick up his lance.
"Oh no, these motherfuckers are coming out of the dark everywhere you look. Saw at least 5 of your thrown eternal boys down in the street. No idea if they took any bad guys with them. It's not good."
Arkith peered about on the floor for her other knives. She spotted Wraith Slayer, crouched awkwardly, and picked it up. "We'd better get out there, then," she said.
"Yeah, I was afraid you were going to say—"
And then they heard it, and at the sound the Magic's face lit up as if someone had magically wiped away all his pain. Ringil's voice, bawling hoarse but crystal clear in Tathan out in the street. "Stand! Stand your fucking ground! They fall down just like men! Stand with me! Stand!" File Rakan lay dead in the street, head split by an Aldrain axe. He'd accounted for a brace of duender. They lay about his feet, but the third was too fast. Ringil, jogging rapidly up the street towards the blockhouse with a mauled squad of survivors, saw it happen, but got there too late to do anything about it. The duender who'd finished Rakan spun about at the sound of his footfalls. Ringil rushed in, shield up to block the axe, heave and shove it aside. The Raven's friend chopped in for the thigh. He'd learnt in the past frantic quarter hour that the Aldrain armour was strong below the knee, like some kind of incorporated greave under the material rising to knee height. Above the knee, strength gave way to flexibility, and the black leg garb was thinner. Human steel might not get through easily, but the Kiriath blade chewed it apart like rotten sailcloth. He hacked the width of a hand into the duender's leg, withdrew and stepped back, watched the creature fall to its knees, and then skewered it under the helmet. It was beginning to feel practised. He looked wildly about. What was left of Rakan's patrols had pulled back to the blockhouse as planned, but hard-pressed on every side by the encroaching duender. He counted 4 men. No, 3. There went another, spun about and down into the mud off a duender blade, spurting blood from a half-severed neck. And he had 4 more at his back, one of those in none too good shape. And from all angles, still shedding tiny blue flickering flames as they moved, the rest of the duender came on. The crin hammered through his head, wrote the answer in fire behind his eyes. He put a boot on the dead duender's helmet, tipped it back, and hacked down with the Raven's friend. It took 3 desperate, brutal strokes, but the head came off. He bent, felt an odd, crooked smile slip onto his mouth, and plunged his left hand into the gory mess at the helmet's opening. Meat and pipes there, the rough, central gnarl of the severed spine. He grasped at the ragged bone end, picked up head and helmet, and strode to the blockhouse step, held it aloft in the light from the torches, filled his lungs, and screamed. "Stand! Stand your fucking ground! They fall down just like men! Stand with me! Stand!" For a moment everything seemed to stop. Even the duender appeared to pause in their onslaught. The torchlight gleamed hot yellow off the black curve of the Aldrain helmet. Blood ran down his hand and wrist. Somewhere, someone human cheered long and low, and the others took it up. It became a roar. A duender came howling across the street at him, blade raised. Ringil swung the helmet and hurled it at his attacker, ran in behind. Somehow, as he leapt in to meet the duender, he already knew it was Seethlaw. The rest was a nightmare blur of blood and steel and speed. Seethlaw was fast as Ringil remembered from Terip Hale's courtyard, maybe faster, and now he was no longer constrained by whatever had stopped him killing Ringil first time around. He whirled and leapt, slashed in and out as if the longsword were no weightier than some courtier's blade for show. He had no shield to slow him down, and he was clearly, Ringil could feel it coming off the black-clad figure in waves, raving with hate. A dark lord will rise. Ringil gave himself over to the crinsance, and the memory of a young woman's living head mounted on a tree stump, weeping silent swamp-water tears. It was really all he had left. "Come on, motherfucker!" he heard himself screaming almost continuously. "Come on!" Seethlaw ripped open his face along the jaw, the gouging point of a thrust Ringil couldn't get his head away from fast enough. Seethlaw stabbed him through a gap in the ill-assorted pieces of plate on his right arm. Seethlaw slashed him across the top of one thigh, scorched his neck where it emerged from the cuirass, smashed apart an already damaged section of armour on his right shoulder, and ripped the flesh beneath. Seethlaw... To Ringil, it felt like nothing at all. He waded through the pain. He grinned. And later, much later, one of the surviving Throne Eternal men would swear he saw a flickering blue light spark along Ringil's limbs in the dark. Seethlaw struck down at his wavering shield. The blow ran a long split into the battered metal and the wooden backing, ruined it for the next blow. But the blade stuck. Ringil let go the straps. Seethlaw tried to withdraw. The weight of the shield dragged his sword down. Ringil leapt in, swung, yelled, hacked savagely down. The raven's friend found the duender's shoulder and bit deep. Seethlaw howled, still could not free his sword. Ringil sobbed, drew breath, hacked down again with both hands. The arm went dead, hung half-severed. Seethlaw fell to his knees with the shock. Once again, everything seemed to stop. The duender reached up, let go his useless sword, and tugged at the helmet. Ringil, in sudden, numb suspension, let him do it. The helmet came off, gave him Seethlaw's beautiful duender face for the last time, contorted with pain and rage. He glared up at Ringil, his teeth gritted. "What?" he spat in panting Naomic. "Have you done? Gil, we had—" Ringil stared bleakly down at him. "I've had better than you drunk in a Yeltith back alley," he said coldly, and chopped Seethlaw's head and face open with the raven's friend, withdrew the blade, brandished it high, and screamed. "A dark lord will rise. Yeah, right." Then he set his boot on the dying duender's chest and shoved him aside. He took 2 suddenly shaky steps down into the street and what remained of the battle. The roaring of the remaining men went on. The duender looked to be falling back. Ringil blinked to clear vision which had suddenly, unaccountably gone blurred. He stared around him. "Who's fucking next?" he screamed, and crumpled bleeding into the mud.
Chapter 33.
The road northwest, out of Prandachal, rose into the hills on slow, looping, hairpin turns, fading finally to a thin, pale grey line as it disappeared over the saddle between 2 peaks. On a day with clear weather, like today, you could see a rider coming for a good 2 or 3 hours before they hit town. Or you could watch a couple of them riding away. Arketh and Egar sat out drinking tankards of ale in the garden of the Swamp Dog Inn, still slightly disbelieving that the warmth and good weather could hold up this long. There was a sporadic ruffling breeze out of the north that robbed the sun of some of its comfort whenever it gusted, but it was tough to see how that would have justified complaint. Mostly they were both just glad to be alive when so many others they knew were not. It was, Egar supposed, much the same feeling Marnak had talked about. You start wondering why you made it to the end of the day, why you're still standing when the field is clogged with other men's blood and corpses, why the dwellers are keeping you alive, what purpose the sky home has laid out for you. But mellowed into a slightly numb bliss beyond caring, beyond worrying much about the why. "Swamp dog," said Arketh, tapping idly at the raised emblem on her tankard. It was a crude, miniature copy of the painted sign that hung on the street side of the inn, and showed a monstrous-looking hound, up to its belly in swamp water, with a dead snake in its jaws and a spiked collar round its neck. "Always wondered about that. First thing Elith said to me, 'Get between a swamp dog and its dinner.' I had no idea what she meant."
Agar snorted. "Seems pretty fucking obvious to me."
"Yeah, but you were out here working scavenger crews for months, working with swamp dogs day in, day out, probably."
"Working a month before you showed up. A single month. And that was only because Takavach told me I had to. Not like I exactly took to the trade. Anyway." He spread his hands, gestured at her tankard. "Swamp. Dog. Got a sort of self-evident ring to it, don't you think?"
"Ah, fuck you, then."
"Yeah, you keep promising. I keep waiting."
She kicked him under the trestle, but her grin smeared away almost immediately, and she grew serious again. "This Takavach, you say he wore a leather cloak and a brimmed hat?"
"Yeah, always does. It's in all the stories. He's from,
Agar frowned, groping for a decent translation from the Majak.
all the places the ocean will always be heard. Something like that. Cavorts with mermaids in the surf and so forth. Cloak and hat's like a symbol for it. It's like a northern ship captain's rig."
Agar propped himself up a little in his seat and peered at her.
"Why?"
Arketh shook her head. "Forget it."
"Come on, why?"
She sighed. "I don't know. Just the day Idrashan got better, got back on his feet again, one of the stable boys swore to me he'd walked in on some guy in a hat and cloak like that. Apparently he was leaning over the rail of Idrashan's stall and talking to him in some weird foreign language. And I remember now. There was some talk of the same figure walking the streets at evening in Bexanara when we first arrived. Thought it was just the usual swamp horse shit at the time." They looked at each other for a few moments in silence. For Arketh at least it seemed that the breeze chose just that moment to chill the air, and a cloud wiped out the sun. But Agar only shrugged.
"Sure, could have been."
"Could have been what? Horse shit?"
"No, could have been that fucker Takavach."
Arketh blinked. "You believe that?" Agar leaned forward a little.
"Look, if he took the trouble to save my arse and magic me all the way down to Enishmin, just so I could procure our old pal Angel Eyes for the Battle of Bexanara—"
A shrug.
"Well then, he's certainly not going to balk at feeding your horse a few rotten apples to keep you pinned there for the same reason, is he? Or are you going to tell me you don't believe in gods and demons and duenda?"
"I don't know what I believe any more," she muttered.
"Believe it, if it's cruel and unjust and brutal on the weak," said a sombre voice behind her. "That way you won't be far out."
They both turned to look at him, and it was still a struggle for Arketh not to catch her breath at the sight. He stood in the knee-deep grass of the garden, clad mostly in black that made even his southern-blooded skin seem yellowish pale. His right arm was bound up in a grey cloth sling. The black cotton stitches were still in the wound along his jaw, and the other bruises and scrapes on his face had not yet faded fully away, but mostly it was the eyes that told the story, that made her think Ringil Eskiath had not, after all, survived the duenda encounter at Bexanara the way she and Agar had. The pommel of the raven's friend jutted up over his shoulder like a spike driven into him. "All set?" she asked, with a breeziness she didn't much feel. "Yeah. Sherin's with the horses. Turns out she's pretty good with them. Used to keep quite a stable, apparently, back before Bilgrist pissed all their money away." "You—" Arketh stopped herself. "She going to be okay?" He shrugged. "I don't know." "The doctor says she hadn't been harmed physically. At least not in the recent past. He's a good man, Gil. I know him. I asked for him specifically when we sent to Cartagnal. If he says she's unharmed—"
"He's used to dealing with soldiers."
There was a floating emptiness in Ringil's tone, as if none of this really mattered any more, with men grateful just because they can still walk out of his tent on 2 feet. Doesn't matter how good a man he is, his opinion's not going to be worth a harbour-end fuck. Sherin screams in her dreams all the time. She flinches at the mention of Poppy Snarl's name, which I imagine means it was Snarl's company that bought her at the Chancellery Clearinghouse. She's been a slave, Arketh. I know you Imperials don't think that's any big deal, but—
Hi!
She stood up to face him.
It's me you're talking to here, Gil.
The confrontation lasted a couple of moments longer than it should have. She felt a faint chill on her neck as she stared into her friend's eyes. Then he looked away, past her to the road and the hills it led into. "Sorry," he said quietly. "You're right, of course. You're not like the rest of them." But Ishgrim's lush, pale form floated through her mind, and Arketh was suddenly terrified that Ringil could see into her head and know what she was thinking.
"Don't suppose the swamp time did her any favours either,"
Agar rumbled with what was, for him, an oddly deft diplomacy.
"Stuck out there with the Duender and those ruins, and all those fucking heads fencing her in night and day."
"That won't have helped," Ringil agreed quietly. She heard the damage in his voice. The heads were too much for most of them. The few thrown eternal survivors of the Bexanara encounter, the war-hardened levy reinforcements from Cartagnal or the Enishmin scavenger toughs hired to guide them, even Agar, it made no real difference. Men stumbled away, sick-faced and shaking, after the few seconds it took to understand what they'd walked into. For quite a while, the stillness of the swamp was salted with the repeating sounds of Arketh's forces retching. Ringil just stood immobile and looked on. "Riskillen," was all he said. It wasn't the ring of failed escapees beyond the fence that he'd described, not any more. The Duender had pulled out, and whether for warning, ritual, or revenge, they had left nothing in their wake to be salvaged. The stable-type housing had been reduced by some process no one readily understood to a scattering of wet grey mulch, and out across the pools and soggy ground of the swamp there were more than 100 living heads, a more or less evenly sown crop, all carefully supplied with a depth of water that apparently served to keep them conscious. While Arketh's men braced themselves against fallen trees or boulders, and trembled and cursed, or wept, as was their inclination, Ringil went quietly about, lifting each head from the water and placing it gently on raised ground, where the roots of the sorceress trunks could not get sustenance. Behind the thick swatches of bandage masking his face, it was hard to know what his expression might have been. He grimaced occasionally, but that might have been the pain in his injured arm. After a while, some of the other men regained enough self-possession to help. When the heads were dry enough that life seemed to have left them, when the eyes had closed and the tears dried, and when they'd scoured the vicinity to be sure there was not one single fucking possibility they'd missed any, Arketh drew axemen from the levee and had them split each skull apart. That took quite a while. When it was done, they gathered what dry fuel they could find and built a pyre, then seeded it with some of the new oily wax cakes the levy carried for starting campfires. Arketh lit the pile, and they all stood in silence for the time it took to catch. At Ringil's insistence, they pitched a camp down by the creek and waited for the pyre to burn down. Arketh found tasks to keep her men busy, but still the acrid smell drifted through the winter trees and found them, and men stopped what they were doing and swallowed hard, or spat when they caught the scent. Later that afternoon, Arketh missed Ringil and, following a not particularly inspired hunch, tracked him back to the pyre. By then it had burnt down to embers and bone fragments and ash. He stood in front of it in rigid silence, but when her foot cracked a rotten tree branch behind him, he whipped about with inhuman speed. That was when she saw it for the first time, the thing in his eyes that still chilled her now. "Always something worse," he'd murmured when she moved closer. "Perhaps they don't just fall down like men." Perhaps they are men, or they were once. She stood beside him and watched the ashes smoke. She put a hand on his arm, and he turned to look at her, and for just a moment it was as if she was a total stranger touching him. Then, abruptly, he smiled, and it was the Ringil she remembered.
"Do you think they'll be back?" she asked him.
He was quiet for a while, so quiet she thought he hadn't heard. She was about to ask again when he spoke. "I don't know. Maybe we scared them away, yeah."
"We can stop them,"
she quoted his own words back at him.
"We can send them back to the grey places to think again about taking this world."
The smile came back, faint and crooked.
"Yeah, what idiot said that?"
"Sounds kind of pompous, doesn't it?"
"Even idiots get it right sometimes."
"Yeah." But she could see that somewhere inside he didn't really believe it enough to dwell on. He turned instead and gestured at the great black, buried spike of the Kiriath weapon. "Anyway, look at that fucking thing. It murdered an entire city and turned what was left into swamp. If that won't scare you off, what will?"
"Scares me,"
she agreed. It did, but not for the reasons she let him assume. When they finally found the place, and even with the scavenger guides and Ringil's help it took longer than you'd expect, most of the humans in the party could not see the black iron spike any better than the Aldrain bridge that led to it. She didn't know whether that was the Dwenda's doing, some cloaking glamour to keep the scavengers away, or if it was something her own people had done when they built and unleashed the weapon in the first place. She saw it clearly enough, and so did Ringil. Some others could manage it for a few seconds at a time, if they stayed and stared and squinted for long enough, which most did not care to do. The majority claimed to see only an impenetrable mass of dead mangrove, a tangle of poisonous-coloured vegetation, or simply an empty space that every instinct screamed at them not to approach.
"This is an evil place,"
she heard one grizzled levy corporal mutter. That was one way to look at it, and another helpful corollary was that the evil came from the Dwenda presence here, either the once long ago mythical city or the more recent incursion. But Arketh could not help, could not stop herself from wondering if that sensation of evil came from the weapon itself, if there was not some smouldering remnant of its awful power still buried at the tip, and if that was what came rising from the surrounding swamp like some ancient phantom in black, rotting robes. She had for so long been confident of Kiriath civilization, of a moral superiority that lifted her and her whole people above the brutal morass of the human world. Now she thought back to some of Grashgal and her father's more brooding moments, their less intelligible meditations on the past and the essence of who they were, and she wondered if they had lived with this knowledge, of weapons to murder entire cities, and had hidden it from her out of shame.
"These fucking humans, Arkady," Grashgal had told her, and shuddered. "If we stay, they're going to drag us into every squalid fucking skirmish and border dispute their short-term greed and fear can invent. They're going to turn us into something we never used to be."
But what if, Arkady, that wasn't the truth of the revulsion in his voice at all? What if the truth of Grashgal's fears was that these fucking humans are going to turn us back into something we haven't been for a long, long time? She didn't want to think about it. She buried it in the day-to-day tasks of the clear-up, the creation of the new garrisons at Bexanara and Prandakal, and a half-dozen other strategically placed villages around the swamp. If the Dwenda were coming back, it was her job to ensure that the Empire was equipped to repel them with massive force. For the moment, nothing else need matter. But for all that, the knowledge would not go away. Even here and now, in the sun and the garden at Prandagal, the great black iron spike stayed buried in the back of her mind, just the way it was buried in the swamp, and she knew she'd never get rid of it. Knew, abruptly, looking at Ringil's slowly healing face and the stitched wound that would inevitably leave a scar, that he was not the only one the Duende encounter had damaged for good. He caught her watching him and gave her a grin, one of the old ones. "Want to finish your beer?" he asked her. "Come out and wave goodbye." They went out to the start of the road to see the riders off. Arketh had gifted them both with good Hjelteth Levy mounts, and she thought she'd seen the faintest of sparks kindle in Sherin's eyes when the woman saw her horse and understood that it was hers to keep. It was a tiny increment, a trickling spring-melt droplet of good feeling inside Arketh, but she supposed it would have to do. "What are you going to do when you get back?" she asked Ringil as they stood beside the horses. He frowned. "Well, Ishil owes me some money. I guess that might be first port of call once I've seen Sherin here safely home." "And after that?" "I don't know. I've done what was asked of me. There wasn't a plan after that. And to be honest, I doubt I'm very popular in Trelane right now. I've dishonoured myself and the Eskiath name by not showing up to a duel. I've crippled a member in good standing of the Etakal Slave Traders Association and killed most of his men. Fucked up the Cabal's plans for a new war. I have a feeling it might be time to leave town again, soon as I'm paid." Egar grinned and poked him in the chest.
"Hey, there's always Hjelteth. They won't give a shit what you've done, long as you can swing a blade."
"There is always that," Ringil said gravely. He took his arm out of the sling to get on his horse, winced a little as he swung up. In the saddle he flexed the arm again a couple of times and grimaced, but he didn't put the sling back on. "See you again, then," he said. "Someday." "Someday?" Arketh echoed. "Well, you know where I'll be."
"And me," the Magic said. "Don't leave it too long, though. We're not all semi-immortal half-breeds around here."
Laughter again, in the warm sun. They made the clasp all round, and then Ringil nudged his horse into motion, and Sherin, wan and quiet, fell in alongside. Arketh and Egar stood together and watched them ride away. 50 yards out, Ringil raised a hand straight into the air for them, but that was all. He didn't look back. Another 5 minutes, and watching the tiny figures recede started to seem faintly ridiculous. Egar nudged her with an elbow.
"Come on, I'll buy you another beer. We can watch them disappear over the hill from the garden."
Arketh stirred as if from a doze. "What? Okay, sure. Yeah." And then, as they wandered back towards the inn, "So, did I hear right? You're going to come back to Hjelteth with me?" The Magic shrugged elaborately.
"Been thinking about it, yeah. Like Gil said, I'm not exactly popular back home right now, and I could use some sun. And from what you said about the Citadel, you could use some armed protection about the house."
"Nah." She shook her head. "I'm fucking hero now. No way they can touch me after this."
"Yeah, not publicly, maybe."
Okay. You're invited. Stay as long as you want."
"Thanks."
Egar hesitated, cleared his throat.
You ever run into Imrana these days?"
Arketh grinned. "Yeah, sure. Seen her around the court, on and off. Why?"
"Dunno. Just wondered. I suppose she's married by now."
"A couple of times at least," Arketh agreed. "But I don't think she lets it get in the way of anything that matters to her."
"Really?"
"Really." Epilogue. Grace of Heaven Millikar jolted awake. For a moment he couldn't remember where he was. He'd been dreaming of the past, the house on replete Cargo Street, and now the room he woke to felt wrong. He blinked at the full-length balcony windows and their muslin drapes, the polished decor and space around him, and for that first waking moment it all felt alien, as if it didn't belong to him, or worse, as if he didn't belong to it. He reached out blindly in the bed beside him. Gil? But the bed was empty, and he remembered then where he was, remembered how he'd come to be there, the years it had taken, and, last of all, he remembered he was old. He sagged back onto the bed, stared up at the painted ceiling, the debauchery whose details it was too dark to make out. Ah, fuck it. A sliver of the dream dropped abruptly back into his head, a piece that didn't fit with the nostalgia and the old house memories of the rest. He'd been standing out on the marsh, quite a long way from the city walls, and it was getting dark. The sunset showed amidst ragged black and indigo cloud at the horizon like a smashed egg in mud. There was salt on the breeze, and a few odd noises in the undergrowth that he could really have done without. There was a chill on the nape of his neck. A young girl stood before him amidst the marsh grass with a flagon of tea clutched in her hands. The winds plucked at the simple oatmeal-coloured shift she wore. At first he thought she was going to offer the flagon to him, but as he put out his hands she shook her head and turned away without a word. She started walking away into the gloom of the marsh, and he was seized with a sudden unaccountable fear of her leaving. He called out after her, "Where are you going?" "I have other fish to fry," she said obscurely. "I don't need to watch this to the end." And then she turned back to look at him, and she was suddenly a red-tongued, white-fanged she-wolf, reared upright on its hind legs and grinning. He fell back with a yell of horror. It was this, he guessed now, that had woken him, but she only turned her back again and walked off into the marsh grass, still balancing delicately upright. He sat up again in the big bed. The dream had left him sweaty beneath the silk sheets, and he could feel the hairs on his legs pasted to his skin. He swallowed and looked around the room. He felt the sense of ownership, the sense of belonging settling back over him. He felt his skin cooling. He rubbed a hand down his face and sighed. "Something keeping you from sleep, Grace?" asked the shadowed figure by the window. This time it was a full kick to the heart. He was awake. He knew he was awake now, and this was no fucking dream. And outside of a dream there was no way anyone should be able to get in here if he hadn't invited them. There was a cool breeze wandering through the room. He registered it for the first time, felt it on his skin, saw the way the muslin drapes stirred by the open window. He'd closed it before he went to sleep. He remembered. The figure stepped out of the shadows at the casement edge. Band light crept in from the balcony and did its best to touch the face. "See," he began, and then clamped his mouth shut. The figure shook its head. "No. Not Seethlaw. You won't be seeing him again." "Gil?" A grave inclination of the shadow-dappled head. Faintly now in the band light he made out the features to go with the voice. "Gil, how did you get in here?" "Easily." A gesture back to the balcony. "You've really got to start picking your boys for competence, not looks, Grace. I walked right past 3 of them in the gardens. I could have been invisible for all the notice they took. Didn't have to kill them or anything. And then, well, ornate stonework's never a good bet if you don't want burglars scaling the walls. Like I said, easy." Millikar swallowed. "We all thought you were gone." "I was gone, Grace. Into the grey places. You made sure of that." Ringil moved again closer to the bed. Now the band light caught him full, painted its pallid glow across his face. Millikar winced as he saw the scarring along the jawline. "What are you talking—" "Don't." There was a terrifying matter-of-factness in the single word. "Just don't, Grace. There's no point. I remember you in the garden. I was just supposed to stay colourful for you here in the slums. That's what you said. Here in the slums. Because that's where we were, wasn't it? The garden at the old place across the river on Replete Cargo Street. Gil, listen to me." "No, you listen to me." There was a cold, hypnotic quality to Ringil's speech that Millikar didn't remember from before. "That's where I woke up the morning after Seethlaw. Replete Cargo Street. I thought at the time it seemed familiar, but I didn't make the connection. Stupid of me, really. You even told me you'd hung on to your old address that first night I came here to see you. It took me a while to sort all this out in my head, Grace, try to put it all together, decide what was real, what wasn't. But you see, I've had a while. I've had a long, leisurely journey back here to think it all through. And you, and the garden, and the old place, that was real. It felt different to all the other stuff. I remember that now. Only thing I can't figure out is whether it was Seethlaw's idea, or whether you suggested it to him. Care to tell me? He met Grace's eye. Millikar sighed and slumped back on his propped elbows. He looked away. "I don't," he shook his head wearily, "make decisions where Seethlaw is concerned. He comes to me. He takes what he wants." "Kind of exciting for you, huh?" "I'm sorry, Gil. I didn't want you hurt, that's all." Ringil's voice hardened. "No, that's not all. You didn't want me in Ettercal, just like everybody else. Or if I went, because you knew damn well they wouldn't be able to stop me, you wanted Seethlaw to know and have it covered. You sold me to him, Grace. You told him where to find me. Had to be you. No one else knew I'd gone to Hale's place." Grace of Heaven said nothing. "Back before I had to kill him, Seethlaw accused me of interfering with his affairs, and what he said was quite specific. 'You brought your blade and your threats,' he said, 'and your pride that no beauty or sorcery could stem your killing prowess.' He heard me say that to you, that first night here, out on the balcony. He was here in your house, wasn't he? And then later he followed me home, along with a couple of your more inept machete boys. I scared them off easily enough, but Seethlaw stuck around to laugh at me. Can't blame him for that. You were both on me from the start, cozy as fucking spoons in a drawer and both laughing. Are you in the Cabal, Grace?" Millikar chuckled and shook his head again. There was more energy in it this time. "Something amusing you?"
"Yeah, you don't get it, Gil. The Cabal touches us all. You don't have to be in it for that to happen. The Cabal is Findrich and Snarl and a few others in Ettercal, a handful in the Chancellery, a couple more up at the Academy, but that's just what's at the centre. Beyond that, anybody and everybody with an ounce of power in this city has their feet in Cabal mud. Just a question of how far up your legs you let it creep, how much you want and how much you want to know. Me, Merminkard, even your own fucking father. One way or another, we're all beholden. The Cabal reaches out for what it needs." Ringil nodded. "Needs a traitor in the Marsh Brotherhood, does it? You want to hear what happened to Gish?" "I know what happened to Gish." A long sigh. "I'm in the middle here, Gil. I try not to get too deep in on any one side, try not to get too committed or locked in. It's politics. You get used to that."
"Seethlaw wasn't politics, though, was he?"
"Seethlaw?"
Grace of Heaven swallowed.
"Seethlaw was
beautiful. Yeah, I know. You told me that. Of course, you also told me it was second-hand knowledge, but that was just the quick lie to cover your ass. Couldn't really admit to me you were fucking the famous beautiful Duenda in Ettercal. That would have ruined everything. I just wonder why you bothered mentioning him in the first place." Millikar bowed his head.
"I thought it might scare you off."
"Yeah? Or you thought I might be competition you could do without?"
"I just didn't want you hurt, Gil."
"So you keep saying. Look at my face, Grace. I got hurt."
"Yeah, well, I'm sorry." Sudden, flaring anger. "If you'd fucking stayed out of it like I told you to, maybe you wouldn't have that ugly scar now."
"Maybe not." Silence, like a shared Flandrine pipe between them. The shape of what was coming began to emerge in the quiet.
"He took you to the grey places," Millikar said finally, bitterly.
"Oh, yeah." And though, just from looking at Grace of Heaven's eyes, he already knew the answer, Ringil asked the question anyway. "You?" Millikar stared off across the room, into the dark corner Ringil had come from.
"No. He talked about it, but I don't know. Never the right time, I guess.
Don't feel bad. You don't know how fucking lucky you got. Ringil leaned forward and tapped the scar along his jaw. You think this is ugly? You should see what I'm carrying inside.
You think I can't?
Millikar looked at him again, and now he was smiling sadly.
You need to take a look in a mirror sometime, Gil. How did you kill him, then? The gorgeous Seethlaw?
With the Raven's friend. I carved his beautiful fucking face in half.
Well,
a shrug.
You did say it wouldn't stop you. That's you, Gil, all over. Start you up, you won't be stopped till it's done. Have you come to kill me too?
It took a moment to bring it to his lips. Yeah.
I'm really sorry, Gil.
So am I. Ringil nodded at the bell pull on the far side of the bed. You want to try calling your machete boys now?
Would it help?
No. Not unless you want company dying. Grace of Heaven Millikar made a lordly gesture. If he was scared of what was coming, he masked it well.
Then it seems rather wasteful, don't you think? All those young bodies? I think I'll just...
And he came off the bed, very fast for his age, no weapon at all but his own weight and a lifetime of street-fighting prowess. Ringil let him come, it seemed only fair. He left his hands at his sides, made it look like there might be a chance. Then as Millikar reached him, he dropped the dragon knife from his sleeve and whipped it up into the side of Grace's neck. His other hand snapped out, caught the other side of the neck and pushed in against the knife blow. He held Grace like that, eye to eye, as if to kiss him. Blood from the chopped artery flooded out, down the dragon's tooth and over his right hand. He heard it splatter into the carpet around their feet.
"Oh,"
Grace moaned.
"Iron's twisted cock. That hurts, Gil."
Ringil held him up while he died, looked steadily into the eyes until they dimmed. Then he jerked the knife out, let go convulsively of Grace's neck, and watched him hit the ground like a sack of meal. Flicker of blue fire. He spun, heart pounding, saw himself in the big mirror hung across from the bed. He sighed, waited for the relief to hit, for the spike of fear to ease and his pulse to climb back down. He waited. But the moment passed, left him there, waiting, and no relief came. The figure in the mirror stood and grinned at him. He saw the blood-stained hands, the gaunt, scarred face, and the eyes glittering back from the dark glass, the jutting pommel of the Raven's friend, the faithful killing steel on his back, the jagged curve of the dragon's tooth in his right hand. You need to take a look in a mirror sometime, Gil. He was looking now. Seethlaw's words in the swamp came back to him, desperate in their intensity. I see what the Akia saw, Gil. I see what you could become if you'd only let yourself. He remembered the beach, the creatures in the surf, and the sounds they made. They're talking about you. And like a final hammer blow, like a blade going home, he remembered the fortune-teller at the eastern gates, the words he discounted at Ixinri when he fought the Duender and took Seethlaw down in bloody ruin. A fight is coming, a battle of powers you have not yet seen, a battle that will unmake you, that will tear you apart. The cool night breeze came to find him from the opened window. It carried a faint note of salt. A dark lord will rise. His coming is in the wind off the marsh. He stared at himself. A dark lord will rise. It's like that, is it? He whispered. The muslin drapes stirred. The breeze blew through the quiet room. He wiped his hands and the dragon knife on Grace of Heaven's silk sheets, and put the weapon away again in his sleeve. He settled the Raven's friend a little more comfortably on his back, shifted the pommel a fraction of an inch for a cleaner pull. Then he faced himself in the mirror once more, and found he was no longer afraid of what he saw looking back at him. He waited patiently for the flicker of blue fire to show itself again, and for whatever else might come with it. This concludes The Steel Remains.
You have been listening to an Orion Publishing audiobook. To find out more about Orion's audiobooks, please go to the website at orionbooks.co.uk.
Audible hopes you've enjoyed this